Hello and welcome to Italy, to Tuscany to be exact, and to the Mugello circuit for the first round proper of the European Championship of the 24H series, powered by Hankook and brought to you live as it happens across 2 days, because this is a split race, 5.5 hours to be run today from 1 o'clock local time, and it continues tomorrow morning bright and early from 9 o'clock with the remaining 6.5 hours. And as usual, getting the full Radio Show Limited treatment with me, Johnny Palmer, Joe Bradley and Diana Binks. But let's give you some perspective as to how this meeting fits into the rest of the season. We've already been to the Middle East and to the 24 Hours of Dubai in January. The following week, just an hour up the road at the Abu Dhabi Yas Marina circuit for a 6-hour race there, a single lone event that did not carry points as such. But the next 5 races here in Europe certainly do. And you can commit to the 5 here in Mugello, and then on to Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium, Hockenheim Ring in May, and the 2 24-hour races at Portimao on the south coast, the Atlantic coast of Portugal, and at Barcelona. But there's also the Championship of the Continents. If you've been to Dubai, you then select your best result from the European races. And then we go to Sebring, of course, at the end of the year in November, to the Magic Concrete in Florida for that final 24-hour race of the season. So that is the scene set. Beautiful weather. No rain expected at all today and tomorrow. And to give us more of a flavour of what's happening on the grid, which is assembling beneath our commentary box, here is Diana Binks.
Johnny just said they're a fantastic day here, an exciting race in prospect. Now, the teams and drivers are making their way to the grid. Superb conditions await them. There are some dramas going on the grid as we speak, but I'll get to that in just a moment, just to let them collect their thoughts. But to start the day, I wanted to show you these fantastic trophies that are on offer. If I could start with the European trophy here. Now, this is a trophy for any teams that compete in 5 of the European events, so a lot of them have got their eye on that trophy. That's what you get. You have to compete in 5 of them, but it's a superb large trophy there. Next to it is another incentive by the 24 Hours series, and this is the Spirit of Race Award. Now, this is where we need a little bit of help from you. The decider will be chosen by our commentators this afternoon, but during the race, if you spot anyone that you think is doing something that looks amazing or is quite an achievement, tweet us and follow us along and give some suggestions to us here on the commentary team as to who you think could be the wonderful recipient of that fantastic trophy. The noise behind me you will hear is our local band. They are here to start the celebrations ahead of this race, and they're waving their flags. If I just walk up behind, you can see them in all the regalia, full costumes, here to give good wishes ahead of the 12 hours of Mugello. And as they wave their flags for the start of the race, more teams and drivers are making their way to the grid. So we will now start and take a look at the cars as they line up. Now, the GT pole position, number 18 Phoenix Racing, Pierre Caffa is going to start the race, but unfortunately there's been a bit of a drama on the way to the grid. Pierre, if I could just interrupt you for a second. We saw you arrive, there was a lot of smoke coming from the car. It looked like there was a bit of a small fire there, but we couldn't see what was going on, and you were unaware that it had happened. Can you give us an update?
Yeah, honestly, I didn't know what happened as well. I just have seen some smoke on the right side of the car. And then my guys told me we have a small issue on the car, but what it is exactly, I have no idea. But I'm pretty sure my boys can fix that, and the car is in a good condition, and I'm really looking forward to drive the race.
Well, the guys behind me look a lot calmer than they were earlier on when you arrived on the grid, so we hope that obviously that's fixed. Great to see you back here, Pierre, obviously after your accident where you broke your back. You're obviously back to fitness, relishing the opportunity of being back behind the wheel.
Yeah, I mean, it's for me it's just a dream, and come back and be on pole, it's really nice, and we all my teammates and the whole Phoenix Racing group They have done a fantastic job, and I'm really looking forward to the race. And what can be nicer to be in these conditions of the weather with such nice cars on the grid and do some racing, what we all love, the all emotions, and be a little part of the Creventic series.
Who do you see as your main competitors for this race, from what you've seen?
I think there are quite a lot of competitors. I mean, you see the BMW, you see Herbert, you see AMG there, Ferrari. I mean, it's a long race, and this race, you know, it's I'm just a small part. You need the team, you need a bit of luck, you need your teammates, and if everything is together and everything is in a nice shape, then you have a chance to end up in front.
What's the strategy for the start?
Oh, my strategy for the start is to win the start, but I guess BMW is thinking the same.
They were closely following you on track in qualifying, weren't they? They were trying to get the aggregate score, but didn't do it in the end. You were quite dominant in qualifying, it has to be said.
Yeah, I mean, I had a very good first lap in qualifying yesterday, and as I said yesterday already, we have been Monday, Tuesday here. Maybe that was a bit of an advantage for us, and I knew exactly what the car can do, and also in the first lap. And to bring everything together was just a very nice, for me, a very nice thing yesterday.
How superb is this Mugello circuit, and how challenging and technical is it for a driver?
Mugello, I think it's a very nice circuit. It's one of my favorite circuits because you have everything. You have fast corners, you have a bit of a technique, you have slow corners, and it's a bit of an aero thing, but also a bit of a straight line speed. So you have a lot of things here in Mugello, and it's not so easy to bring everything together in terms of setup and in terms of driving.
But that's what makes it exciting, doesn't it? Pierre, thank you for chatting to us. We wish you well in the race and hope that everything gets resolved with the number 18 Phoenix Racing. As Pierre mentioned, alongside the number 1 SP Racing car is here. I'm just looking for the drivers for this one. I can't see them, they're hiding at the moment. I'll have a chat with Samantha. I can see her standing over here. Hello, Samantha. Morning. How are you feeling?
Good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. What a great day.
Exactly. Very good day for racing.
So what's your thoughts going into the race?
Again, long race. Going to try to keep the car clean, you know, do what we do best and hopefully come out on top.
And your teammates, how are they feeling? They all ready?
Yes, and Nick's getting in the car first, so we're very excited.
And what's your strategy plays to start?
I mean, you know, after all the successes we've had last year with the 6 championship titles, it was all about managing expectations and, again, keeping the car clean.
I wish you all very well with that today. Thank you. In this boiling hot sun down here on the Mugello grid, I will go around the grid and capture a few more chats with a few more drivers that are ready and getting waiting. But for the moment, I'll hand you back up to our commentary team of Johnny Palmer and Joe Bradley.
Thank you, Di. Yeah, we are going to pause for a moment here at Mugello for the Italian national anthem. Of course, we must kick off the race in the traditional way. And with the local Italian dancers providing entertainment a short moment ago, everyone is pausing now for the ceremonial start. And then we will have, in a moment or two's time, the rolling start ahead of, or the green flag lap ahead of then a rolling start, and the first part of the Mugello 12 hours. So let's hear the Italian national anthem to get the 8th running of the Mugello 12 hours properly underway.
Fratelli d'Italia, l'Italia s'è desta dell'elmo di Scipio s'è cinta la testa dove la vittoria le porga la chioma che schiava di Roma, Iddio la creò. Fratelli d'Italia, l'Italia s'è desta, nell'elmo di Scipio s'è cinta la testa. Dov'è la vittoria, le porga la chioma, che schiava di Roma, Iddio la creò. Stringiamoci a cohorte, siam pronti alla morte, siam pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò. Stringiamoci a cohorte, siam pronti alla morte, siam pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't have goosebumps right now, there's quite simply something wrong with you, because that is a wonderful rendition of the Italian national anthem at this fantastic facility, the Mugello International Circuit, right in the heart of Tuscany. We were taking you through the grid as far as the GT series was concerned. And let's get back to Diana Binks for a few more reflections on the grid before we get going for the 8th running here in 2022. Di.
I'm still on the grid, as you said, on the GT section, and Seb's just making his way to me now. We're on the 4th row. But I want to talk to Bas Koten on the... He's 8th, but the Bas Koten Racing, Boda by Bas Koten Racing, is 8th place on the grid. But Bas, you've got a good... The story here really is, it's an amazing story. Bentley are here for the very, very first time. And you've been quite instrumental in making that happen. Why did you want that facility? Why did you want the Bentley on the grid?
It's a challenge to have the car here. Of course, it's an English castle. When it crosses over another car, everyone is in the shadow. It's a big one, so it's a challenge to be here. But it's a proper GT3, and every time we run the car, we're more happy and happy. So I hope tomorrow at the afternoon we will be the most happy of the weekend.
What was the sort of feeling when you said that you were bringing Bentley onto the grid? What sort of response did you get?
Our driver, he has raced with us many times in the Porsches, and he was trying to look for something else. Everyone is running the same path, and he's always doing something different than another one. So that's why he came this came across him. And he said, okay, I go to UK. He visited M Sport. It's an M Sport built car. And there were 2 cars available. And first car he will race in the Supercar Challenge in Holland. And he asked me, shall we enter a second car? Shall I buy the second car to run it in the Gravenix series? I said, yeah, let's do it.
Well, they've qualified at 8th on the grid. You were very, at the beginning when we spoke to you before even practice, you were sort of quite confident that you would have a good result. Are you satisfied with that grid position?
Yeah, quite satisfied. We know where we can gain some. We have less experience with the car. Of course, we have a lot of experience in this series, so we know where we can go. Hopefully everything comes together. It's a 12-hour race, so you never know where it gets, but I'm confident, yeah.
The driver's all happy and ready to go?
Thank you.
Bas, thank you so much. Right, I will keep heading, making my way down the grid as the band follow me round here. And if we get to 9th is the number 71 Audi, and then alongside that is the 34 waiting there. Now we're going to make our way down to another team down here on the grid that are all set and ready to go. There's a lot of fans here this weekend, which is great, and we can see lots of stuff happening here on the grid. And the band are following me behind. I'm trying to rush my way down so that I can get a bit of a chat with you. So we will just come to the... We had a conversation about this earlier on. I'm at the number 903 Red Ant, because we were not sure about the pronunciation, but we got it sorted. You're getting ready, the build-up's happening, there's always a great atmosphere. How happy are you with the balance that you've achieved in the car in your position in qualifying?
Yeah, couldn't be better. We're on a pole position in our class. that was better than expected. And the balance of the car, for us, it's a little bit searching for a good balance with the Hankook tires. It's first time we drive this car in this with this type of tire. So not quite 100% what we want to do, but we're getting close.
How was it managing the traffic during those sessions with so many different classes around you?
Yeah, that was quite all right. You have to find a gap and look for a good position on the track. And after that, it's just a little bit of luck also to get a free lap. But in my lap was quite all right.
Thank you so much, and we wish you well in the race. So I think I've run out of time here on the grid, as I understand it. So I'm going to throw back to Johnny and Joe in the commentary box for the moment.
Yeah, because we need to have a look at the track that everyone's going to be tackling. It has existed for nearly 50 years now, built in 1974, still an FIA Grade 1 circuit, held a Grand Prix last year, so very recently and unexpectedly ending up on the Formula One Grand Prix calendar, and I think it was a surprise to many, this little hidden gem in the middle of Tuscany. It is 5.2 kilometres in length, 3.259 miles if you prefer that scale of measurement. Very long straight, something like the longest straight in European motorsport, approaching turn 1 at north of 270 kilometres per hour, and that's a tight right-hand hairpin to kick things off down to 90 kph. Then through the twists and the turns of the first sequence of corners at Lecco, Poggio and then into Materassi, the left-hander at turn 4, to the highest part of the circuit, and then you dip down. There's a real decline through Casanova, Cervelli, and then, well, the Arrabbiatas require no introduction, the double right-hander, and turn 9, so rewarding when you get it right, but you're fighting the car and that uphill gradient round the back of the grandstand through Scarperia, named after the nearby town. Pelagio's the left-hander at turn 11. Tricky right-hand hairpin then at Corinchao, which again is dropping away from you as you steer right. The Biandetti chicane is incredibly fast, basically pulling through the gears there in the GT3s through 13 and 14. And then Buccine, which is the final corner of the circuit. 15 of them in total. And it's about a 2-minute lap around here. If you are below 2 minutes, 1:58, 1:59, you've done really, really well. And remember, 3 segments of qualifying that took place yesterday to produce an average lap time. It was Phoenix Racing that were top of the pile in the GT Series, and BBR of Thailand won the race in the TCE Series. Speaking of TCE, let's get straight back to Dai, because you're now on that part of the grid.
I have indeed made it up here, Johnny. I had to run all the way down the grid and catch the TC. Pole position racing, and Kantasak, you are going to make the start in this car. We spoke to you obviously yesterday after qualifying. A great driver lineup here, very confident. How confident are you in the balance and the performance for your car for this weekend and what you can do in the race?
Yeah, for the practice session, we have good car, right? And have good press for the long run. Yeah, I will, for the race, I will keep the position like this and save the car for the race tomorrow.
And what's your strategy within the team for who's going to drive, and have you come to a decision as to who will go when?
Depend on the position. Yeah. I don't know how it's going.
There's quite a lot of traffic to manage in this race with so many cars, 40 cars in total here in Mugello. How do you manage the traffic?
Yeah, it's difficult to find the place on the track. I don't know how to manage that.
I understand, not a problem at all. Thank you so much for chatting to us. We wish you and the team a fantastic race. So alongside them is Noka Racing, who are all getting ready, having a few pictures. But I'll just have a little chat. The drivers are here waiting. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Janos, yeah. That one on the car.
Yes, from the car.
It's quite difficult, there's so many drivers. Janos, we are just sort of talking about how you feel, how the strategy might go for you during this race here at Mugello. Is it one you're relishing and looking forward to?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a really nice track, and Sten is the first driver who's going to start the race, and we're gonna see, what will happen. So we're really looking forward, to this race.
Do you feel you've got a car for a good result?
Yeah, the car is good. Of course, for all of the drivers, this is a new track, and so we had some time, to adjust the car, but now we feel good, so we will see.
What's the strength of field do you feel in the TCE category?
Well, it would be nicer if we would have more cars, but we are in the front in this class, so it's nice, and we will see. But these guys from another team, from pole position, are really strong, so nice to be here and race against them.
Look, you've got some fans that are actually basically trying to get in the car, and we're not going to allow that, obviously.
Future drivers, so it's important.
Junior drivers. Teammates alongside, so thank you so much. Have a great race. I saw you watching. You were keeping an eye there, weren't you, to see if they would get in the car?
Yeah, that's my kid, so I need to keep an eye on him.
Oh, that's why they're allowed.
Yes, that's why.
It must be great, bringing the whole family here and having them as part of this weekend. Because let's face it, once you're behind the wheel, there's a challenge going on out there on track.
Yeah, it's we try to keep it a family business. Racing, it's still a hobby for me, but the kids race as well, so we keep it like a family hobby, all of us.
They're learning from Dad then?
I hope they will be faster than me.
Look, wish you well for the race. Thank you so much for having a chat to us. We will just we will carry on down here at the Wolf Power Racing 116. Not seeing any of the drivers around this car, so perhaps I'll just go over here and chat to this lovely gentleman, Stefan. Stefan, how do you pronounce that, Stefan?
Chalinier. I'm Franco-Greek, actually.
Now, you've just been chatting, getting ready, prepared for the race. How much are you looking forward to this?
Well, we worked quite a lot. Cars are, I think, very well prepared. Been very dedicated, very focused, and I think top. I mean, the Porsche Center based in Geneva has done a wonderful job, so I hope we will do fine.
Does that instill you with a lot of confidence, or a lot more confidence,
yes.
knowing?
Yes, we have great support. The team is extremely well organized. We have good mechanics. Yeah, I think we have done the job to show up at the top.
Well, Stefan and Orchid Racing Team, we wish you all the best for the race here this afternoon. So I think I'm going to hand back to Joe and Johnny in the commentary booth. We're nearly at the end of the grid here, so I'm going to make my way off pretty soon. And the heat is intensifying down here, but the atmosphere is incredible. A real buzz in the air, and we're just so blessed to be here with the sun.
And a mightily impressive step count there, Di, to get from basically the front of the GT Series grid to virtually the back of this 40-car field. There have been some adjustments, and some of them quite recent, actually. Ebby Motors appearing with an extra car, which didn't even feature in the programme, and had me with some head-scratching to work out who was going to be piloting that. Ebby Motors with a couple of the older spec Porsche Cup cars here this weekend, the 991 iteration. But it is great that Creventic and the 24-hour series have embraced the brand new global platform for Porsche Carrera Cup racing in the 992, and a number of established teams in this championship like Porsche Lorient Racing getting two of those cars into their stable. So a variety of different classes, providing various different layers in the GT series and the TCE series. And a different dynamic as well, because we've never had this level of split in the race. We are going to be stopping overnight, effectively, so racing all of this afternoon and into early evening till 6:30. Then we hit the pause button and all the cars go into parc fermé conditions where you can do very little to them. The restart tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock sharp, through till 3:30 in the afternoon. So a 5.5 plus 6.5 hour split. And Joe Bradley and I were chatting about this yesterday. That's very different from how these competitors have faced this race before. And it's going to be more difficult to stay in contention within your class because you've got to do it for 5.5 hours on day one, Joe.
Exactly, Johnny. It's a big ask. And if you're slightly off the pace of the front runners, then it's a big ask to stay on the lead lap. We talk about tactically, that's the priority in these split races of staying on the lead lap. Because we get a complete reset, the leader could have 1 minute lap, 1 minute 90 seconds lap gap, I should say. And then when we come to restart tomorrow, that 90 seconds disappears and you're right on the leader's tail once again.
Let's just get a little bit more from Diana Binks. The grid being cleared, but I think she can have a quick word once more.
Yes, thank you for coming back to me here on the grid. Another change of drivers this weekend. Jean-Francois Bruno and Kerong Lee are normally with Liepert Motorsport, but for this event they've had to change teams to HRT Performance and a different car. So many different challenges for them this weekend, but they're here for the full season. John, obviously you took the opportunity to make the most of the challenge when it presented itself to get yourself here on the grid.
Yeah, well, like you said, we're here for the season. We're making a run at the championship, and because of logistical issues, the Lamborghini from Liepert wasn't able to make it. We were able to work out a deal with HRT and then basically, change rides, and we're in the 992. First time for me in the 992, first time for Kerong as well. So it was a bit of a steep learning curve, but we're right there on pace. And P2 and GTX chasing down as to have a Lamborghini, which is funny. Yeah, we're cautiously optimistic. It's a beautiful day, and I think it should be a fun race.
You seem to, both of you, Kerong as well, I chatted to him earlier, he's behind the wheel getting ready to start the race, adapt to the challenges of the new car at such short notice. So you're relatively happy now that you've got a good setup and balance?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, in the beginning, especially for Kerong, having never driven a 911 at all, rear engine, very, very different driving dynamics. I had 911 experience, but never 992. Yeah, no, he did an awesome job, and every session kept getting quicker and quicker and quicker. So he's taking the start now, and hopefully we'll have a good run.
John, thank you for chatting to us. We wish you well in the race. Have a great day. Guys, that's it from me on the grid. The whistle is blowing, so we need to remove ourselves. So back to you, Johnny and Joe.
Jean-Francois Bruno chatting to Di. An exciting couple of days ahead of those guys, but to an extent, a launch into the unknown. They are thoroughly enjoying their weekend so far, though, and long may their success continue.
And a lot of importance from Jean-Francois Bruno about continuing in the GTX Championship. He wants to take the GTX Championship, so rather than all right, the logistics of getting the Lamborghini here with Liepert wasn't possible. So to keep that momentum in the championship for him to score points, they've gone to HRT and are at a 992. So they'll continue gathering points towards that championship. And that's how serious these guys are taking this. It's, it's an FIA-sanctioned championship, and they want to be there at the end of the season.
Of actually very few races compared to other endurance championships that tour Europe, that tour the world. 5 races. It's important to score well if you can in all of them, if you are, if the priority is to achieve the championship. And let's face it, that is the priority for the majority of the teams here. The hooter sounds, which is the 3-minute warning to all those on the grid, 3 minutes ahead of the formation lap, and there'll be only one green flag lap before we are then racing around this 5.2 kilometre circuit up and down Dale. Virtually every corner you can imagine represented on the 15-corner lap. And a reminder then of how the cars line up. This is after 3-part qualifying yesterday. It was done separately. We had 40 minutes worth for the TCE series, 40 minutes worth for the GT cars. The GT cars, when you compare with the TCE, significantly faster, and that's the reason why we put Phoenix Racing's Audi at the sharp end. Their combined effort, a 148.362, when you take into account Sven Herberger's lap, Elia Earhart and Pierre Caffer, who was really the qualification maestro late yesterday evening. So it's the 18 car on pole, alongside ST Racing's BMW M4 GT3, their brand new car for 2022. Nick Whitmer will take the start. We heard from Sam Tan on the grid. Bryson Morris, who also did qualifying yesterday, will be in the car as well in the opening couple of hours. Kessel Racing will start from 3rd position of Switzerland with their Ferrari 488. Marco Fretzer to take the start there alongside the 58 car of MP Racing, and David Gosner in charge of that one. 5th and 6th places will be Earl Bamber Motorsport of New Zealand, and Earl, former Le Mans winner and Porsche 919 hybrid driver, is here on site looking after his outfit. The 2 Kiwis, Reid Harker and Matthew Payne, alongside Malaysian driver Adrian De Silva. Then the Manfilter Team Landgraf Mercedes, instantly recognisable with its scaly livery. The yellow and green Manfilter back car number 25 starts 6th. CP Racing's similar car, that's another Mercedes AMG GT3 for Charles Espenlaub to start. Charlie Putman's team, CP Racing, starting 7th, alongside Herbert Motorsport. Now, that car on my grid was up as high as 4th, so I'm wondering whether there's been a late penalty for Herbert Motorsport to put it down to 8th place. 9th position for number 6, Bentley. We heard from Baz Cooten on the grid with Diana Binks. It's the Continental GT3 X of M Sport of the UK. Bob Herbert to start that car. Julius Adomavicius will start the Jutta Racing Audi R8 LMS from 10th position. Then the 34-car collection motorsport car, Elmar Grimm, approaching 50 races with 24H series. So terrific support from Elmar, from Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff, and their relatively new gun within car collection, Viggo Dalmo from Norway. Santilot Racing's Pierre-Yves Pack, the Belgian, will start the number 26 Audi R8 LMS for the French squad from 12th position. Then it is the best of the Porsche 911 992 gen cars, but a cup car for Johan Kristoffersson, the Swede, in number 929 from HRT Performance, alongside Orchid Racing's Porsche 911 GT3. That's another 992 cup car. RD Signs come next of Lithuania, and then Vili Motorsport from Romania. Red Ant Racing from Belgium also have a Porsche alongside Jutta Racing's Audi R8 LMS. The JR Motorsport BMW, that's the older M6 from the Dutch team. And then French crew Porsche Lorient Racing, they have 2 brand new 992 Porsches. Red Camel Jordans.NL car is a pro-entered machine in that category. Another Red Ant Racing car of Belgium starts 22nd. Porsche Lorient Racing 23rd, and the NKPP Racing Porsche starts from 24th position. HRT Performance are there on the 13th row alongside an Ebby Motors 911 Porsche. First of 3 Vortex cars starts 27th, number 701, alongside the second Ebby Motors Porsche Cup car. Then the following two Vortex cars on 15th row. And then this is where the TCE Series cars begin. So a big congratulations to the Dubai winners of Thailand, who have taken pole position in their very Spanish-looking Cupra Leon Competición. That's because it is run by the Monlau crew of Barcelona. They will start from, 31st when you combine the 2 races, but first position in the TCE Series, alongside Veluga's Porsche 718 Cayman, which is also entered into the TCE Series. Bradley Ellis to start that. So that's the 16th row. Then Wolf Power Racing's Audi, and that's an Audi RS3 rather than a VW Golf for the Swiss crew, 116, alongside Noka Racing's VW Golf. Orchid Racing's team's Porsche 718, another car to be found actually in GT4, that one. The GT4 cars qualified with the TCE machines yesterday. Team ACP Tangerine Associates, they will start from 37th, ahead of the Holmgard Motorsport VW Golf 38th. SK Racing's Ligier JS2R, the 39th position. And finally, Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport, number 331, in 40th position. We are, throughout the course of the race, going to have a variety of different engine noises, and if you are staying tuned to our live stream, accompanied by our audio, various onboard cameras as well. So let's motor through those quickly. First of all, for Bradley Ellis, on board with his Veluga Porsche 718 Cayman. Similar flat 6 for the Porsche entered from the Geneva dealership, an Orchid Racing team. First ever participation in the 24H series for their teal liveried cars. And the sister car at Orchid is the Laurent Michbach driven Orchid Racing team Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, which will start from 5th position in class and 17th in the GT series. The queue already beginning into Burcine corner with the Tuscan mountains in the background, and the front row, a reminder, has Pierre Caffer in the Phoenix Racing car with the black and the Dayglow yellow detailing around the nose. And on his high side, the outside line for the first corner at turn 1, is Nick Whitmer for ST Racing and the BMW M4. Neat and tidy at the sharp end for GT Series. They're only just hitting the grid hatchings now, and it is a long, long wait. Several of these drivers will want to get underway now, but the red lights are still illuminated. The whole field is now on the start-finish straight. Finally, we can get the Mugello 12 hours underway then for the 8th time, and here in 2022, a near 50-50 split in terms of duration between the two parts, and Nick Whitmer desperately wants the race lead around the outside of Pierre Caffer, but Pierre has been around the block a few more times than probably Nick has estimated, and is at the moment fending off the big BMW M4 GT3, but he can't hold it back into the left-hander at Luco corner. So already the BMW from ST Racing snatches the race lead in the opening couple of corners. Herbert Motorsports Porsche, I think, did start fourth rather than eighth, because it's already up to third position and leaps ahead of the bright yellow Mercedes of Martin Conrad, the Manfilter Landgraf-backed Mercedes. Everybody else funneling through. Don't want to say this too early, Joe Bradley, but it has been a clean start so far.
Yeah, current 24 Series champions, that BMW of ST Racing. Some very firm driving side by side. No mean task going side by side with Pierre Caffer, but he stuck it out and through the Arrabbiata twins, and already on towards that uphill section into Scarperia. It's up and over the brow and then into that very tight right, and followed by immediately the left towards the final stages of the lap. And it's still the BMW behind the leading BMW though, and I've got to say I am absolutely delighted to report that there is no further smoke issues emanating from that Phoenix Racing Audi. I bet that was very concerning for the team to receive that car on the grid out of the pits with smoke billowing off that right hand rear. They've sorted whatever the problem is out, and that car now chasing down the ST Racing BMW. Behind them though, there's quite a battle beginning to develop. It's the Kessel Racing Ferrari that has gotten ahead of the Manfilter Mercedes. That's number 25 Martin Conrad at the Mercedes, chasing that Ferrari down. The Ferrari waving down the straight to break the tow. It's 1.1 kilometres straight here past the pits, and it's going to be a tough race. It's hard on cars, it's hard on drivers, constant change of direction, and a lot of these corners, Johnny, heavy G-load that is perhaps on the driver for a lot of the time, so it's going to be a very physical race from both counts.
No surprise that Nick Whitmer was given the responsibility for the race start. There are 3 drivers allocated to car number 1, a semi-pro, who is Nick, the AM Plus, which is a new thing, actually kicked in last year in the Creventic rule set, which gives you 2 layers of AM drivers, effectively. Bryson Morris is the AM Plus, and Samantha Tan is the AM. So I would expect them maybe to be put in that order, and there's about a second between them in terms of pace. So Nick Whitmer about 2 seconds quicker, generally speaking, than Samantha Tan, in qualifying phase at least, but it's about building consistency during your longer stints. And remember, you cannot breach the 2-hour drive time limit that is still in place in the 24H series. Really good fight for 4th and 5th positions here between Martin Conrad, Joe, and Marco Frezza. And off the road in the early stages is the MP Racing Mercedes, I think, of David Gosner. Yet David losing positions in the 58 car, already down to 8th position as a result of that.
Well, that was what that cloud of dust was at the Arrabbiatas on lap 1. I did say it was the Kessel Ferrari ahead of the Manfilter Mercedes. I got that completely wrong. It's the Herberth car. Of course it's the Herberth car. The Herberth car always sneaks up on the lead of any of our 24H series races. And already we had that car starting actually in 4th, John. I know it was on our grid sheet as 8th, but that car did start 4th. And it's now a question of whether Robert Rennauer in that Porsche, the car not quite handling exactly the way they desire, but now it's a race of tactics. And even though the car might not be on that finite pace that they require, but it's going to be tactical for them as ever, and don't be surprised if we see that Herberth car lead this race at some time.
Charging their way into the first corner once again, the CP Racing Mercedes, white, red and blue of Charles Espenlaub. The large grille and nose of that Mercedes is sniffing all the way around Julius Adomavicius' Audi for Jutta Racing. The big K on the side of that car, red and white R8, looks very svelte indeed in that livery. There are 3 cars right together actually. So 71 Jutta Racing, CP Racing Mercedes, and Bob Herbert is there as well in the Bentley. Up to, well, stabilised in 9th position, which is around about the position it started actually. The Baz Kooten prepared Boda Bentley Continental for Bob Herbert, who was put in for qualifying for 2 successive 10-minute sessions yesterday. Then Marcel Van Berlo took over for the 3rd of the 3. Remember, a 3-lap average time, which is then divided by 3 to give you the lap time from effect. So sometimes 3 separate drivers, but if you've only got 2, as is the case with Bob Herbert, he had to be put in that car on two separate occasions.
Not just a one-lap wonder then from Nick Whitmer in the ST Racing BMW. He's hanging on to that lead, and the gap at the moment, just 1.2 seconds, so that isn't really anything. And I'm pretty sure Pierre Caffer, who's got a very experienced head on those shoulders, will not be getting too concerned, and just everyone just getting into a rhythm. Behind them though, Robert Rennauer in third, further 3.5 seconds behind. But Robert Rennauer, he can't afford to make a mistake, because right in his mirrors is that bright orange, yellow and green, the Mann-Filter Mercedes, that big Mercedes grille ever present in his mirrors. Then behind that Mercedes is Marco Frezza. He's in the Castle Racing Ferrari. Earl Bamber Racing's Reid Harker is in 6th place, and then behind them there's that battle that you just described there. Jutta Racing Audi, CP Racing Mercedes, and then the Bascute Bentley. It's just great to be able to see Bentleys in this race. And I tell you what, Bob Herbert looking very racy indeed behind that CP Racing Mercedes, and looking like he might even mount a challenge.
Really good to see so many different manufacturers in the top 10. You were making this point yesterday to me, Joe, that the balance of performance between the various different GT3 cars seems to be spot on, and that is credit of course to the global category that is GT3, but those responsible here in this particular series for making sure that you could win this race regardless of what mount you have brought to the event. So Car Collection are pursuing the Bentley of Bob Herbert and Elmar Grimm, whilst we enjoy a scrap that involves at least one of the two Orchid Racing cars. Orchid here with a car that enters into GT and also into the TCE series. Laurent Misbash is in the 917 car, but the Kirchhoff-backed 34 car in that very recognisable livery. They've carried that for a number of seasons now. White with the sky blue around the nose and the side of the car and the cockpit, and put in for the opening stint is Elmar Grimm, all 6'5" of him, folds his way into that Audi R8 at the start of the race, and he is in 10th position with some scrapping behind. The recovering David Gosner has now just got ahead of Johan Kristoffersson, and the green MP Racing Mercedes back up to 11th position. But you will be treated to the sound of a 5.2 litre V10 now, which is sitting right behind Elmar Grimm on board the 34 Audi R8 LMS.
Just to remind everybody, of course, it is 2 races in one here. We've got our GT Endurance Championship, but also our Touring Car Endurance Championship. And just to give you a bit of an update on that, it's currently being led by a TCX class car. It's the Veluga Porsche 718. It's the new Cayman that they've brought, and that's making its European debut here. We've seen that car out across in the United States in the Michelin Pilot Challenge at Daytona and Sebring just last weekend. Bradley Ellis at the wheel in the 205 Porsche. It is leading, and it's leading the TCR pole sitter Kanazak Kusiri in the BBR Cupra. That car currently in 30th, so there's a car in between those TCE front runners. It's the Vortex, the number 701, the Vortex, currently third in GTX. So the GTX, TCX and TCR runners are very, very close in lap time, so we will get a bit of an overlap with our GT field and our TCE field. As ever, mixed class racing at its purest in the 24th series. Great battle about to begin to evolve, I think, here, Johnny, with a TCX class Porsche Cayman and that Cooper Leon of BBR. So that's something to look forward to as that develops.
We're continuing to enjoy this lap courtesy of Elmar Grimm as he is now heading towards the Biandetti chicane. No, we're already further on than that. In fact, this is Buccine corner where he just momentarily lost the target of the apex, let the car wash out mid-corner, and the incline begins. This long straight isn't really that straight, nor is it that flat, but Elmar Grimm whips across the stripe to complete another lap. To give you some perspective, that was a 152.675 for the German, and now he heads into turn number 1 again to begin the ascent up through Luco and Poggio Secco. Whilst we enjoy, Joe and I enjoy the continuation of the 34 cars lap, let's get to Diana Binks speaking about another Audi, Di, this time the number 18.
Yes, at the beginning, as you saw, there was a little bit of drama when the Phoenix team arrived on the track. The car looked like there was a bit of a fire. When I spoke to Pierre Caffa, he wasn't sure what it was. So I've just gone into the team to check how things are now that the race has settled down. And they said that there was just excess fuel when they fueled it up before they brought it to the grid. And it had obviously dripped down and just caught fire on the way to the grid. So they couldn't find anything else that was, pointing to any other solution to that. So they're very confident there's no problem with the car. They're happy that everything is as it should be. Now they've just settled down into the race.
Okay, really useful update. Thank you. Heat soak, and also which parts start to be affected by very hot engine components and things attached to engines. They can manifest themselves when a car is sitting for so long on a grid, and you think, oh, my word, what on earth's going on here? Once the car gets going again, they generally settle down, or they can settle down.
Fire just kind of blows out. I mean, it's far too early in the race for cars to be bursting into flames off pickup. We've had that in the past. Rubber pickup off the tyres, collecting in under wheel arches and the like, or next to exhaust. And when they come to a halt in the pit lane, they just burst into flames because of the heat soak off the exhaust. A bit early though, just coming round to the grid. I'm pretty sure I can feel the consternation in that Phoenix team. Who, remember, Johnny, we were at the Phoenix garage, and the garage was as clean as you could probably eat your food off. And part of the garage was segregated off for the team to actually eat from, and it was like a laboratory, wasn't it? They'd really, very ordered, very clinical, very disciplined, and as you would imagine, a very experienced team behind that Audi, who I've got to say is closing the gap to the leading BMW. It was getting towards 1.5 seconds. It's now about 0.6. So he's half that lead, Johnny, if my maths are correct. On board with Rick Breukers on the live stream. Rick sharing the Porsche, the Rick Hamill's car, shared with his brother Luke and his father Ivo. Rick Breukers, of course, Daytona 24-hour winner and Sebring 12-hour winner, so he's already in the history books of having a collection of very nice watches. And he, understandably in that team, the fastest and most experienced. His brother Luke, I think, been racing for a couple of seasons now, but Rick, the experienced hand to get that car through the field. From the team, the car was a little bit too oversteery for their liking, and hence they didn't quite optimise their qualifying. Got a few setup changes overnight, and remains to be seen whether the car is now more to their liking. But Rick getting in amongst the GT3 class runners, GT3 and the car. Is that the car collection car? Just ahead of Rick.
No, it's the Santilok car.
The Santilok car.
I was just thinking this is not ideal for Rick, because clearly the team have chosen to put the quickest driver in of the three Breukers to make some space on the rest of the cars within its class. And Pierre-Yves Pack, with the greatest of respect, is not the quickest within Santilok Racing, so there's a bit of a queue forming up here. It wouldn't necessarily have expected a Porsche Cup car being held up by a GT3 machine, and Rick's trying his best to find the correct lines, particularly around that higher section at Scarperia and Pelagio, but he can get as best exit as he can out of Buccini. The GT3 is going to have the straight line speed, as is proved now. Santilok Audi is just disappearing up the road a little bit.
Especially on a 1 kilometre long straight, and if anything, the Santilok Audi does not want to have a pesky Porsche 992 get by him and start holding him up. And in fairness, he's being held up slightly by, just trying to identify who that is, that car just ahead of him. It's the Red Ant Racing Porsche of Yannick Rodon, the 903. They're currently 15th position, but Rick Breukers beginning to look a little impatient, isn't he? He goes from the left, he goes to the right behind the Audi. He's trying to find a way by, and on the back section of corners into Casanova and through the left-hander on towards Arrabbiata. He's not really going to have the aero capabilities of keeping with that Audi through that very fast right-hander. The second of the Arrabbiatas is a little bit quicker and opens out, goes over a brow into Scarperia. Very tight right-hander, but heavy brake use there.
I was about to say, this little quartet has found one of the Hoffa Motorsport by Bonk Motorsport BMWs, and I thought that was going to create even more of a concertina effect and might have provided Rick a bigger opportunity of at least getting by Pierre-Yves Pack. But all 4 GT-type cars whistled by the TC entered BMW very quickly.
He got well out of the way, didn't he? He's ready for that. The TC class, in fairness, these Hofer Bonk BMWs are the slowest cars here. They're not slow race cars. They're a beautiful machine, the BMW M2, but he knows he's the slowest class and he's ready in his mirrors for those GT cars coming through, whether it's a Porsche Cup car or indeed a GT3 car.
So Rick Breukers, even if he did get ahead of Pierre-Yves Pack, would then be presented with 2 further Porsche cars. I suppose he does have a slight advantage in that he has experience of driving an Audi R8, indeed winning in Audi R8s at the Dubai 24 Hours and then at the Daytona 24 in an Audi GT3 car. So he'll know where that car is likely to be strong. Very little aero on his Porsche Cup car though, which might mean that he's not going to be massively affected by aero wash coming off the back of the Audi. Meanwhile, Holmgard Motorsports VW Golf about to be lapped by the overall GT Series race leader, and Nick Whitmer wasting no time going the high side of that VW Golf into the right-hander at Corin Chow. And that art car livery on the ST Racing machine from Canada doing nicely here, 1.5 seconds to the good.
That gap had come down to half a second. I think they're just taunting us with that lead. Yeah. But of course, traffic now coming into play, and traffic will be a factor for the whole of this 12-hour race. Of course, they had free space in front of them, and the gap was 1.4. It's back out at 1.5, Johnny, let's call it that. Let's not be pedantic. It's 1.5 seconds again. So Pierre Caffer, he's sitting there, he's in second place, he can see the BMW up ahead, and it's all about timing where you're going to get past those slow class cars. It really is. I use this term, I'm pretty sure everybody's going to be sick of me saying this, but it really is a high-speed game of chess at this level.
It's about staying in contention, and we were talking about that during the build-up ahead of the start of part 1 of this race. But if you're unfamiliar with what happens overnight, basically the grid is not reset, but the gaps disappear so long as you are still on the same lap as those other cars in your class. The crucial thing, if you can prevent it, is to stop laps developing between each of those cars. So if you get lapped, let's say on the final lap of today's part of the race, you will start a full 5.2 kilometres behind a car that you will be metres from on tomorrow's grid. So, and we've seen strategy utilised in the closing stages of part 1 just to make sure that cars stay on the lead lap. There's a place change there. That's Marco Fretzer, I think, in car number 8, jumping ahead of Martin Conrad. Yes, it is. And the Kessel Racing Ferrari was shaping up that bright yellow Mercedes for a couple of corners. Joe was getting very excited ahead of that, and it was a good overtake in the end. Now, is there a problem for the 91 Porsche that looks suspiciously like it might have a puncture this early on in the race? We're barely 20 minutes in, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, I was just about to say that battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th was beginning to heat up. Now we've got the Kessel Ferrari ahead of both the Manfield, the Mercedes of Martin Conrad, and Robert Renauer in the Herbeth Porsche. And the Herbeth Porsche did slow up a little bit artificially there, didn't he? And we'll have that confirmed as they come through. Yeah, the 91 has dropped right off the back of the Mercedes now, so a change for 3rd and 4th with the Kessel Ferrari going into 3rd, the Manfield, that's the bright yellow car, into 4th. But the question is, where is the Herbeth Porsche? Was it a misgear? Was it a problem?
Well, it's not in the top 5, and it's surely going to be heading to the pits, because nor is it in the top 8 either. Big dramas for one of many fans' favourites heading into this event. The number 91 Porsche of Herbert Motorsport still has not appeared at the end of lap 10.
He's dropping down the order, John. He's down to 12th now.
He's still not appeared in the pit lane either. So Robert Renauer has finally arrived into pit lane. I think that's a puncture and nothing more serious. Keep our fingers crossed that that is the case, but it was off the track and up on the curb, and I think Robert knew he had a problem and didn't want to disrupt those cars around him, but there was a natural bottleneck formed there into the right-hander at the top of the hill in Scarperia and Pelagio, and thankfully everyone's managed to get by. Yeah. That's exactly what it was, a rear right puncture by the looks of things, and you described in your programme in the column, in the programme I should say, right way round, Joe, that the left rear takes a pounding round here, it being a clockwise circuit. But that looked, I mean, I didn't see the pit stop itself, like it was possibly more like to be a right rear puncture, but that's not going to have come from where. That's presumably debris that's been picked up, maybe from a support race earlier on. We have got a busy weekend here at Mugello with plenty happening away from the 24-hour series cars. But
I'm sure Di will find out exactly what that was.
Yeah,
it's a bit early
back in the race.
It's a bit early though, Johnny, for the durability to be brought into question.
Hugely
there.
too early. Yeah.
I think, and remember, Mugello, it's a MotoGP circuit, so we have very shallow curbing here. There are no sharp curbing here. This is a motorcycle venue, so all the curbs can be used without any concern. It's not like other places where we have those massive sausage curbs that can cause problems with not just tyres but suspension even. So I'm a bit bemused as to why that is. It's sometimes just a bit of bad luck, just picking up a puncture can easily happen. Change of lead.
Yes. Now, how did Pierre Caffer get ahead of Nick Whitmer? Because being suggested to me that it's to do with the pit stop. Neither car has come in yet, so Whitmer clearly was slower on one of those laps. What was Whitmer's time last time through? A 153.5. When that car is capable of doing a 150.3. So maybe a mistake, or was it the tangle? It can't have been the tangle around Herbert, because Herbert's car was behind them.
Yeah.
Traffic that was maybe better read from Pierre Caffer's perspective. Either way, the German is now ahead of Canadian driver Nick Whitmer.
I did say, Johnny, it's all about how you manage that traffic and just gauge your timing as to when you can pass without causing any concern to your lap time. However, sometimes you just happen upon a slow class car in a place on the track which is really going to disadvantage you, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's the story we get from Nick Whitmer when he gets out of that number one BMW, and likewise when we speak to Pierre Caffer when he hands over the Phoenix Racing Audi. That will be the story for Di to find and get to the bottom of. How did he get past? Well, the question is answered. He has gotten past, and Pierre Caffer, with that experienced pair of hands, now behind the wheel of the number 18 in the lead of this race. We'll see just what he can do. The gap is only half a second, so the BMW's not dropping away. And another story to keep an eye on in the next, 5 hours, just 5 hours and 7 minutes to go in this afternoon's first segment of the 12 Hours of Mugello, is the 91 and the damage limitation exercise it now finds itself in. It's dropped right down the order, and it's now in 26th, Johnny. It's still on the lead lap as far as I can see, or has it? No, it's dropped off the lead lap already. So that's quite a task for those tacticians at Herbert to get that car back into contention.
Off the lead lap. Now, it's only a minute behind. I know that's a minute behind the car that's in 12th position. It's a 50-second pit stop, so I'd be very surprised if the car's off the lead lap. It may well be a good minute and 20 back now on a lap that would take you a minute and 50. And the easy bit now from Robert Renault's perspective is working his way through Porsche Cup cars, because the extra aero that his GT3 machine has should see an easy advantage. But then the further up the field he gets, the more difficult it's going to be to penetrate that top 10 and try and get back into the reckoning by the end of the day. But all of a sudden the challenge switches in the matter of seconds for Herbert Motorsport, and it is a battle for survival now, and trying to get as close to race leader Pierre Caffer as he can by 6:30 tonight. The gap between the two leaders, half a second. Neither of those cars have pitted yet, remember. I wonder whether it crossed Herbert Motorsport's strategist's mind as to whether it will be worth coming in for some fuel at that point. But we've had not yet half an hour of the race. There's probably barely any space in the tank to put fuel in.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Johnny, because it's perhaps time to tell everybody what happens here
Yes.
with the 24-8 series. There is no fueling done at the pit garage on the pit apron outside. The fueling has to be done, in this case at Mugello, the fueling area is on pit in. So when you come in with a problem like the Herbert car did there, you've got a puncture, you've got whatever that might be, a damaged car, maybe we'll see later in the race. The choices are, do I take my damaged car, in this case the Herbert car, do I take my car with a flat tyre into the fueling area first, or do I go to the pit garage and repair the car and then think about fueling later? We will see a variation on that theme, and decisions have to be made, maybe by the team, maybe by the driver, but in this case the Herbert car missed the fueling and went straight to the pit garage. There are other venues on the calendar where the fueling area is after the pit garage, so then the choice is taken out of your hands. You can get fuel later on. In this case, he hasn't been able to do that tactically and take on more fuel and perhaps spread that fuel window a little bit more after that pit stop. So purely, Johnny, in a nutshell, that unscheduled pit stop for that puncher has been to that car's disadvantage. There's no way that you can gain anything from that other than losing track time.
No, and no matter how quick thinking you are, they did have a bit of warning, because we obviously caught it from our vantage point that the car was going slowly, so they could prepare a spare Hankook tyre. No limitation on rubber throughout the course of this weekend. There have never been, as far as I know, a tyre restriction, unlike some other championships around Europe. So you can throw tyres at those cars, but there'll be a bit of a question mark as to what's caused that and whether another tyre might go bang rather prematurely. Busy heading into Buccine corner, and the Bentley has found one of the Vortex 1.0s. Couldn't quite dart past it. Bob Herber in the braking area. There was also a stranded car on the outside of Buccine. I couldn't even work out whether that car was facing in the right direction. But yellow flags being displayed there into turn 15 as a Mercedes drifts off into pit lane 2. It wasn't facing in the right direction. It's the 728 HRT performance car that has had a moment then and will turn around. Kerong Lee now on the inside of Buccine corner on the grass to a safer location and will blend back onto the racetrack with the hazard warning lights flashing. So Kerong quick to react to that, stuck the hazards on, but not a nice place to be sitting on the outside of Buccine on the curbs.
And it looked like he lost it going into the corner, Johnny. So remember, that's the team in that 728, the Porsche. That's the team that would have liked to have been running a Liebherr Motorsport Lamborghini, but they've dropped back into that 992 Porsche to gather points in GTX. We spoke to Jean-Francois Bruno on the grid, so they'll not be happy with that. And it's, you know, the Porsche 911, the way that car handles is completely unique. It doesn't handle like a mid-engine car. It's got all of the weight over the rear axle, and you can sometimes find the car very out of balance if you're not really with it, and it looks like he's lost it under braking there.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Bentley. The Bentley did get by the CP Racing Mercedes, and it had got by the Jutta Racing Audi, and Bob Herber has got that car now in the 6th place. And Bob Herber, didn't just buy one Bentley Continental GT3 to go racing with, he bought 2. One of the cars which is the very car that won the 2020 Bathurst 12 Hours. And I'm not sure whether that's this car or the car that we heard Bas Kuiten tell us is running in the Dutch Supercar Challenge.
Yes.
So that's another tick. Write that down, Di. We want to know if this is the Bathurst winning car or whether that one's being kept for the Dutch Supercar Challenge. But story there, Bob Herber up to 6th, and that's great. Absolutely fabulous to see that Bentley in this field.
Yeah, that was the year at Bathurst that Jules Gounon, Jordan Pepper, Maxime Soulet took victory by quite a large margin in Bathurst 12-hour terms of over 40 seconds from the 59 Racing McLaren. But I do remember, have firm memories of that particular year, and brilliant that X car is potentially, if not already, in a 24H series race. Di, I mentioned a short time ago that I thought I'd seen a Mercedes peel off and into the pit lane earlier than scheduled, and you know exactly which car that was.
It is. It was the number 85 CP Racing car. It has come into the pit lane, gone back out, and basically they thought there was a code 60, so they reacted early when they saw the spinning car and made their way in. So they've come in and lost a fair amount of time. I didn't actually see the time restrictions when they came in, but they've come in and changed tyres and gone straight back out.
Right, so trying to preempt a code 60 as Christophe Delcouteau has now ground to a halt in his number 703 Vortex 1.0. This may very easily cause a purple flag Code 60 segment. If you are brand new to 24-hour series racing, you're probably wondering what on earth I'm talking about with a Code 60. Well, it's like a caution. It's like a virtual safety car, actually, in Formula One racing, but enforces a 60 km/h speed limit around the track to make a safe environment for marshals to launch into action and deal with the recovery of a car, which they may well need to do for Christoph here in Vortex number 703. At the moment, the track remains green, although this area will be being covered by yellow flags. Now we do go Code 60. I'm trying to work out, Joe, exactly where on the circuit this is.
I'm doing that as well and failing miserably, Johnny. Turn 2, it says.
Yeah, I was about to say it's either 2 or 4. It's on the climb up in the early part of the lap.
So it's out of turn 1, up the hill, and then it's going off just to the right before you go into, is that the Luco corner? The first left-hander, followed by...
It will be, yes.
Poggio Secco. So that left-right, it's just before that. And into the pits, taking full advantage of this Code 60, are our leaders. Nick Wittmer in the number 1, he's chosen to come in the pits. Elmar Grimm in the Car Collection Audi, he's in the pits. And also into the pits, the MP Racing Mercedes of David Gostner. However, more significant perhaps is Pierre Caffer, who was leading this race, has stayed out.
Christophe Decoulteau, who is at the wheel of that Vortex, Parisian, by my records, last raced in 2012. Now, Diana and I caught up with Christophe a little earlier on in the weekend, I think Thursday, when we first arrived, and he was very excited indeed to be part of the Vortex programme, but I hadn't realised it's been nearly 10 years since he was last racing, at least at an international level, within motorsport. And I happened to suggest that maybe, you know, the fans are taking interest in the Vortex, no matter how many turn up. We've got 3 of them in this year's race. Sometimes because of their reliability troubles, shall we say. There's always a bit of a question mark as to whether the Vortex will get to the finish, and already an issue, sadly, for Christoph's car, but they will get it running again, I'm sure.
Usually the Vortex does get to the finish, however, it's gone through a very character-building process.
Yes, it has.
For those mechanics.
Not the easiest route from the red lights going out to the checkered flag.
Great little car.
A great illustration, if you're enjoying our visuals and audio perfectly synced on the live stream, radio-show.co.uk for that, of the fueling quadrant, because as you peel off into pit road, you have 2 options. You can either continue on and head to your team, which will be based, they are based in the conventional garages here at Mugello, or you can take a sharp right, dip your speed yet further from 40 kph, which is the pit lane speed limit, to 20 kph into the fueling area, which is normally part of the paddock. But it's been coned off and is dedicated to fueling, as it is annually at the Mugello 12 hours. Of course, when you come in during a Code 60, there's no confirmation that there'll be a free fuel bay. And that's down to your team member communicating whether it is worth coming in for fuel or not. Sometimes we just see cars queuing up and waiting for the next available area, very similar to your local supermarket.
And just to remind anybody that's new to the series that when you do pit under Code 60, you are only allowed to take 50% of your fuel allocation. So you can't take a full fuel tank. You're allowed 90 litres, 100 litres, depending on what your car's being classified as being allowed. Under Code 60, you're only allowed to take 50% of that allocation. So if you've got, say, you're allowed to take 90 litres, under Code 60, you're only allowed to take 45. If you've only got room for 20 in the tank, that's excellent, because you're now topping up the tank and you've got a whole new, brand new fuel window. So that is a consideration that the teams will play into, and perhaps one of the masters at how to work these Code 60 and when to work your fuel stops into that process is Herbert Motorsport. That's why I'm thinking, even after that puncture, you still can't discount them with 5 hours of this segment and another 6.5 hours to go tomorrow.
The other question is, how long is any particular Code 60 going to last for? This is a 5 kilometre circuit, and sometimes you can get around for 2 Code 60 pit stops and therefore get a full tank that way. Now, Pierre Caffer has reached a point where he can get into pit lane, but it's a game of patience often. If you are heading into turns 1 and 2 when the Code 60 comes out, then that's a long time until you then finally come out of turn 15 and are in a position to make a pit stop. So the Vortex is being recovered now at Luco corner, and that's being tractored out of the way. Gives us a perfect opportunity to head to Diana, who's got an update from CP Racing.
Well, hello, I'm Charlie Putman with CP Racing. I've been driving in Creventic for several years, and I just found out 45 races now at this point. 12 Hours of Mugello is one of our favorite races. I mean, everyone likes the 24 hours, but the 12 hour is great also. So we like running the 12 Hours of Mugello. We love the town, Scarperia. It's a great place to be and come and enjoy ourselves. The track is not only historic, but it's a lot of fun to drive. So this is always one of our favorite events. It's the kind of place you would take your family, and so it's kind of a fun place for us to all come together and race.
Charlie Putman chatting, waxing lyrically about this fantastic venue that he has much experience of. I'll have to track through my records to see how many times Charlie Putman has been here at Mugello. Total number of races is mightily impressive for the American. I make this his 46th race with the 24H series. Exactly the same number as Charles Espenlaub, his long-time driving partner. Joe Foster, a poor effort at 38 races so far. This will be his 39th.
Former champions as well, overall champions as well, a couple of years ago. Just to remind everybody as well, and I fell foul of this at Sebring last weekend. So we're in the 24H series. Doesn't matter what has happened to the car is recovered back to the pits, and the team can get the car back in the race. Doesn't matter what it takes. Outside assistance doesn't become a factor. And I fell foul of that. I said to one of the competitors last week at Sebring, so do you think you'll be able to repair the car? And he said, well, no, it's coming back on a truck. We're not allowed to touch the car. It's like, I love this rule. Get the car back to the pits. You've been massively disadvantaged by having it come back on a flatbed. That's the disadvantage. That's what's going to ruin your race for you with a mechanical problem. But the hashtag this is endurance, the very spirit of endurance racing is we can repair it. We can repair it and we can crack on, get back into the race and just see where we finish. And the challenge, I've always found the challenge in endurance racing is not so much where you finish, it's how you finish and just getting that car, the challenge of getting that car and whatever adversity is thrown at you, just to react to it and get that car back in the race. And I just love this series for that.
It's all about trying to involve as many cars as possible, and regardless of how many laps down you are, get to the finish. And if necessary, take a 10-lap penalty overnight. It's not the ideal scenario, but if it means you can continue doing 6.5 hours of running tomorrow, needs must sometimes, and we've seen a number of big teams having to sadly sit out the Parc Fermé strict rules and just take the penalty on the chin and see what you could make of day two's action. Robert Renauer is now running in 21st position. And speaking of the number 91 car, so one Renauer in the car, the other Renauer is chatting to Di.
Well, actually, it's not. He's quite busy at the moment. They're working out their strategy down here. So Ralph Bon is chatting to me inside the garage. Obviously, we saw at the beginning you had a puncture, so you had to come in, and that clearly changed your strategy. You've now come back in under that code 60. Where does that leave you?
Well, we don't know the reason yet, but the pressure was off from the rear left, and so we had to change the tire, and now we're working on a new strategy.
And what have you learned from the guys who are just making up that strategy right now?
Well, they're still doing, so I cannot say more than before, sorry.
I mean, it's so early on into the race, isn't it? And we always know that there are challenges. It's endurance racing, so you've just got to deal with the hand that you're given.
Well, it's always the same sentence. It's early in the race, but it's not a good start so far. Let's see what happens next.
Is that where the experience from the team and yourselves as drivers comes into play?
Yeah, stay calm and continue. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Ralph.
Thank you.
Ralph Bone chatting to Di. And this is Joe Bradley.
Yeah, we've got a few people joining us, and we just great to see that the sim racing bar steward is joining us from a sunny Blackpool in his caravan, watching the race on 4G. It's as warm as a warm day at Le Mans. That must be pretty hot then. Looking forward to the race. Great to have you with us. Yoda's uncle is with us. Great to have you along as well. And Yoda's uncle asks, did the number 1 car get in before the code 60 was called to be able to get a full fuel load? The simple answer is no. It came in, and I can tell that because our timing screens tell me that they are under the timing. The pit stop time, I should say. Let's start again, Bradley. The pit stop time comes up in purple, and that denotes that the car came in under purple conditions. We have gone back to green, Johnny, and just as a Alan Prosser, the vortex stopping on the track is no longer allowed in the 24H Series bingo, as it's classified as a given. Yeah, I mean, we did mention the fact that these cars are very challenging to run in the series, and yes, I'm pretty sure the Vortex team will be getting that car back out and in this race, though, as I've said to everyone, and that's why I think we all agree that the challenge of endurance racing is not so much where you finish, albeit, yeah, we'd all like to finish on the podium, but the challenge is just to get to the finish. 12 hours is a long race, and then add in the complexity of having a break overnight. The cars are in parc fermé conditions. Yes, tomorrow morning the teams are allowed their cars for the warm-up process, but then it'll be a complete reset and we restart. If you're a lap off or 2 laps off, that's the way you'll start tomorrow. So these teams, especially the teams at the front of the field or even at the front of their class, will want to stay on their class leader's leading lap. They'll want to stay in touch with the car that's leading the class, and that's what today is all about, maintaining that, and then a full reset tomorrow, bumper to bumper restart, and we go racing for 6.5 hours.
And with nearly 45 minutes of action under our belts, some of the new Porsche 992 cars, one of which is being driven by Johan Kristoffersson for HRT Performance, just heading through the sequence of corners in the early phase of the lap, through the left-right sequence, and then down through Casanova and Savelli. And on our live stream, we have not one but 2 drone cameras in action, one of which is covering turn number 1 superbly. It's less of a 180-degree right-hand hairpin than I'd considered, but I've never actually seen it from an aerial viewpoint, so that's very useful to me to see quite the angle down at San Donato, and then into Luco and Poggio Secco. Turns 1, 2 and 3 are always rather tricky in the early stages of the lap, and the other end of the scale into the 3rd sector goes the number 34 Almar Grimm Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8. We were enjoying the audio of his 5.2 litre V10 not too long ago. TC BMW, a couple of them here this weekend for Hoffa Racing, but run by the German squad Bonk Motorsport. Cars 331 and 332. Yes, the slowest cars in the field, but they are some of the most entertaining to drive and indeed to watch being driven. They're often sideways, being driven on their door handles around the Mugello circuit. Also, up and over the curb there, the Sonax VW Golf from Danish squad Holmgaard Motorsport, and the TCE series well represented with TCR cars. So car number 102 looking to get closer to the top 3 machines. Noka Racing Team with their VW Golf leading the TCE series part of the race at the moment with Sten Dorian Pirimaggi. In fact, no, I'll say that again. Viluga, Porsche 718 Cayman is actually leading the TCE series with their TCX Porsche Cayman. Now we have a Cayman which is part of the GT4 part of the race, and the TCX version from British squad Viluga. And Bradley Ellis in car number 205. Probably didn't go as quickly in qualifying as he would have liked, but now getting those qualification type laps in the race.
He didn't pit as well, Johnny. That's how he's moved up the order, and that's why he's moved up the order, and perhaps artificially in amongst all the GT runners, that some of which have pitted. He's up to 22nd overall, and that's by dint of him not pit stopping under that code 60. Another couple of cars that have done the same is the cars that currently lead. It's the Jutta Racing Audi that's just taken the lead, and it's Julius Adamovicius at the wheel of that car. Now he has just gotten ahead of the Bodar by Bascute and Bentley. I was about to say a Bentley leads the Mugello 12 hours, but that was very short-lived as the Jutta Racing Audi got by Bob Herber again, another driver to choose not to pit. So both of those teams, Jutta Racing and Boda by Baskuten, have chosen not to pit under that Code 60 condition, and they're just sticking with their strategy. It was relatively early in this stint, with 4 hours and 45 remaining. We've had about 45 minutes of racing, so it is relatively early. These cars at the front, the GT3 cars, can do about 55 minutes fuel window by my last calculation. So we are getting close to seeing those two cars that are at the front of this overall field, currently running in Jutta Racing in GT3, which is GT3 Pro, and the Bentley currently leading GT3 AM. The first of the GT3 Pro-Am cars, that's Michael Doppelmayr, now having taken over the number 18 from Pierre Caffer in that Phoenix Racing Audi. They're currently third. Bit of an update on where the number 911 numbered car is, the Herbert car. That car did pit earlier on for a puncture, and then also pitted under the Code 60. And Herbert car, Robert Renaud was saying at the wheel of the 91, I should say it, that Porsche 911 GT3 are currently 4th in GT3 and 18th overall. So, you know what, Johnny, as I expected, the Herbert car has crept up the order. It's showing 2 pit stops though, so for to be 18th overall after that unscheduled stop for a puncture, that's on course to continue that progress.
Holmgaard Motorsport again looking to just get more into contention. Jonas Holmgaard doing well in 4th position in the TCR part of the race. And let's try and give you the order actually within TCE, flesh that out a little bit. So as mentioned, TCX are the race leaders within the TCE series with Valuga and Bradley Ellis. Second in TCE is the first of the TCR cars and Noka Racing team with Wolf Power Racing's Marcus Menden next up. Then the BBR crew with Charia Nua in the Cupra Leon Competition. Now Charia I don't think took part in qualifying, so first action, meaningful action in the 159 car for Charia, producing times that are well in the ballpark actually. Last time around it was a 2:04. The car is capable, more quicker phases, of a 2 minutes 0.7, and the qualifying time was even quicker than that. So I think the BBR car will rise to the surface as we get later into the race. Holmgaard Motorsport 4th in TCR but 5th in the TCE series. 6th place for the SK Racing Ligier JS2R for Franck Ebou-Deri, and then you've got the 2 TC cars, Rainer Bartel and Michael Meyer, both of Hoffer Racing, 331 circulating ahead of 332. Porsche's getting close to one another, a GT3 car having to go around the outside of one of the 2 brand new Porsche Loriot Racing 992 cars, but there is a BMW off in the gravel, and as I was talking about the Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport to BMWs, the 331 that was leading the TC class has left the road at Corin Chao corner. The Audi is off as well, and I only know that because I can see it with my own eyes from the commentary box. The 34 Audi of Car Collection Motorsport in the kitty litter as well on the approach, or rather just beyond Corin Chao corner, which is the other side of the very large and looming grandstand from our commentary position. And have they gone off one in sympathy of the other, or was there some contact in the braking area? Either way, as we find that out, we'll be going into our second Code 60 with not yet 1 hour completed, Joe.
So it's the 331 BMW and the 34 in the gravel trap, almost symmetrically positioned in that gravel trap. I'd call that a clue, Johnny. I think that maybe we've had the Audi trip over the BMW in the TC class. It is the slowest class, and I'm not being unfair that there's still quite a race car, those BMW M2s. The recovery truck, the recovery vehicle, it's a bit of it's like a JCB with a big chain on the front and 2 arms. That's going to lift up the Audi first, it looks like, and that Audi will be placed back onto the tarmac part of the track, Meanwhile, the BMW continues to spin its rear wheels and dig itself deeper into the gravel. So straps being placed on the wheels of the Audi. That will be just basically lifted up and plonked right back onto the track. That car will, I would imagine, make its way back to the pits for an inspection. Now, those bits of gravel and stones get everywhere, and maybe a change of tyres is on the cards. The 34 was in 10th when that happened. It's now dropping down the order. Elmar Grimm at the wheel of that car. Did you say Elmar has already completed 50 races in the 24-H series?
Not quite.
Bit of a stalwart to the series in that car, isn't he?
Now, have I got the right sheet of paper to tell you that? 38 races.
All right, okay, so he's a little bit off.
Yes.
But he is a stalwart of that, not just of this series, but as part of the car collection driver lineup. That car just being dragged by the recovery, the Snatch Tractor, as it's affectionately known. Just turned around. It'll be pointing towards the tarmac. We're under code 60. We have got a few of our runners choosing to pit again. One of the runners is Rick Breukers in the Red Camel Jordan's Porsche. They are second in the 992 class and chasing down that HRT Performance Porsche. That's quite a bit ahead of it on the road. Johan Christoffersen at the wheel of the 929 numbered car, currently leading the 992 class in 11th. Rick Breukers down in 20th. Car just ahead of him, the Orchid Racing Porsche. They're in the 992 AM category, just ahead of them on the road. And Ruud Olli is in the GR Motorsport BMW M6. It's the M6 in GT3 AM, currently 5th in that class. And Robert Renauer, the 91. Keep an eye on what they do, everybody, because they are very, very good with using the code 60s tactically. And I see Robert Renauer has been in the pits, no doubt, to top off that fuel. He's now gone back out, and he's on his outlap in the 91, down to 15th overall. Meanwhile, Elmar Grimm is back on track and making his way, more than likely, back to the pits to get rid of all that gravel. And the Snatch Tractor now focusing on retrieving the BMW. So we're still a little bit off going green, and maybe an idea to give everybody an idea of who is where, with 23 laps completed, coming up to 4.5 hours remaining this afternoon. So 4.5 hours of racing for you this afternoon. Currently leading is the Kessel Racing Ferrari. It's the number 8, and I just love the livery of that Kessel Ferrari. It's got a very retro livery. The car is black, but it's got those huge round roundels with the number 8. And it's a bit retro, isn't it, in that design? Reminds me of the Nart Ferrari. If that was red, which I've seen that car run with that roundel. Red. Yeah. It reminds me of the Nart Ferraris, North American racing team Ferraris back in the early 70s, late 60s. And it just looks, I'm old. So, of course, it's going to remind me of that era. Second place,
Bygone days.
Bygone days, yeah. Rose-tinted, of course.
Yes, always.
Yeah. Martin Conrad is in the Mercedes. That's the man filter car, the bright yellow and green. He's in second. Reed Harker in the Earl Bamber Motorsport. That's a car that's been creeping up now, Johnny. The 61, that's kind of been in stealth mode there, and there he is in third spot. The Jutta Racing Audi has just been in the pits to take advantage of the purple phase, and that car is back out on the track on its outlap. The early leader, the BMW M4 of ST Racing, Nick Witt, still at the wheel of the number 1, is in 5th. Then we've got another early leader. It was those two cars that were kind of controlling the pace of this race earlier on, is the number 18, Phoenix Racing Audi, Michael Doppelmayr at the wheel of that car on an outlap as well. Bob Herbert in the Bentley, they're 7th. And then it's the Redon family in the Renault Racing Porsche, currently leading the 992 AM class, but they are 8th overall. That's quite an effort there to get that far up the field in what is effectively a Porsche Cup AM category.
So 2 cars off at Corin Chow. Now, the 34 Audi, I reckon, was given a helping hand back onto hard standing and continued on around the lap. The BMW isn't yet under its own steam and is being moved with the Snatch vehicle obviously giving it a helping hand. Now, whether the plan for that is that it will be restarted perhaps behind the tyre wall, we'll have to wait and see. But it is the 331 BMW affected in this incident. Rainer Partl was driving that. And Diana, you've had a word with those at Car Collection Motorsport. The other car involved was the 34 Audi, and they are positive as to exactly what happened with that incident.
They are. The car has come into the garage and they've just wheeled it in to the garage to take a better look round, but there is some damage to the rear end of the car, so it definitely was hit in some description on track, as you've already mentioned. They're pulling out all the gravel from the front now and having a good look round, but I think they might be there for a period of time.
Yeah, but the crucial thing, the quote from Car Collection, is that we were hit. Now, what we haven't heard yet is the argument from Hoffa Racing to give us the counter viewpoint. There's always two sides of the coin, two sides of the story. But with both cars now safely recovered, one not yet back to the pits, we are back to green racing. So the difficulty now for the Bonk Motorsport prepared car is it's sort of trapped up there on the hill. I mean, I can see it, Joe, from our viewpoint, facing the wrong way, rear wheels in contact with the ground, but the front's definitely not. How long is that going to be there for?
Is it still attached to the snatch tracker, Johnny?
It is.
It is, yeah. I would imagine it's just a process of unhooking those front wheels. The good news for the Vortex fans is the Vortex has managed to get back to the pit lane, albeit on a recovery vehicle, and now being pushed back to its garage for the Vortex team to have a look and see what the issue is there, and they will invariably get that car back into this race. But the good news is it's made it home.
Marco Frezza and Kessel Racing's Ferrari then leading in the GT3 category. Remember, there are 3 layers of GT3 classes this year in the 24H series. GT3 Straight, then GT3 Pro-Am, and that's dictated by your driver lineup, as is GT3 Am as well. And we've got a variety of different driver combinations represented in the top 4, actually, because first and third are GT3. GT3 Am in second position with the Martin Conrad Mann-Filter Team Landgraf Mercedes, and that's the one Bernd Schneider will appear in later on. And then the Pro-Am leader is in fourth position with Nick Whitmer driving that for the opening stint, car number 1. Fifth position for Julius Adomavicius in the first of a couple of Jutta Racing. Well, the first one is an Audi R8, the other car is a Porsche from the Lithuanian squad, and Julius installed for the opening stint, and that's not changed. Michael Doppelmayr has now taken over from Pierre Caffer in the number 18 Phoenix Racing Audi. Now 4 drivers for Phoenix this weekend. Michael, though, did not take part in qualifying. That instead was left to Sven Herberger for the first time, Elia Earhart for the second qualifying time, and Pierre Caffer, of course, for the third. So Michael Doppelmayr now putting in his Am time for the Pro-Am Audi, running in 6th position. With his greatest respect to Michael Doppelmayr, this is where I will suspect Phoenix Racing's Audi will lose some time in comparison to some of the other cars out there, and they've got to manage that. Now, Michael knows the time that he is comfortable in lapping at here at Mugello, and does have some circuit experience. So Phoenix, with all of their 12-hour, 24-hour races under their belt already, they will have factored in the times that Michael is expected to do, and that will weave very comfortably into their strategy. 2 by 2 heading now out of the first corner. Nice little dice is developing, whether that's lappery or battles within class. And Nick Whitmer, younger brother of Kuno, if you were wondering, from Hudson in Quebec, heading through the left-right sequence in the early part of the lap. Did lead the race in the early stages. That car has just drifted back to 4th position. It has stopped, though, as has every car, I think, in the race. Certainly in the GT ranks, every car has already come in for at least one stop and taking advantage of that early Code 60.
A car that didn't stop at all and didn't choose to stop in either of those 2 Code 60s that we've had is the current TCE leader. It's the Noka Racing Volkswagen GTI that currently leads TCE. It's a TCR class car, and it's completed, how many laps have we completed? Totally lost my section on the timing screen, but that car's quite ahead of the next of our TCE runners, which is still, if you discount that car because it still owes us a pit stop, It's still the TCX right behind it on the road, and that's the Veluga Porsche Cayman. Bradley Ellis has stayed at the wheel. They have pit stopped under that when we had that second code 60, but the only car, there's only 2 cars, Johnny, of what I can see on the timing screen, that always pit stops. That's the Noka Racing Team, they're leading TCR and TCE, and the HRT Performance Porsche of Karen Lee, who are running that 992 in TCX. They remain out there on the track as well. So the TCX battle beginning to get a little bit interesting, because we've got Bradley Ellis in the Porsche 718 Cayman, who was pitted, and we've got the Karen Lee HRT Performance Porsche, who hasn't. So I'm not sure whether that was the right call there from that car, or any of the cars that haven't taken advantage of that code 60. And of course that was a long enough code 60 to have come around. If the timing was wrong and you weren't anywhere near the pit entrance, it was a long enough period of time with 2 cars off in the gravel being recovered. That's always an indication that's going to be a relatively long one. I say relatively, it's not going to take a half an hour, but at least all you need is a 10 or 15 minute code 60 period, and then you can take advantage of it. Update on the 91. That car in the hands of Robert Reinauer still, and that car up to 12th spot, 25 laps completed, and just off the lead lap still as far as I can make out. So still a recovery drive for the Herbeth car, but even so, as I say that, yeah, it's still just off the lead lap. 26 laps completed. The leader, Marco Frezza, in the Castle Racing Ferrari, he's completed 27. Lapping in the 156s, Reinauer lapping in the 152s last time by. And the Herbeth car, best lap time of a 151.3, 151.1. So they're very, very close on lap performance. So it's how they get through the traffic, and more importantly, how tactically they use the vagaries of endurance racing here in the 24H series. What I mean by that is how they use the code 60s and extend that fuel window, continually extending that fuel window, back timing to the last stint of the day.
So the svelte Lamborghini number 720, which is the RD Sainz car from Lithuania, squeezing up the inside there of Colin Chao corner and putting another lap on one of the TCE series cars. 720 is just trying to find that in terms of the order. It's way up in 9th position, that's why. So Paulius Paskevicius, hadn't expected that car to be doing quite as well as it is, but the GTX race leader breaking into the top 10 and having made a stop, so got half a tank of fuel on board. And they are doing very nicely indeed, with Paskevicius, one of a number of Lithuanian drivers scheduled to be driving that car through the course of the 12 hours.
They were getting towards an empty tank, weren't they? We were about 45 minutes in.
Yeah.
So that code 60 was perfectly timed for some of those runners. Of course, they're not allowed to fill their tank. They're only allowed 50% allocation. So it's going to be a shorter stint if we are green for the next element of this race.
Paskevicius, an interesting story, actually only started racing in the 24-hour series last year. A couple of races he did with RD Sainz, again in a GTX entered Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. So they did Mugello last year, and he also did the race at Hungaroring that was held last year as well, eventually finishing in 10th position in the overall standings. I wonder where that car finished in the Mugello 12 hours in 2021. 32nd position, but in GTX that was actually a 4th place finish for the Liao RD Sainz Racing Team Lamborghini, and it's a very similar driver lineup that they have brought to this Italian venue for the second year running.
We've generated a bit of interest in those Vortex cars, Johnny.
Oh, yes.
A bit of interest asking what exactly the problem was. I'm sure Diana will be heading down to Vortex and we'll have a report shortly on just what the problem was that brought that car to a halt and subsequently brought back to the pits on a flatbed. So we'll have that Fear Not collective. We'll have that information on the Vortex with you, and it'll give us an indication as to whether or not that car can be repaired and join back in with the race. Hopefully it's not an engine failure or a gearbox failure or something major. I'm pretty sure if it's a gearbox, they'll have a spare. They brought 3 cars along this weekend, and the garage looking great there with the 3 Vortex cars with their flip doors up, pointing up towards the ceiling, all there on display. It looks quite an effort. So we've just clicked by 4.5 hours, 4 hours and 24 minutes to be precise, with the gap at the front out to 9.5 seconds now between the Ferrari of Kessel Racing and the Manfilter Mercedes. Last time through, the Ferrari lapping slightly quicker than the Mercedes, so that gap being extended. We've then got a gap of 7 seconds between the 4th place BMW of ST Racing and the Old Bamba Motorsport Porsche. Reid Harker now at the wheel of the 61 in 3rd. Nick Whitmer, who started the ST Racing car, remember, he's still at the wheel, and the gap just under 10 seconds between those 2 runners in 3rd and 4th. So, and do I see a Vortex rejoining? I'm not sure what the number of that car was, but I'm pretty sure we've got a Vortex rejoining.
7:03 it is that he's heading back into the race. So that was the one being driven by Christophe Del Culto, and he was off the road, if you may remember, at Luco Corner and needed to be stretchered back to the pit lane. So the fixing has been completed on 7:03.
Stretchered.
Yeah.
I like that analogy.
So it needed some outside assistance, but the 703 is running again with its mighty 5-6 litre Chevrolet engine. I don't know whether we've ever had 3 Vortex 1.0s at the same race.
Not from the same team, I think.
Certainly not from the same team, but I think, yeah, true, they are sometimes run by customer programs as well. But we've definitely had 1 and then certainly 2 at various European race meetings. They also make the trip to Dubai as well. But car 703 added to 702 and 701 from the same squad. And yesterday, during the morning, as they were preparing the cars, they looked brilliant when they were lined up in the garage, side by side by side, with drivers and team personnel just kind of sauntering around, preparing themselves for this challenge at the Mugello circuit across a couple of days. Getting better and better at reaching the end of these races, and they've certainly in recent years had sustained runs at Dubai, and that in a sense is the purpose of endurance racing, is that you don't necessarily arrive at your first endurance race with a car that is capable of getting to the finish, but every time something breaks you fix it, something else breaks you fix it, and the car becomes stronger as a whole as a result of that process.
It's what I love about the regulations, though, where they allow you to be, as you say, Johnny, stretchered back to the pits, stretchered off the pitch, repaired, and then sent back out. And it's a bit of a recovery drive, but it can happen. It happens to Vortex, but it can also happen to the front runners. In the 91 Herberth car, just making its way through traffic now, is one of those cars that fell foul of an unscheduled pit stop. We mentioned the puncture earlier. That car now up to 10th inside the top 10, and that car lapping in the 152s. It's lapping certainly quicker than the 2 leaders are at the moment, so that car will continue to progress up the order. And as I say that, it's already gone from 10th to 9th. Not sure whether that was on that particular lap, but Robert Renauer, he started the car, and here he comes behind the leader. Not the leader, behind the early leader, I should say, the Michael Doppelmayr Phoenix Audi, who he gets past without any problem whatsoever. So that's the Phoenix Audi, regained a lap on that car. So ahead of him on the track Now, I think they're on the same lap, that number 18 and 91. And I think that might be a place change, Johnny. So I think Renauer has gone ahead of Doppelmayr in the number 18 Audi. We did have it on the live stream a second ago, and now we've dropped back. But it's the number 91 Robert Renauer driven Porsche, who, if we can see next time by whether or not he did indeed get by the Phoenix Audi, and that will put him into 8th. And when you consider, Johnny, that 91 Porsche had dropped a lap off the 18 Phoenix Audi.
Yeah.
He's now back ahead of that car. And I'm just waiting for the timing screen to update. And I've got that at a 2-second gap. So I'm pretty sure I saw that number 91 Porsche get by. We'll have to confirm that next time by when they trip the timing beam.
Yep, so Renauer is certainly charging very hard indeed. Not a moment to lose for the generally quicker of the two. You're quite right. Through the next split, Renauer appears ahead of Michael Doppelmayr. So Herbert Motorsport up to 8th, and that's partly because Michael Doppelmayr has just come into the fueling area, first of all. Didn't spend long in fueling at all, so that's just the little window between the two of racetrack and pit lane. The 18's bypassed the opportunity to fuel and is heading straight to the team. That is a strange decision from Phoenix Racing.
I think there may be a problem, Johnny. They're not usually now. We're gonna oost the driver. Doppelmayr getting out. We've got another driver getting ready to get in. And so I'm not sure whether it's tactically the right thing to do to come into the pits, to change driver, to change tyres, but not take on fuel. That's a bit of an odd one. You might as well top off your tank. You're under green. You can take your full allocation and give that new driver a full tank of fuel. But who am I to question Phoenix Racing? That's the thing.
Well, yeah. And of course, it relies on the radio working properly. They might have given an instruction to Michael Doppelmayr that hasn't reached him for whatever reason. The last pit stop, or last fuel stop they made will have been under code 60. So maybe they feel they're okay for fuel, but it will have only been half a tank that went in during what was actually the second code 60 of the race so far. And who took over the number 18 car, which is now rejoining? It was Elia Earhart, who was the second driver to be involved in qualifying yesterday. So Earhart he's labelled in the regulations as an AM Plus driver. Remember, 4 levels of classification of driver: AM Plus, which is the new one that kicked in last year, Semi-Pro and Pro. That's kind of the same as bronze, silver, gold and platinum in the FIA governed series, but Creventic always reserve the right to change drivers to their own specification of rating if they see fit to do so.
Dropped it right down the order though.
Massively, yeah.
The number 18 currently 18th, and that car, remember, in contention for the overall lead, which is a bit of an odd one. So that pit stop there, coming in to change driver, not going into the fueling area. That car, I'm pretty sure, Johnny, we saw that car bypass the fueling area and go straight to its pit box. So that's a bit of an odd one. Maybe Di can ask the team what the thinking is behind there. It certainly didn't look like a problem with the car, as all they did was change tyres and driver. They didn't show any attention to certain parts of the car. So that, to me, is a bit of an odd one. But it's dropped that car out of contention, showing 3 pit stops. So it's had 3 visits. One of those was, of course, under code 60. So it's had 2 proper pit stops where we changed drivers from Pierre Caffer to Michael Doppelmayr, and now Elia Earhart at the wheel of the Phoenix car. We'll keep an eye on that to see if it comes back in. So Bob Herbert, we mentioned Bob in the Bentley Bourdais with Bas Kooten running that car for the first time. And it's great to have Bentley here for the first time as we continue with the TC class and the number 332, the Hofer Bonk BMW M2. These are great little cars. If you ever get an opportunity to be at the track where there's a BMW M2 TC car running, then do have a close look. They're a proper built race car, And that car continues to lead the TC class. Robert Rennauer in the 91 Porsche, chasing down the pole sitter in TCE, which is the BBR Cupra Leon. That's currently second in TCR, third in the TCE race. And of course, that TCE race, the Touring Car Endurance Series race, part of this Mugello 12 Hours, is still leading TCE, but it still hasn't pit stopped. And we're getting towards that car. I think that car's good for about an hour and 20 minutes, Johnny. So we are getting towards that pit window for the leading TCE car, which is the TCX class leader. Sorry, TCR class leader. It's the Noka Racing team.
Yeah, and that car starting in a very decent position on the grid as well when we got underway at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Now, the word from Phoenix Racing, at least delivered to Diana Binks, and who are we to disagree with Phoenix, as Joe's already made the point, that they just wanted to change their driver. It was part of the pre-plan, and they were never intending to stop for fuel. They feel like they've got enough fuel for this phase of the race. So, okay, unusual approach perhaps. Doppelmayr in the end did 2 stints. The first of those was quite a short one, and they came in during probably the second Code 60 after only 6 laps. So Doppelmayr, having taken over from Pierre Caffer after his 17-lap stint, did a 6-lap stint and an 8-lap stint, and now Elia Earhart's taken over to start his drive time, which could last anything up to 2 hours.
Leader into the pits, well, into the fueling area, that is, which comes before the pits. So it's what I would imagine at 34 laps, a relatively scheduled stop. It's the second pit stop for the Kessel Racing Ferrari, and that's allowed Nick Wittmer back into the lead of this race in the ST Racing BMW as he has gone through, completing 35 laps. So it's on the 35 lap mark that we see the Kessel Ferrari come into the pits. It will take a full quarter of fuel, fill the tank, and it's already dropped to 4th place. So we've got cars moving up and in front of the Kessel Ferrari as it sits in the pits. ST Racing now lead, Manfilter Mercedes in second, Earl Bamber Motorsport in third in the Porsche number 61. And just moving ahead, as I say that, the Jutta Racing Audi R8 of Julius Adamavicius in the number 71 still. I think Julius did start that car, didn't he, for Jutta?
Yes, he did. So that's the second stop that the Marco Frezza Ferrari has made, and it did a 17-lap stint, came in for fuel, but that would have only been half a fuel allocation, and after a further 17 laps it's coming again. So when you add those 2 stints up, are we thinking maybe a 34-35 lap stint will be the usual distance to make under green flag conditions? Maybe take a couple of laps off that, because we've had some Code 60 along the way. So 32, maybe 31 laps as a racing stint when you don't need to worry about any cautions. The BMW that I was so concerned about, which was kind of left stranded without a route home, has had to come back on a flatbed van, effectively. So the TC BMW that was involved with the clash at Corran-Chau corner with the 34 car collection Audi is now back in the pits. There's also some difficulty we're hearing for another Audi R8 LMS, which is the red and white machine. That's the 71, I seem to recall. No, 72. All right, well, 71 or 72. One of the 2 Jutta Racing cars. And it may well be Arimas Jablonskis in that car that is a GT3 car, so should be in the top 10. And yes, it is the 72 that is now circulating in 21st position in the GT series. Spent a period of the previous lap standing entirely stationary. Jablonskis has got the car running again. It's in GT3 Pro-Am, but has lost considerable time. A 2 minutes 13 second lap last time around. It is capable of a lap time about 10 seconds quicker than that. I'm surprised at so many dramas this early on in the race, Joe, for a number of different cars and teams.
Yeah, we've still got a long way to go, haven't we, as the Kessel Ferrari comes out of the fueling, It was in there a while, and just to remind everybody, there's no like quick refill fueling systems on these cars. It's regular pump fuel process, exactly the same as what you have on your road car whenever you go to the service station or the supermarket or wherever. It's exactly the same. It's the pistol grip fueler, and I have heard rumours that some of the team managers actually go down there and see which of the fueling stations deliver the fuel the quickest. I do know that the series organisers do endeavour to get that sort of calibration absolutely equal across all of their fueling stations, but such is the competitive nature of these teams, and certainly drivers and team managers wanting to maximise and optimise every aspect of their race to get their car to the front. So it's the quickest refueling station. The driver will be told, go to fueling spot 3 rather than 2 or 4. And the Kessel Ferrari has come in, changed driver. David Fuminelli now at the wheel of the number 8, and that car, Johnny, has dropped right the way down out of contention. Now, of course, that car having pitted twice, and the majority of the cars ahead of it who are in contention have only pitted once. And of course, what confused us was the code 60s with regards to measuring fuel windows and fuel stints. Bob Herbert in the Bodar by Bascoot and Bentley, using all of the track and more, just getting through the traffic there. Down the inside of the Vortex into the final turn to complete another lap, and that car currently in 5th. The car behind them, though, is the car of interest. That is the Herbert Porsche. Now, the gap was 24 seconds to the Bentley. So there's a little while. And more drama, Johnny, with the number 421 with a left front puncture on that car. I'll identify who that is. That's Catesby Jones. It's the Team ACP Tangerine, the BMW M4 GT4. It's the leader of the GT4 class. So significantly, with a left front puncture, he has made his way into fueling first. And this is exactly what I mentioned earlier, isn't it? When you've got a damaged car, with the fueling being pit in, what do? Do you sort the car out? Do you fix the car? Well, in this case, for Catesby Jones, no is the answer. He gets fueling first. Fueling is done first. And clearly the team were not ready for him, because his refueling crew now go to work, and they were kind of awoken up by the presence of that number 421 BMW M4. It's the GT4 spec car, not to be confused with the number 1 car, which currently leads.
So Catesby is in, and that will allow a lead change to happen in the GT4 category, with Antonio Garzon was on the same lap as the Team ACP machine. We're going to go code 60 again, possibly related to some debris that has been left by the BMW, and this might benefit another BMW in the race, which is the Nick Whitmer car.
I tell you why, Johnny, because he came in under green. He was already in the pit lane before it went purple.
Yes, so he has preempted the code 60. We make such a big deal about that because now Nick and the ST Racing crew can take on a full tank of fuel, or however much fuel will go in the tank, probably. 1 or 2 others peeling off now as well. It's actually because of one of the Porsche Laureate racing cars, which is in the gravel at turn number 9, so not related to the BMW from GT4 at all.
Or was it?
Well, true enough. Very good question. We had a couple of cars off at Corrinchau corner not too long ago as well, including the 331 BMW. So let's hear now with Diana Binks from Rainer Partl involved in that clash.
Rainer, we saw earlier there was an incident on track with yourself and the 34. From your side, what happened?
I think we have a little mistake on turn. I think it was on turn 12. I had contact with the Audi, and then we go to the out of the race. So sorry.
Yes, you've just come back on the flat pack, and the car is now in the garage. Is that race over for you?
Yeah, I think we can make it, and half hour we can go on the race. I think so.
Is there much damage to the car from what you've seen?
No, it's not so. One wheel, I think so, and in 20 minutes we are ready to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 20 minutes is very encouraging indeed. It's getting busy in the fueling area now as more and more cars take the advantage or take opportunity for the third Code 60 of the race. So those keeping tabs on where these caution periods are falling. We had our first Code 60 not half an hour into the race. It was bang on 1:30 actually and lasted just under 9 minutes. And then there was another one at 11 minutes to 2. So 2 within the opening hour. That was only a 6-minute Code 60, though, to deal with a couple of stranded cars at the Corrinchao gravel trap. And this one's been the quickest yet. A 1 minute 40 Code 60 to recover one of the Porsche Lorient Racing 992 Porsche Cup cars. Car number 912 to be exact. And that has already been recovered and heading back onto the racetrack. Might even be peeling off into pit lane. We'll get the latest on that in a moment or two. But Nick Whitmer from the race lead in the ST Racing BMW, now heading down pit lane properly and towards the team in car number 1. Reid Harker in number 61 is the new race leader for Earl Bamber Motorsport. So this is the first time the 61 Porsche from the New Zealand squad to lead the race. It is a Gen 2 991 GT3R, so not a cup car, of course, with all the aero that a GT3 car comes with, and it is now at the sharp end. They are entered into GT3 Standard, or Pro, as it's not officially called in the regulations, but you can kind of read it as GT3 Pro, the other categories being GT3 Pro-Am and Am. And behind Reid Harker's car then is the Martin Conrad Mercedes from Team Landgraf, the Mamba Mania car with the scaly skin, number 25. That runs as the GT3 Am leader. Second place in GT3 Am is third place overall in the Bentley Continental GT3 from the Bodar team, run by Baz Cooten's outfit. And Bob Herber, number 6, is running in third position ahead of a recovering Robert Renauer. And I have to say, Herbert Motorsport have done spectacularly well to see their 91 car slip as far down as 20-odd position, I think, to now be back in the top 4. And they have done 3 pit stops, so up to the usual antics, really, of Herbert Motorsport, pitting at every available opportunity. 3 cautions, 3 pit stops so far for Herbert.
I knew they would. Yeah. I'm just amazed at how quickly they are back into contention. That's incredible. Incredible tactics. They used the Code 60 pit stops really well indeed. And to see that car now 4th, they've got 3 pit stops registered. The cars ahead of them, of course, still owing us a pit stop. They're showing 1 pit stop, not choosing to take advantage of that what was a very, very quick Code 60. And Reid Harker in the Earl Bamber Motorsport Porsche, another stealth-like start to this event, and just moving up the order. Qualified, not sure where it qualified, probably, but it did have a few cars to pass, and it's just kept to its programme. And Reid Harker currently lapping in the 152s. His quickest time of 151.4. So right now, perhaps not just the fastest car on the track, but actually leading this race. Martin Conrad in the Manfilter Mercedes, still second. He's only 5.5 seconds behind. And then we've got Bob Herber. And yeah, it's in that Bentley Continental. The Bodar by Baz Cooten team. Delighted to be running that Bentley in the 24H series. And Baz was telling me that the car is an absolute delight to work on. From the technical side of it, everything about the car, the suspension bolts together, the electronics on the car, just an absolute joy. And that car, of course, designed and created for racing by M Sport in the northwest of England, just across the other side of the country, in the United Kingdom, to where I'm from, near Cockermouth in Cumbria. Malcolm Wilson's operation there certainly knows how to put competition cars together, renowned for the world of rallying and the World Rally Championship, but did enter endurance sports car racing with the Bentley programme. And it's absolutely awesome to see Bob Herber with Marcel van Berlo, father of 2 sports car superstars. Kaiban Verlo making his name in the United States in the IMSA and Michelin Pilot Challenge Series. And Marcel, the father, who will take a turn at the wheel of that Bentley. But it's Bob Herbert, the owner of the car, at the wheel and currently in third. He'd be delighted with that. We've mentioned Robert Rennauer in fourth. Behind them on the road, a further 30 seconds, let's say, roughly, is Charles Espinlaub. Charles at the wheel of the CP Racing Mercedes. CP Racing, former champions in this series a couple of years ago. And then let's have a look at TCE, still being led by that TCR of Noka Racing Team. And I'm a bit puzzled with this, Johnny.
Yeah.
The TCR class car, the Volkswagen of Noka, still leads, but still has not been in the pits. Another team that hasn't been in the pits as well is Kerong Lee in the HRT Porsche. Currently 22nd and 23rd, just ahead of the TCR leader, the TCE leader. That's a bit of a puzzle of that.
Well, it's more puzzling for the Porsche because I would have thought that would have been much higher fuel burn than a TCR car. So perhaps a Porsche Cup car with the largest fuel tank going, it would seem, because by our reckoning, that's now down to fumes almost. 728 has completed how many laps so far? 39 probably for Kerong Lee, including a spin. Now, there have been some Code 60s along the way, 3 of them, so that will help with the amount of fuel that the Porsche's been burning. But HRT will be keeping a close eye on that car and how much further it can go. I think if you Sten Dorian Pirimaggi in the Noka Racing Team car, you should be okay to the 1 hour and 20 marker. How long have we been?
We've been going 90
now?
minutes.
90 minutes.
So it's like, all right, the Code 60s might have been a factor in spreading that.
Yeah.
But that is the Veluga car.
Going slowly.
Yeah, going slowly. And that's a car that has pitted before. Bradley Ellis still at the wheel of Veluga. And Veluga is currently the leader of TCX. And that car going very slowly indeed. So that's a problem.
Being covered by white flags. Thankfully, it is in the third sector of the lap, so you're probably downhill all the way if Bradley Ellis needs to free wheel. Is it fuel-related or something more complicated? The car that was leading...
puncture.
Rear left puncture on the 205 Veluga Porsche 718 Cayman. More on that in a second. The car that was leading the race a little earlier, the ST Racing BMW M4, and one of its drivers is Nick Whitmer.
Nick joins me now at the front of the garage. You started the race. Just go back to that moment and tell us what the start was like for you.
Yeah, I can't thank enough with the STR38 Motorsports Motul BMW M4 GT3. The car was on top from qualify on. We got our setup done at the beginning of the week compared to Dubai. We were going in the wrong direction in Dubai. This weekend we're going in the right direction. As you can see, we're on track. We were strong. Going through the start, my mindset was just keep it clean. If the Audi got in front of me, no problem. Let's just follow, check out. And I guess I had just a tiny bit better start. Got him into brake zone 1. Continued on, took the lead. Pulled off a little bit, then I started backing off for fuel consumption. And then the Audi got me back, and then we took a good decision going into the pits for Code 60, which we got that right on. We ended up getting a full tank in the car, got back out, got back the lead, and now we gave it off to Bryson, and he's going to do the same job.
You made that sound so easy, just telling me, but I'm sure it's not. What was the traffic management like out there, and how are the conditions evolving on track at this early stage?
The conditions of this track, I mean, I love this track. This is probably one of my favorite tracks now, which makes me go fast too. But otherwise, the cars out there, they're really looking in the mirrors, they're looking forward. There's really no contact really going out there. Everybody's respecting each other. We're respecting the lower class is respecting the higher class, and that's exactly endurance racing, and that's what we need, and it's going to give a best show for the fans.
We've seen a few cars come in with punctures and stuff. Is the track evolving enough to cause that, or is it just maybe a couple of cars have gone off and there's gravel on the circuit?
No, if you just keep clean and stay off the curbing and stay off the gravel, watch out some chunks on the track. Sometimes you come around the corner the next lap and you see a whole bunch of debris on the track. Try not to ride through it, and because we got 12 hours to go.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
That's Nick Whitmer chatting to Di, and offering us some first-hand experience of, first of all, the start of his race, and it was action-packed to be able to go around the outside of Pierre Caffer. Caffer was hanging on in the early stages of that first lap, but it was a bit of out-positioning rather than outpacing the Audi from Phoenix, and ST Racing up the inside at Luco Corner and Poggio Secco to make sure that he would run across the line as the leader of the GT series at the end of one lap, and probably 20 minutes later he was still in front. Then it changed, and as Nick was describing, he'd been given the instruction by the team to just rein back the pace a little bit for fuel consumption to get the car well through that opening stint. They probably didn't count necessarily on an early code 60, but were able to weave that into the spreadsheet, and it's helped them out. So I think ST Racing are in a good position. If you were to look at the timing screen now, having not experienced any of the race, you'd think, oh, 9th place, not been a great start. But I think when you take all of that into account, particularly when they're focusing on the Pro-Am layer of GT3, very strong position indeed for that Canadian outfit.
I'm pretty sure they've got their eye on the overall victory as well.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
It's important to have the class victory, but when you're that close to an overall victory, there's a reason why that team is carrying the number one, ST Racing. You know, it's put together by Samantha Tan. She certainly put a great team together, and they had a fantastic season in 2021. That is continuing, and that, you know, runs under the Canadian flag. They are certainly in contention, and as we continue to see the cars flip-flop through the pit stop phase, we'll see that car, I think, go back towards that top 2 or 3. Meanwhile, Bradley Ellis has made it back to the pits. He, again, had that choice to make of getting to the pit box and having that tyre rectified. But, of course, you have to refuel first, and that's what he did. He went into the fueling first. He's down into second place, having lost the TCX lead. That's now in the possession of the SK Racing Ligier GS2. Frank Laverne, I should say, in the 215, 29th overall. The Veluga car, though, the 205, the Porsche 718 Cayman, you can tell how brand new that car is. It's still sporting its pure white bodywork with a front bonnet on the car of carbon and a carbon mix, I think the bodywork is made, without any decals whatsoever. So that's how new that car is, making that version of the Cayman GT4, the 718, making its European debut. It's a car we've seen earlier on in the season in the United States. The Knocker Racing team have finally taken my advice and pitted.
Wow.
Hurrah! They are in 31st overall. They've dropped to 4th place in TCR. They were in the lead of TCR by dint of not pitting and staying out for the full 90 minutes there, Johnny. I know they were under code 60 for a chunk of time, but they stretched 90 minutes out of that fuel tank. And whether that number 104 Knocker Racing Team Volkswagen GTR, currently now in 4th in TCR, as I said, whether they continue on that programme of just sticking with their fuel window no matter what happens on track, that's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. That car now at the hands of Antti Ramo. So Antti Ramo now, and he is now at the wheel of the Volkswagen of Knocker Racing. That car has dropped to 31st overall as it exits the pit lane and continues on its way.
So the fact that a TCR car has now come in for its first pit stop of the race, it's even more incredible that a Porsche Cup car from HRT Performance can still continue after 42 laps without a pit stop, because Kerong Lee, installed for the start of this race, has not come into the pits. He's not come in for fueling. Earlier on managed a 157.7 as his best lap and has been averaging 217, high 217s every single time he's come across the start-finish line. But so far, 42 laps, no need for a drink of fuel. How much further can the 728 car go, I wonder? Running in 3rd position in GTX. I'm getting a whisper in my ear that HRT are fairly confident that the car can continue for another 10 minutes yet. That'll be nearly 2 hours. Goodness me. I am...
it's a Cup car, isn't it? It's a 992 Cup car, isn't it?
But there are plenty of other Cup cars in this race, and they all like to come in for fuel. So, but mind you, it's running in GTX. So there may be some adjustment to the fuel tank compared to a bog standard 992 or 991 that has to adhere to the rule set of any other Cup car. There's nothing stopping you running a Porsche Cup car in GTX, but there are some adjustments that can be made, some freer choices for when you're preparing the car. But certainly the Code 60s have helped. We had 3 of them, amounting to, about 20 minutes in total? So that has helped Kerong Lee along the way.
Earl Bamber Motorsport continued to lead, 46 laps completed. We're inside of 4 hours remaining in this first 5.5-hour segment of the 12 hours of Mugello. It's still the Mercedes of Martin Conrad who is about now, and it was 10 seconds, it's down to 9 seconds, let's say. And a further minute and 3 before we get the third place Bentley of Bodar Baskuten. Bob Herber at the wheel of that car. Now those 3 leading cars are only showing 1 pit stop. Robert Renauer in the Herbert car, he's 4th. He's showing 3, one of which was a puncture. That was out of sequence. The next one was under code 60, and I think the next one in that sequence of pit stops for the Herbert car was under a code 60. So I'm not sure, Johnny, whether you've got information on stint lengths between those pit stops. That might give us an indication of when those 4 leading cars are due their next stop. I would think, and as I say that, let me finish my sentence.
Yeah.
I would think the Earl Bamber car is due very shortly.
Would you really?
And as I looked up, there it was, it's in fueling.
Reid Harker peeling off and clearly getting, he's permanently tuned to the Radio Show Limited network for his latest pit lane instruction. Because he's heading for fuel now. Far more likely to be Earl Bamber on the radio, or his chief strategist, chief engineer looking after the Earl Bamber Motorsport car number 61. But that will be... Reid's not crossed the line in the pit lane yet, so it'll be a 30-lap stint for car 61. Martin Conrad does not pit at the end of 30 laps, so he's happy to continue on for just over an hour. But time-wise for Reid Harker, I make that 1 hour and 2 minutes total time for his stint. Re-emerging from the pit lane at 1:38, and I reckon we had at least 1 code 60 in that. In fact, we've had 2. So we've had a 6.5 minute code 60 and the quick blast of 1 minute and 40 seconds of code 60 as well, totaling... Well, it actually says on my screen 3 laps. 3 code 60s have been 3 laps, but they're done at much less speed, of course, 60 kilometres per hour to be exact.
We're about to see a place change for second as Robert Renauer chases down the Bentley of Bob Herber. He's taking chunks of time, 4 seconds or just under 4 seconds that last lap time by, and it's about 2 seconds on the stopwatch between second and third place cars. It's the black-coloured Bentley with the red trim, followed by the black-coloured Porsche. So 2 black race cars out there racing, and I'm pretty sure that when they check through sector 2, we may see a change of second, and that's quite a phenomenal recovery from the Herbert team after that puncture, as Martin Conrad clicks by 48 laps completed. He's just gone through there. We've got about a minute of lap time before we see the Bentley of Bob Herber. And just waiting for the Bentley to come through sector 3. Will it be the Bentley or will it be the Porsche? Still waiting patiently to see if we've got a change. And Renauer moving up the order. Meanwhile, still showing in fueling is the Earl Bamber Porsche. Now I would have expected that, Johnny, to have completed its refueling and have made its way to the pits. Now we get a big P when it comes out of fueling and makes its way to the pit apron and pit garage. That's still not showing on the timing screen. That's still showing in fueling. So whether or not, just to remind myself that it's normal Commoner Garden service station supermarket refueling hose with a trigger. So that's
it's
why
at the
it does
garage,
take
Joe,
time.
so you can relax a little bit now. The 61
right,
car is now with the team at EBM, so it's moved up. It's for some reason not triggered the timing loop between fueling and the pit lane properly. But there's now a slight delay because one of the wheel gun hoses got trapped in front of the front left wheel, and a car is off, and that's the Bentley from Bodar and Baz Kooten Racing, the number 6 car, which is running third, nose into the barrier, I think at Buccine corner. Yes, it is the final corner of the circuit, and Biandetti, the really fast chicane. Immediately after that, you attempt to hit the brakes. Bob Herber presumably did do, but whether the pedal went to the floor, we'll have to wait and see for the full report on this. But already we're into a Code 60 again, Joe.
That was very odd. The Bentley looked as though it had been lifted up and placed against the barrier on the outside. There was no trail marks through the gravel. It was buried deep in the gravel, that rear axle, very much covered. The rear diffuser almost buried completely out of sight in that gravel. So that's an off for the number 6. And I was just really sort of singing its praises there, wasn't I? As into the pits has come the Mann-Filter Mercedes, out of the overall lead and into fueling. That's going to put, would you believe it, the number 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche into the lead of this race. It has gotten ahead of the Bob Herber Baz Kooten. I'm not sure whether that Porsche got ahead of the Bentley before it went off.
Yeah, tricky.
Not going to perceive anything from that or assume anything from that.
We caught the aftermath of the Bentley being off the road. What we don't know yet is how it's ended up there and whether anybody else was involved. It's not exactly an unusual place to go off because it's a high-speed approach and a really tricky corner to get right. But we have seen over the years some contact in the braking area for turn 15 as well. So we will leave that until we can offer you a bit more evidence as to exactly what's happened. The 61 crew, I was beginning to think they were thinking we were onto a real winner here because we've begun a green flag pit stop. But the 61 Earl Bamber Motorsport Porsche has been with the team for a long time now, and they're doing quite a bit of adjustment, it looks, to the rear suspension before the rear tyres are fully bolted on.
That is a massive delay in that pit stop. That car, Johnny, was leading this race, and now with this pit stop, how long has it been in the pits? Let me just find it on the screen. I've lost sight of it. Where is it? It's right down the order, isn't it? It's down to 13th. And it's been in the pits now for 6 minutes. So 6 minutes in the pits for Earl Bamber Motorsports Porsche. Reid Harker still showing, but I'm pretty sure they've changed drivers there. But that's costing them a massive amount of time. That's what, 3 laps down now, having led this race. And I'm not sure what the problem was there. There was certainly a tension under both rear wheel arches. Whether that was a brake issue or something, I really can't tell.
The wheels were off and the guys were well in the wheel arches trying to, I don't know, either investigate something or adjust something this far into the race. We are, an hour and 45 nearly into the 5.5 hours that will be run today. Phoenix Racing's Audi number 18 came into the fueling area not too long ago, and I wonder whether the Phoenix Audi was presented with completely full fueling bays because it drove past virtually everyone. I don't know whether actually in the fueling area you have the capacity to do another lap effectively, so you can continue circulating. Is there a cut-through road which enables you to continue going around on the clockwise loop?
Rather than create a queue.
Rather than sit there and have to wait. Effectively go round the block, but not go back into the pit lane in the meantime? Or did the 18 crew just have to give up? Well, Elia Earhart is still being shown in the fueling area, so maybe he caught sight of a free bay just out of the frame of our camera there to make use of that. And it was literally, possibly, a car leaving as Elia arrived. And Phoenix will say, well, yes, that was all part of the plan. And we had worked out how long that car was going to take. Danger of an unsafe release for the Red Camel Porsche. It is released right into the face of the Mann-Filter Mamba Mania car from Team Landgraf. They may have something to suggest to the race control that was not permitted. But I suppose we're under Code 60, so not a great deal of time will be lost there. And also the 20th position Porsche, which will be Philippe Vils for Red Ant Racing, number 904, heading, well, I was about to say back into the race, but I think there was a brief stop at the penalty box there as well. As the penalty box at the pit out
this
weekend.
Yeah, it's pit out.
So 904 did the pit stop with the team, pulled into the fast lane, and then immediately back out of the fast lane into the penalty box to soak up some penalties that have been accumulating over the first hour and 45 minutes of this Mugello 12 hours. Let's get straight back to Diana Binks with an update from the pits.
I've just been in to see Vascoton for the number 6 Bentley, and he's been speaking to Bob on the radio, and he felt that perhaps he'd got a flat tyre that was starting to develop, and that's why he's gone off. He could feel something going on the rear end of the car, and it seems to be the tyre, and he's now making his way back in, and the team are here just waiting on him to come in and have a check over of the car and change drivers.
Yeah, he's making his way back in by being towed out of the gravel. Not sure whether the car's drivable. Once we'll get an idea of that. Bob stays in the car. As into the penalty box has gone the number 91. I'm not sure what that has soaked up that penalty for. Significantly in third place, Johan Kristoffersen in the HRT Performance Porsche. They are leading the 992 class, but they're in third place overall. That's the 929 numbered car. That car has only done one pit stop, so it's becoming in debt to us. Plus the driver stint length is 1 hour and 50 minutes. So the maximum stint length is 2 hours. So he's only 11 minutes out of that. But that car up to third place overall. Let's not forget, this event last year was won overall by a 991 Porsche Cup class car. All right, the 992 has superseded that as the model of Carrera Cup car. But to see that car in third place overall. And as I say that, Johnny, he's heard me. He is listening.
There you go.
He's into fueling. We were getting towards his maximum driver stint, let alone fuel window. But we've what's being shown here this afternoon with the amount of Code 60s we're having, we're almost getting 2 hours out of these 992 Cup cars. That's a massive penalty for the 91, by the way. It's still in the box. And is that the countdown that I can see on the windscreen, on the digital readout on the windscreen? Still got 30 seconds to serve, if that's the case. And that's, I think that's Robert Rennauer who's controlling the car. He's just showing him the time there. Robert just showing the phone to the driver. He's got his stopwatch on his phone and he's leaning towards the driver's window. So it's getting close. 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4, like a rally start, this out of the penalty box now. And he should be released any moment now. The number 91 being released back into this race, second overall. And Ralph Bonnet is at the wheel of the car. So it was, I think that was Alfred who was orchestrating that penalty box situation for the 91, still showing second on the outlap, and the leader still showing as the Mann-Filter Mercedes, which was the situation when we went into this Code 60 pit stop phase. We'll wait and see if that manifests itself to be the same next time by. Indeed it does not. Oh yes it does. Alexander Irakavina at the wheel now of the 25, and that car still leads. 50 laps completed. Into second place has gone the number 85 CP Racing Mercedes. So Mercedes 1-2, and I'm pretty sure that's Charles Putman showing to be off the lead lap in second place. I'm pretty unsure how that happened, Johnny, but it certainly happened by dint of that pit stop phase, everybody taking advantage of the Code 60 situation and coming into the pits. That might have played into played a massive advantage to that Mann-Filter Mercedes. That would have also been an advantage, of course, to the Earl Bamber Motorsport Porsche if it hadn't have lost 6 minutes in the pits.
So costly, and we'll send Diana Binks down to Earl Bamber Motorsport to find out exactly what the issue was there, but it was something to do with rear suspension, or I don't know, maybe something had been knocked out of place during the stint, or the driver wasn't happy and needed to get something straightened out. But they obviously chose to do quite a lot more work on that Porsche before it rejoined the race, and 6 minutes, so costly. Now that Adrian De Silva, the Malaysian driver, has taken over car number 61. So here's the state of play as we return to green flag running. We have had, well, 5.5 hours run today. So we've had nearly 2 of those hours with 3:36 left on the clock. Martin Conrad coming in during the 4th Code 60 of the race to hand over to Alexander Krakowina, and the Austrian driver now piloting the Team Landgraf Mercedes for the first time in this race. Charles Espenlaub pitting on the same lap as the yellow Mercedes in the CP Racing AMG GT3, and that car's been taken over by Charlie Putman, who is the team owner. Also on the same lap in was Elia Earhart for Team Phoenix, Phoenix Racing's Audi, and Elia Earhart kept at the wheel of that car. So he's done a 17-lap stint after taking over from Michael Doppelmayr, and now is happy to continue on for a few laps more. 5.5 minutes rather they are into that particular stint. Jonas Gelginis is into the number 71 Jutta Racing Audi, and that car on its 12th lap of the current stint. Karina Gosner took charge of the MP Racing Mercedes at the previous stop, so they also came in during the most recent Code 60. So to a certain extent the reset button has been hit here, and a number of cars are just working their way into the next phase of the race, with driving limits reached in some cases, and for others not so much. But it's interesting that a lot of the GT3 cars are choosing to treat that Code 60 as the point where they hinge and pivot their strategy on, as it's getting very busy down towards the first corner, with Alexander Krakowina then the new race leader in the Team Landgraf Mercedes with its scaly livery. Seen that car with much success in the past around the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife at NLS races, and indeed the Nürburgring 24 hours. And Krakowina then with his first opportunity to experience this racetrack in racing conditions, with quite a bit of rubber now being laid down, and the grip improving all the time, you would think. Nice heat to the day at this stage. It's been building gradually. Gets pretty cold here at night though, as low as 4 degrees in recent days. So spring has certainly sprung here in Italy in the daytime, but it's a completely different story overnight. Just like in the rest of Central Europe, the clocks move forward an hour tonight, so that not only provides less time for the teams involved to sleep, but maybe you have to have one fewer beer as well at the bar tonight. And this 12-hour racing is brutal, isn't it, on the body, even though we've got to pause for about 8 hours tonight, between 5.5 hours and 6.5 hours.
Well, the cars will sleep, they won't be disturbed. It's not like the crews will have to stay up late repairing cars unless they choose to, and that is an option. If you've got a problem with a car, it's the race will be paused after 5.5 hours and then resume again. But if you've got a problem with the car, you can take penalties, and usually for an overnight attention to the car, you take a 10-lap penalty. And I've seen in the past, Johnny, when teams have needed to maybe replace, gearboxes and the like, the actual practicality of changing a gearbox would cost you a lot more than 10 laps. Mm-hmm. So it's really sort of regaining quite a bit of ground by taking a 10-lap penalty, and it's damage limitation after that point. So thankfully none of that on the horizon at the moment, and this race continuing. It is a Mercedes 1-2, and then we've got an Audi 3-4 with the Mercedes number 25 continuing to lead the field round from the CP Racing car of number 85. Is it Charlie Putman now at the wheel of the 85? So Charlie, the man with his name above the door, that's where the CP comes from. Been racing for quite a few years now in his native United States, but for the last few years has been racing, thankfully, Always great to see them here at CP Racing. Always a friendly atmosphere in the garage. Joe Foster sharing that car. Joe hasn't been in the car yet. We had Charles Espenlaub, stalwart team member from CP, starting the car. Then Charlie Putman now in the car. So it'll be Joe Foster, who's another stalwart member of that team and been racing quite a few years with that number 85. So we'll get an idea of where they are in the scheme of things with regard to lap times. Meanwhile, class leader of TCR is the Wolfsport number 116, and they currently lead TCE, that's the Touring Car Endurance Series. TCX leader is the number 205, and then the 2-car TC class, which has got the 2 Hofer-Bonk BMW M2s, that's being led by the 332 over the 331 car. That's a race for second place there as the Phoenix Audi number 18 chases down CP's Mercedes, just going towards turn 1 now.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I need a few more laps from their most recent pit stops to judge the average lap times as accurately as possible, but there's no doubt Elia Earhart is quicker on the average times than Charlie Putman. Putman's pace, average-wise, 155.5. How does that compare to Hrachovina? It's about the same, actually. So the top two, the Mann-Filter Team Landgraf Mercedes and the CP Racing Mercedes, are circulating at similar speeds, but the man on the move will be Elia Earhart, who is closing in for Phoenix Racing on certainly second place, and you give him enough time, probably first position as well. We've had 2 hours of the race so far, so just after 3 o'clock local time, 53 laps completed, and it's the Mann-Filter Team Landgraf prepared Mercedes GT3 AM, currently being driven by Alexander Hrachovina, who leads the 8th running of the Mugello 12 hours after two of the hours in question, 3.5 still to go. 85 CP Racing of the United States running in second place, but being caught by the third place car of Phoenix Racing. They are the GT3 Pro-Am leaders. Jutta Racing of Lithuania run 4th with their Audi R8 LMS, so similar car to that runs in 3rd. Then it's the MP Racing Corina Gosner driven Mercedes AMG GT3. From Canada, the ST Racing BMW M4 GT3 now in the hands of Bryson Morris. Ralph Bone driving the number 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche is 7th. And in 8th place, class leader in class 992 has for a long time been Johan Kristoffersen, but he finally gave way at the last pit stop to Gustav Bergstrom after Johan had completed as many as 33 laps in that Porsche Cup car. The RD Sainz Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo is the GTX race leader, number 720, running in 9th position. Then it is a recovering GT3 Porsche from Earl Bamber Motorsport. Remember, they came in from the race lead, handed over to Adrian De Silva from Reed Harker, but there was a big delay with the car sitting in front of the garage there and receiving some work to the rear. Billy Motorsport by Ebby Motors runs in 11th position. They're the 991 Porsche Cup car leaders, so for the older gen Porsches, out front for the Romanian/Italian crew. Red Camel Jordans.nl are 12th in the 992 class. 992 AM class is led by NKPP by HRT Performance, so that's a Dutch squad, although with German backing, number 928. Kessel Racing's Ferrari 488 GT3 should really be a lot higher up than that. It's the only car that has 5 drivers allocated to it. It's in 14th position, despite its pace showing to be a bit better than that. From Belgium, Red Ant Racing's Porsche 992 Cup car number 903 is running in 15th, ahead of the Orchid Racing Porsche number 917. 17th place for Santalot Racing's Audi, and car number 26, that is. So at the wheel currently Christian Kelders. He is ahead of the Red Ant Racing Porsche number 904, which is 18th. 19th spot for the first of the Vortex V8s which is a GTX runner. Number 701 runs 19th, ahead of Jutta Racing Junior's Audi R8 LMS, number 72, 20th. HRT Performance's GTX Porsche, Kerong Lee doing a long opening stint, and car 728's now been handed over to Jean-Francois Bruneau for the second stint. Can he get 46 laps out of it? We'll have to wait and see. JR Motorsports BMW M6 GT3, as opposed to the brand new M4. That's the older shape GT3 car, and that's 22nd. 23rd for the first of two Ebby Motors 991 Porsches. 974 is 23rd, and Porsche Laureate Racing's brand new 992 spec Porsche is 24th. 25th for the second Ebby Motors 991. 26th position for Bodar by Baz Kooten Racing's Bentley that sadly caused the previous Code 60, and car number 6 was deeply embedded in the gravel at Buccini corner, still in the pit lane, car number 6. Vortex V8's second of that car, those cars, the 702 is in 29th position. 30th place for the 421 Team ACP Tangerine Associates car. Then it's the car collection Audi number 34 that's also been in strife after contact into Corin Chow corner at the top of the hill. And 32nd position, the third of the Vortex V8, number 703. Moving on to the TCE Series race order, and it's Wolf Power Racing's TCR spec Audi RS3 that is the race leader, number 116. And currently at the wheel of that is Jasmine Preissig for the Swiss outfit. Second position is BBR, the 159 numbered Cupra Leon Competition from Thailand. Spanish crew beneath the skin, remember, and they're running second to back up a win at the Dubai 24 hours 2 months ago. Holmgaard Motorsport of Denmark have a VW Golf. It's a Danish and Norwegian driving lineup. Car 102 is in third, ahead of the Noka Racing Team of Lithuania, number 104 in fourth. Veluga lead TCX with a Porsche 718 Cayman, car number 205 fifth. SK Racing also a TCX entry for their Ligier JS2R, that's in sixth place. And finally the two cars from the TC category, Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport 332 is running in 38th position when you combine both races. Unfortunately, Rainer Partl's car, still being displayed on my screen, as being parked in the fueling area. It's not got any further than that. So there we go, a little over 2 hours of running already. Beautiful conditions here in Toscana for the 8th edition of the Mugello 12 Hours. I was about to say, Joe Bradley, we'll get a good sustained run, a green flag running now, but straight out of the standings, we go into another Code 60.
And it has been punctuated by Code 60s, and this time it's been caused by the number 912 Porsche, who is off into the gravel. Not quite sure where that is. It's the Gilles Blasco at the wheel of the Porsche Lorient car. He's currently 6th in the 992 AM category. I can't tell where that is, Johnny. It's out of left hand. It looks like he's just lost it, and he's on the outside of the turn. He's just off the track, about a car's length into the gravel, but he's buried, as you would imagine. That car looking like it's gone backwards into the gravel. It will need to be retrieved, so we have got an opportunity for cars to maybe who didn't take advantage of the previous Code 60. And guess what, Johnny? The 91 Herbert car into the fueling area straight away.
I reckon that's on the exit of Pelagio corner, so just going into the third sector between, well, outer Scarparia and Pelagio, where we've seen plenty of cars taking to the curbing there, and a recovery vehicle is being drawn into place.
They are very efficient here at Mugello, aren't they? They're
Definitely.
straight on the scene with the snatch tractors. Again, it'll be, you'll lift the front wheels up off the ground and then drag the car out of the gravel onto the track. Into fueling has gone the number 91 Herbert car in 7th overall, currently 2nd in GT3. The Kessel Racing Ferrari, that was up at the front earlier on and has dropped down. That's 14th overall. That's gone into the pits. BBR, the TCR second place car, 2nd in TCE, 2nd in the TCR class. That car also into the pits, looking like he's gone in under purple conditions. So showing on the pit apron, so whether or not that car has gotten through fueling and has already in there. Another car that sits in the pits, that's the Bob Herbert driven Bas Kuiten, Baudard by Bas Kuiten Bentley. That car, of course, off the track and currently being sorted out for whatever problem that was. I know Diana will be down there very shortly and finding out the story behind that. Meanwhile, the BBR car, that's the car that's been run by Montlau, that's been taking a penalty as part of that pit stop, and that was the car that started on the TCR, Paul, remember, or the TCE indeed, Paul. So that's going to drop that car down the order a little bit. Currently showing in second in TCR, currently 27th overall. And we've got the front end of the 912 lifted and about to be dragged back onto the track, currently in 32nd overall, 6th in class. But we've got that car out of the gravel.
Yeah, I was completely wrong as far as its location is concerned. You won't be surprised by that.
Yeah, I couldn't tell.
I thought if you remove this grandstand that sits in front of us, it would be over to the left there, coming out of Pelagio, not one of the highest points of the circuit. But no, it's much, much earlier on. It's actually the run out of Poggio Secco. So the cars that are turning left in the background are going through Luco, turn 2. And then the very next right-hander, Poggio Secco, named after the nearby village, as so many corners around this place are. And this is providing the opportunity for the race leaders to head into fueling, including the Landgraf Mercedes, the Phoenix Racing Audi, and Charlie Putman's CP Racing Mercedes as well. Jonas Gelzenis, in fact, is in for Jutta Racing too. So 25 Mercedes, 18 Audi, 85 Mercedes, the 71 Audi R8 and the number 58 MP Racing Mercedes also into the fueling area. They must have all been occupying pretty much the same bit of track.
And Herbert, who was just 7th on that list, has already been in and fueled and gone back out. The significant one that I'm sure hasn't pitted is the number 1. If it did, it certainly snuck in underneath my nose. So ST Racing, currently 6th. That might pick up some positions with the cars ahead of it on the road, having chosen to take a fuel stop under code 60. I haven't got any information, Johnny, about how long this code 60's got. Under 1 minute, as I say that appeared. Under
Very
1
good.
minute. So we're about to close off this code 60 and go back to green. Meanwhile, I think all of the leaders have vacated the fueling. Whether they'll take advantage of the not losing so much track time under purple conditions and choose to pit stop for drivers, etc. And yes, that's the number 18, Pierre Caffer, being the driver assist there. Not just the main driver in that number 18 Phoenix Audi, but also helping out as part of the pit crew. So number 18 has been in. Driver change for that car, currently in 4th. And ST Racing moving up to 3rd, Johnny, with that pit stop phase. On their outlaps has gone the leading Manfilter Mercedes, with CP Racing with their Mercedes following out. There's still a lap difference between the leader and the rest of the field.
I'm trying to work out where the number 1 BMW is around the lap and whether it actually had an opportunity to come in, because although it felt like quite a long code 60, it still takes a good period of time to negotiate a lap around here. To give you an idea, lap times extend out to, in some cases, 6.5 minutes. Now, some of those cars will have done pit stops. I think it's more like 4 3/4 minutes, sometimes 5 minutes for these cars to do a lap under code 60. 1 or 2 have been left stranded in the pit lane as well and compromised by a code 60 stop. For example, MP Racing's Mercedes Karina Gosner in the fueling area. She came in after the code 60 was announced. So not only can she now only put half the amount of fuel allocation into the car, but the fuel's still going in, and we're back to green. So this is going to be very costly, you have to imagine, for MP Racing. I can't see any record of the number 1 car coming in during that code 60.
No,
so
no.
Bryson Morris maybe just wasn't in a good place on the track to be able to make use of that.
And it isn't that long ago that car pitted though, Johnny, isn't it?
No,
it's that car's recently come in, and Bryce Wilson. Is it Bryce Wilson? What did I say there?
Bryson Morris.
Bryson Morris. Bryce Wilson, that's going back a bit. Bryson Morris hasn't been in that car very long. I haven't got stint length in front of me.
I have 9 laps.
Yeah, that's quite early. So he's chosen not to take advantage of all those cars ahead of him pitting. He will clamber back up the field and regain some of those places lost with that pit stop under green. We've got debris on the track. Whether that will bring out another caution period by dint of code 60, I'm not sure what that debris is, Johnny, whether it's plastic or metal.
Yeah, it's a significant chunk of something.
Yes.
But the officials will have to weigh up the speed of the track there and the location of the debris. Unfortunately for them, it's sitting right in the middle of the track. We weren't locked onto that shot for long enough for me to fully recognise where it was, but it will be certainly in the minds of the clerk of the course. And it's Jeroen Steenhuis, by the way, who is the clerk of the course here this weekend at Mugello. Busy job for him throughout the last couple of days, and it only gets more serious today and tomorrow. Porsche Laureate Racing's number, was that a 912 returning to the racetrack? 912 has been in strife, and the 61 Earl Bamber Motorsport car is back in, and these do seem to be along the same lines, the problems around the rear suspension, rear axle.
Yeah, and that's where the gearbox is, remember.
True.
And that car. And more attention then. The 61, the Earl Bamber Motorsport car, that was certainly running in contention and played a great early part in this race. They really did work that car through to the front of the field. The right rear wheel is being replaced to the car. The car's off the jacks. I'm not sure what that problem is. With attention once again under that right rear wheel arch, and a disconsolate pit chief there moving back to the garage and releasing that car back into the race, but it's now down to 23rd place.
Well, Diana Binks has clearly seen the 61 car is in again out of schedule. So, Di, what have you managed to find out so far?
Well, I've just managed to chat to Reid, who's going to give me an update really as to what's going on, because the car was just leaving the garage as we arrived down here. You've been watching what happened. What were you having to do? And obviously the car's back on track now. How does that affect your strategy?
Yeah, I think we're 2 or 3 laps down now, unfortunately. We had a good first stint. And it looks like the floors may be disconnected from the bumper. So the boys are onto it, fixing it up. So hopefully we can get back in the race over the afternoon and put ourselves in a good position for tomorrow.
Was that owing to an incident on track? Because I didn't see it, so I'm not sure if there was an incident that made that happen.
No, there was no incident. I don't know if it's just something that's come loose with some vibration over the curbs. But yeah, we'll figure it out, and hopefully it's fixed and we don't have to come in again and lose too much time. But yeah, the boys are onto it, so we'll get back out there.
They're working hard, aren't they?
Very hard, yeah. It's a shame because we're in a good position, but yeah, this is racing, so push on.
Thank you, Reid.
Cheers.
That really is a big shame, Johnny, because that car had worked its way up to the front of the field and was becoming a massive contender for, to be at the front towards the finish tomorrow.
Yeah. It's great to have a team of the stature of Earl Bamber Motorsport. Yes, a relatively fledgling outfit, but they are former Bathurst 12-hour winners, not with the driver lineup this weekend, but it's a strong one nevertheless on paper, and it's deliberately designed to be a combination of pro and semi-pro and AM drivers as well in the 61. So 3 drivers named against that car. The 2 AMs are Adrian De Silva and Matthew Payne, and Reid Harker, who is the semi-pro, 26-year-old from Auckland. So great to have them with us, including Earl Bamber, the team manager. Just sorry that the good luck has not followed suit. We're going to go straight back to Diana Binks, who's found Kerong Lee from the number 728 car.
You started the race and did a good 2 hours in the car, I think it was. I had a little spin while out on track. How would you describe the start?
So after like 30 minutes, they have the fast GT3 coming in my back,
and I want to give them the space, make sure the car is keeping safe. And I go a little bit wide, so my tire pick a lot of shades. And then because I pick up a lot of shades, I got a spin in the last corner. And yeah, we lost to the back, but after the 2 hours, we just got it back to the position. Yeah.
You made a good recovery to come back on track. A little quite close.
Yeah, that's why I like 992 a little bit better, because we have a little bit good management on the fuel control. So usually if we reach the super to fuel, we need to refueling like every 1 hour and 10 minutes. But 992, we have the big window, we can refueling in 1 hour 30 minutes. So it's really good to management the time. If we lucky, we got the code 60, we can come into pace and refueling, do a drop. So yeah.
Satisfied with the performance so far?
Yeah, really good. I mean, like it's great to be back. I mean, Creventic is always my favorite events, favorite series, and yeah, my last race is in the Abu Dhabi, and I already doesn't race like 2 months, so it's great to be back. Honestly, it's great to race with those cars and have a wheel-to-wheel battle. Yeah.
Well, it's great to have you back, Carol.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, back and fighting on all fronts, and we'll see how far up the field the 728 car goes. I mean, they've been up against it really before they arrived at Mugello. This is not the car that they had hoped to be racing, but because of availability issues, no Lamborghini here this weekend, but they are running in the GTX category. That's where they want to be scoring their points, and hopefully from Spa onwards they'll also have the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 car back in their ranks as well.
Always great to have a Lamborghini back.
Of course.
A big thanks to Yoda's uncle, who's had a chance to look at the penalty screen for us, Johnny. The 91 took a 60-second penalty for pit lane speeding. Of course, under code 60, that penalty has to be doubled. If you take it under code 60, it's then doubled. So it lost a good 120 seconds. Now, you match that with the speed of the cars on track, and whether you lose less track time with 120 seconds than you would with everybody going at racing speed with a 60-second penalty. I'm pretty sure the Herbert guys would have measured that out and balanced that out. So right now, the 91 car, not that far down the order after taking in that penalty, 6th place overall. It's on 61 laps. The leader is the only car on 62. As I say, that changes. So we've now got Bryson Morris in the ST car moving on to the lead lap with Charles Putman, and then from 4th place down we've got Sven Herberger in the Phoenix car now. They're on 61 laps completed, and then 28 seconds behind them in 6th, Ralph Bond in the 91. So still very much in contention, and keep your eye on that 91 as it continues to make its progress.
Pace up and down the field, but not necessarily the best of luck for some runners. And speaking of which, the 34 car is in the gravel trap for the second time today. Not the same gravel trap, but in an effort to try and get the car out of the stones, the right foot was buried there by, who's at the wheel of car 34 now? It is much further down the order, of course. It's Dr. Johannes Kerkhoff, who is again another driver approaching 50-odd races. I think he's on about 43 or 44, but part sideways now and sitting on the left-hand side of the car. So hopefully his visibility is pretty good if he's wanting to rejoin. The problem is I can't see how far deeply embedded those rear tyres are, but I would sense a good few inches now, Joe. It's another code 60.
Another code 60. He nearly did it. He got the momentum across the gravel, and as he was moving across the gravel, he was pointing the car back at the track, and he almost made it there. The nose of the car is just on the green, white and red Italian flag curbing. However, the rear axle just began to sink into the gravel and he came to a complete stop. So once again, code 60 while the snatch tractor is deployed, with just coming up to, we're about 7 minutes away from 3 hours to go in this first segment of the 12-hour race.
So that's nearly 2.5 hours completed, and 34 car course, is another Code 60. And will this provide an opportunity for more cars to make a stop? Well, a lot of them chose to do it on the previous occasion, so it may just be a game of patience now for the 25 Mercedes from Mann-Filter Team Landgraf. Same goes for the ST Racing BMW that is now up to second position. Charlie Putman, he stopped after only 9 laps and came back in again. Well, no, he's now 5 laps into his next stint, isn't yet back in the pit lane, and I would expect 5 laps to not be quite long enough to enable a pit stop to be beneficial. One crew that do think it's worth stopping, though, Red Camel Jordans.nl with their new 992 spec Porsche Cup car, looking very attractive indeed in the Dutch orange and black, very similar paint scheme to how the old Seats and Cupras used to appear, but the team really excited about now moving to the Porsche Cup car. And I noticed, I think that Rick Breukers working his way out of the garage to take a photograph of the 909.
Well, they were practicing pit stops this morning with their team manager, our very own Paul Truswell, managing the tactics and the overall operations of that Red Camels Jordan Porsche. He was cracking the whip there, and it was a puncture on the left rear of that Red Camels Jordan car. So that's another left rear. I did say the left rear was going to take a pounding here, but I am still surprised to see as many punctures.
Yeah, particularly this early on in stint lengths, because as mentioned, most of the field came in only 10 laps or so ago. So whether it is down to a lot of the gravelly moments as well that are obviously bringing quite a bit of debris onto the track. 5 minutes to go before we hit the 3 hours to go marker for today, and we really need an update on how the BMW from the TC class is getting on. Di is now with the team.
Yes, I am. The 331 BMW is in the garage. Sorry, Seb wasn't quite ready. The BMW is still in the garage. If you remember, I spoke to them probably about an hour ago, and they said they were really hopeful that, 30 minutes they'd be back out on track. Just had a chat with the team. They're still hard at work. They say it will be another 30 minutes or so, but they had some bodywork and some front suspension that they had to change, which is what's taken the time. But they're convinced and very confident they'll be back out on track very soon.
That's good news. And Bonk Motorsport are so experienced with these production-based BMWs, whether it be in the 24H series or within NLS, which visits, of course, the Nürburgring Nordschleife 9 occasions through the course of the year. And Bonk Motorsport run these M2s, but they also run the M240i Racing Cup cars as well, which provide great racing. And we've had a couple of those in the Creventic Championship in the past.
The M2 is a production-based race car. It's based on the production car. So things like suspension components and not like on, say, a GT3 car, which is a little bit more like a prototype where things are built with racing in mind. A production car is built to last 200,000 miles. Mm-hmm. So when you have to replace those suspension components, it takes a lot longer than it would do for a bespoke race car type vehicle to run. And also when you replace suspension components, and we saw the team there, they're having to do what's called stringing the car, which is basically checking the tracking on all 4 wheels of the car. And that's basically putting a pole across the front of the car and literally 2 fishing cables down either side. And you measure the gap between the front of the wheel and the string and the rear of the wheel as to the string. And the difference gives you the toe in or toe out measurement of what you're trying to achieve. But all of that's got to be reset because the new suspension components will have your wheels pointing in the wrong directions. So you've got to get that right before you release the car back on the track. And that, I'm afraid, is very, very time-taking.
Toe in and toe out. It's all about which way the wheels face, of course, at the front of the car. So toe in is like being pigeon-toed, isn't it? And
yes.
Toe out is like having your feet
duck-toed.
splayed. Duck-toed.
Is that what it's called? Pigeon-toed and duck-toed?
I've not heard duck-toed, but that would make sense, wouldn't it?
Well,
to have your feet splayed. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm thinking of Donald Duck here.
Works with their toes out, facing out, and toes in. It's like a dance step, but there's an optimum setting to be found, and it's often unique to each track you're going to. And you're always going to get some tyre wear because of that, but you're looking for optimum time and tyre wear through the corners as well as the straights, and there is a happy medium to be struck And that's why so much that extra testing that can be utilised at a 24H series meeting is so valuable. Free practice once you're into the meeting proper is only an hour. Very difficult to get to the bottom of all that setup if you just use the 60 minutes. And there's no time at all these days in qualifying. 3 lots of 10-minute sessions, 2.5 minutes of which are used on an outlap. And if there's a code 60, for goodness sake, in the middle of that, then you've basically got 1 lap to hit your marker. But we have been saying it's a great format to go qualifying in, brand new for 2022, because 3 drivers in most cases are required to produce an average lap time. And it means that the AM driver is well and truly part of qualifying and the extra pressure that automatically brings with it.
And this type of racing as well, Johnny, you know, you've got amateur drivers competing here, and usually if the pro driver would invariably be the choice of the team to put in the car for qualifying. Well, with these regulations of 3 driver qualifying, everyone can contribute, and the AM driver begins to play a big part and a significant part of where the car qualifies for the grid. And of course the argument will always be, does it really matter where you are on the grid for a 12-hour race? Well, when things are as tight as they are, and just look at the front of the field now with, you know, the number 1 BMW chasing down, he's a lap down off Alexander Hirakuena in the Manfilter Mercedes, and just trying to regain that and losing that time can be quite significant. So yeah, there is bragging rights, of course. Everybody wants to be on the pole position. Everybody wants to be interviewed by Diana Binks at the start of the race and be on telly. But when it comes down to it, you just need as many cars behind you as possible from the very outset on these long distance races.
Also, when your car's getting light towards the end of the stint, it's useful to know how hard you can push when the car is, down to the dregs in the tank. And particularly when we're approaching 3:30 tomorrow afternoon, there is a danger that it might turn into a bit of a sprint race towards the end. We would love that after 12 hours of action if we've got a couple of the race leaders on the same lap. And at the moment, that does seem to be likely. What the Code 60s aren't providing right now is a chance for any team, really, to romp away. And we've said staying on the lead lap is so crucial. Well, there is every chance of that at the moment when you consider it's only a minute, in fact 54 seconds to be exact, that separates the top 6 cars. 2 Mercedes, 2 Audis, a Porsche and a BMW. We've now had 2.5 hours of running, 3 to go. And could we start tomorrow's second half of the race with 4, 5, even 6 cars on the lead lap? The problem is for everybody else looking at Alexander Hrachovina, though, with his 90-second lead. That does look a bit daunting right now. Hrachovina is in a good position as far as fuel is concerned, having pitted on 2 separate occasions, just 9 laps apart. So fuel in that Mercedes is at a decent level, I would suggest. It's a big thirsty engine in the nose of that car, 6.2 litre V8, normally aspirated. So the Mercedes, you would think, is not particularly easy on fuel burn. But with Alexander Hrachovina, who is the AM, then he's going to be fleet of foot compared to somebody like Bernd Schneider, who will be due in at a later point today.
Right out of contention, but rejoining the race is the Bentley, the Baudard by Bascoutin team, putting that car to rights and getting the car back out there, but it's right out of contention. It's way down in 38th place overall. In fact, it's the last of the runners with the 2 cars behind them or below them on the timing screen, both static and out of the race. Or am I right? The 703 Vortex, I think, might still be in the race, actually. So I might be wrong on that one, with the Vortex now behind the Bentley. But I know Di was going to have a dodge down there and maybe get a word with Bob Herber and see just what went on there. And he did end up, it was at the final turn, wasn't it, at Bacchini, that he went off and into the gravel, if I remember rightly, and we're not sure exactly what the cause or effect of that off was, but it certainly put that Bentley out of contention when it was considering, we were looking at that Bentley and we were looking forward to perhaps seeing it on the podium. Oh, and a big off there, and it's one of the cars that are in contention. It's Ralph Bon in the 91. He's had a coming together with the Ligier, and the Ligier's driven into the gravel and now bogged down. The car was on the track, but getting out of the way of the oncoming traffic. and I'm not sure where that is. It's
down
a
the hill,
downhill
Savelli,
left-hander.
Casanova and Savelli. It's that big drop down as the track goes over the tunnel that you use to access the infield, and then you approach the Arrabbiatas. It's actually quite a fast part of the circuit, that. Oh, and it was Ralph Bone going for a gap on the inside of the Ligier, and whether the SK Racing driver, who is Jerome da Costa, didn't quite see Ralph Bone and that he wanted to get by there. An Audi and a Porsche able to slip through. That was the Jutta Racing Audi, the red and white car, followed I think by one of the Porsche Loriot Racing Cup cars, but two very dusty and dirty race cars now in the kitty litter at Savelli Corner, and another Code 60. Goodness me, how many of those have we had now? I need to check another screen that I've got going here to tell you.
Johnny, while you do that, it is real bad news for the 91 Herbeth car, because that car, remember, suffered a puncture in the early laps. It put it down the field, and it's regained and regained and regained. It was up to 4th place before this incident. It's now dropping down the order, already dropping to 6th. And that is Jonas Gelzinis in the Jutta Audi, just moving ahead while he remains static in the gravel trap, waiting to be recovered.
Let's follow up on the story that you were talking about involving the Bentley Continental that ended up in the gravel at the final corner at Buccine Corner. Now, the Bentley has Marcel Van Berlo at the wheel. The one guy who was driving it during the incident, though, is Bob Herber, now with Dye.
Bob, tell us what happened from your seat. We were obviously watching and couldn't see any sort of, when you had the incident on track, we couldn't see anyone else involved. Is that how it was? Did you have a flat tyre?
No, it was an ABS failure. We have a sensor that quit working, and so no ABS, not enough brake pressure to get to the corner. So we went off slowly into the gravel, and the contact with the barrier was, I think, 20 kilometers an hour, so it didn't cause a lot of damage, but the failure is still there in the car. They changed the sensor, but it seems like something else. So Marcel is now in the car trying to make the best of it. And next pit stop, they try to fix it. It's the first time, so a little bit of urgent thing, I think.
And what's his feedback to you here back in the pits?
Yeah, I think everybody loves the car, and it was also quite fast. I was capable of picking up the speed of the front runners, and it feels great. It's a pity, but things happen.
Yeah, it was running so well to start with, and you were very impressed with your qualifying position.
Yeah, well, it's a good car. It's easy to drive, and it's well maintained. It's a nice circuit. So then it's especially a pity something small like this happens, but it's still 10 hours. And as you can see on the track, a lot of things happening.
Well, it's great to see the Bentley on track, certainly here in the 24-hour series.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Yeah, I'm sure it's turned into a big favourite of many people following this race, particularly from the UK, of course. Home of Bentley is Crewe, I want to say. Is that right, historically?
Yes.
Yeah. Crewe being the home of Bentley, although those cars built in Cockermouth in Cumbria at the M Sport facility of Malcolm Wilson and son Matthew. So really good to see the sort of trickle down of those cars that were winning, top-notch endurance races around the world within the last couple of years, including the Bathurst 12 Hours in 2020 with drivers like Maxime Soulet.
Bob Herber's bought that car.
And have we established
I don't know.
That's the very car?
I know you're still listening. Could you just ask Bob off air whether that Bentley he's running today is the actual chassis car that won the 2020 Bathurst?
Yeah, because we know that the chassis that was the 2020 winner in Australia is in Bas Coutin's stable somewhere and could very well be that car. So it'd be quite a story if later on in the season it gets a success in the 24H series as well.
He did say that he'd bought it's in the series magazine as well. That's published for this race, and he's bought 2 cars from M Sport, one of which was the 2020 Bathurst winner, and we heard Bas Coutin telling us he's running one chassis, one car in the Dutch Supercar Challenge and the other in the Creventic Endurance Series.
There you go.
So I suspect it might, was it a sprint car that he's going to now run in the Dutch Supercar Challenge, and he's running the endurance spec car in these long distance races? Because I kind of suspect that might be then the Bathurst winner that we have here in front of us.
Wonderful. The 91 Porsche has managed to extricate itself, I think with a helping hand from the Manitous littered around the circuit here at Mugello, back onto hard standing. and Ralph Bone is weaving from left to right. An awful lot of dust and stones pouring out of that car, and there is a wing mirror dangling by a cable, by a thread as well.
He's going to have to come in for that, because that will be deemed to be in a dangerous situation. That door mirror, if it becomes detached, it could hit another car.
Yep.
So it's in a dangerous spec, so he will be visiting the pits. And I'm not sure how long Ralph has done. Let's have a look. He's done stint time of 46 minutes, coming up to 47 minutes. So he's... I'm just wondering, Johnny, if you would change driver at this point. It was clear that Ralph tried to sneak down the inside of the Ligier. The Ligier dropping down the order. It's back on track. Currently second in TCX. And that car's battling with the Veluga Porsche Cayman. Charlie Hollings now at the wheel of the 205. But that Veluga car is now moving ahead of the Ligier of SK Racing after that incident. As Ralph Bourne trying to get rid of the gravel. That's what he's doing. He's waving the car from left to right as if he's warming tyres. He's not warming his tyres. He's trying to get rid of the gravel from the under tray and the rear diffuser. Usually works by braking very sharply. We've gone green, Johnny. We're back under green conditions. And we'll wait to see if Di is at the Herbert pit garage when that car appears on pit lane. We might have an update.
Yeah, she's there already, actually. And a chance to chat to Robert Renauer about this whole situation.
I'm chatting to Robert because Alfred's busy on the pit lane. Watching a bit of a drama on track there. What was your view watching it on screen?
I mean, it was bad luck. There were so in the end it's a race incident. It's not our so far. We had a first hour of the race. Now the incident with the other car. So yeah, we keep pushing. Missing a little bit of performance in the car as well. So we try to stay focused and do the best we can.
I know it seems from the very off that there's just been small little gremlins after another, but the team here look like they're very much in control. They're calm, they're dealing with the situations as they happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's since the beginning of the weekend. We're missing some equipment still from Dubai, so we need to put everything together from other teams. So it was a tough preparation as well with building up the complete new car. So in the end, as I said, we try to do our best, try to get back to our regular performance and cross finger that we get a better day tomorrow.
Well, you're experienced enough, aren't you, to know that you can deal with the challenges as they set themselves to you?
Sorry?
You can deal with the challenges that are happening during the race because of your experience. You know, you all come together to make it work.
Sure, you can do the best you can, but if you lose 1 or 2 laps due to a tire puncture or accident, so that's racing. Try to do our best.
Thank you, Robert.
Yeah, on the back foot, certainly. I hadn't realised that some of the kit was either late getting here from Dubai or just hasn't arrived at all yet. There are 1 or 2 teams in that boat, actually. There were numerous problems returning containers from the Asian Le Mans Series, I remember, for many teams last year because of the whole Suez Canal issue with that boat running aground and a big old queue of container ships behind that. So there's a big delay there last year. And then there have been similar transport issues for shipping in 2022 as well. That's affected the duo in the HRT Performance GTX Porsche, Jean-Francois Bruno and Kerong Lee, as we've mentioned a couple of times, and clearly Herbert Motorsport have been suffering a little bit as well. I'd like to get to the bottom of what the performance troubles are for their Porsche, though, because that's most unusual for Herbert Motorsport. But Robert Renauer admitting that whether that's engine related or setup, I don't know, but the car's not quite in the sweet spot.
I was speaking to him earlier in the week during the practice sessions, and he said they weren't happy with the handling of the car. He didn't go into any specifics with regards to that,
right?
But they were changing the setup, and they had the tracking gear out. They had the laser tracking gear at Herbert, and they were doing that. So it was a setup change that they were chasing. Not the only Porsche this weekend that's been chasing setup changes.
No.
Remember the Red Camels car? They weren't happy with the car after qualifying, too much oversteer. So they've gone into totally revamping their setup. So I don't know whether it's track conditions, maybe. Here we are just coming out of the winter period here in northern Italy, and the track being relatively green Yes, we've run this race at pretty much the same period of time in the year, haven't we? Late March, early spring. So, you know, the data that they've acquired and accrued over the previous Mugello 12 hours is going to pretty much match. We haven't exactly had a tarmac change here. It hasn't been resurfaced. So maybe it's just, you know, different conditions. It was relatively cool. Was it cooler than we had last year and the year before? I'm not sure. I can't really gauge that because it is.
The year before was a November race, actually, in 2020, because everything was massively delayed and out of sync because of obvious reasons, the pandemic. But last year's race did run at the end of March. I honestly can't remember what the conditions were like, though, just going into spring. It always is traditionally this portion of March, but previously a Friday-Saturday race, so we haven't had to worry about the clocks going forward. The clocks will go forward in the middle of this year's race, though, remember. So the gap between the end of Part 1 and the start of Part 2 is decreased by an hour, but that doesn't affect the actual race time. 25's just come out from a pit stop. Now, I think Alexander Cracovina was given the instruction by Landgraf Motorsport to come in at the tail end of the previous Code 60. That was 5 minutes and counting ago, and Cracovina therefore has lost some positions because his Code 60 pit stop will have bled into the green flag portion, the next green flag portion. So I think in real time, wow, he was really sideways there at Cervelli down the bottom of the hill. And Cracovina, even though he's an AM driver, is really hustling this Mercedes all over the racetrack.
Well, he's come out on new tyres, hasn't he?
Yes, you would think so.
Yeah, so I'm kind of hoping he's just getting those tyres up to temperature, because if he continues to slide that car around, he's going to have those tyres go away from him very, very quickly. I think you mentioned he dropped down to 5th there, Johnny, but he's now back underway, staying at the wheel of the car, so double stinting the driver for Alexander. And the car still moving around underneath him. And those tyres perhaps just beginning to come up to pressure, so he is pushing hard, and the reason he's doing that is to get that tyre up to pressure and optimum temperature as soon as possible so that he can then settle into his stint. So he wants to do that to get the car lapping and optimise that lap time. Meanwhile, in the penalty box is the Ligier. Now, I'm not sure why that car, if that car has been given a penalty in relation to the incident with the Herberth car. All we saw was the Herberth car on the inside of the Ligier. That might have been deemed slightly different to how we saw it, because we only saw it later in the incident, didn't we? We didn't see the beginning of that coming together, but there was certainly an incident of contact which resulted in the 91 Porsche, which, by the way, has dropped down to 15th overall, and about 3 laps now off the lead lap. He's completed 68 laps. Rolf Bon staying at the wheel.
I reckon the 25 Landgraf Mercedes has actually pitted twice under the last Code 60, and that's in an effort to get a maximum fuel load on the car. So you mentioned this being a double stint for Cracovina. It's actually a quadruple, because he's done 9, 1, and now 2 laps on the the outlap, the final outlap.
Well, I know what I described he was pushing, Johnny.
Yes.
But that was the quickest lap the car has done.
Right. Well,
so those tyres are up to pressure.
Yes.
So he's driving it like that.
But you've got to think it's a big, heavy car, though, as well.
Yeah,
now,
it
with
is.
all that fuel
Heavy
on board,
fuel
and
load.
potentially a maximum fuel load for only the second time in the race. Diana Binks, meanwhile, speaking of Mercedes, has gone down to another twin, or rather three-pointed star crew with their AMG GT3, CP Racing and Joe Foster.
Joe, we're sort of midway through part 1 of this race. Obviously, you had a little incident earlier on which sort of threw your strategy out a little bit. Are you happy you've recovered from that?
No, I think those decisions either go your way or they don't. Clearly, as everyone who knows the series would see, we kind of made a gamble that it was going to go Code 60, which we lost. And so that put a Charles back in the beginning, but then it came back around on another one. We took another gamble that worked, and we got a full fuel load when most of the field got half. So in the end, it's sort of back where we started.
Well, there is, it's a 12-hour race. It's an endurance race. We know that these challenges present themselves, but how are you enjoying it so far?
No, it's beautiful. Obviously, we love coming to Mugello, Charlie and Charles and myself, and it's a great circuit. A little warmer today than leading up to it, but still a beautiful day in Italy. The sun's shining, the food's good.
And how would you describe this circuit?
I really like it. It's sort of proper old school European circuit, you know, with some really fast blind corners and stuff like that. And obviously back in the game as an F1 track, as you know, from 2020. So we love coming here.
So looking at the rest of race one, this part one of the race, sorry, I can't get my words out. What's your sort of thoughts and how would you like to see that go?
Well, you know, it's interesting. It's been just basically responding to Code 60. So the idea is to kind of have 2 or 3 options when each Code 60 comes up. So at this point, we've got Charlie out there with good tires and good fuel load and just going to let it ride for a while and see what happens next.
And how are the conditions on track?
It's a little warmer now than it has been the last couple of days, so I think everybody is working through the track conditions. We had some other cars on track this morning that put some different rubber down, so the behavior of the car is a little different, was different for Charles' first set of tires than his second. So, but it's settling down, no worries.
You clearly still love getting behind the wheel of a race car, Joe.
I'm definitely past my sell-by date. I'm really lucky to be here at all, and I really enjoy it still, for sure.
Thanks for chatting to us.
Thanks, Diana.
We love having Joe Foster here. What's he talking about?
I've no idea. Past his sell-by date?
Yeah, get out of town.
No way at all. You're just getting into your prime, Joe.
Just look at your lap times, mate. You're still...
Exactly.
Yeah, fantastic.
Right up there. I mean, it's very easy to let the current situation of the race weigh heavy on the shoulders. They think, you know, that there are 1 or 2 decisions that they've made from a percentage point of view, and as he said, you either win or lose those, and you find out very quickly what the result is. They banked on a Code 60 in the early phase of today's race. It didn't happen, so they were stranded in the pit lane, fueling the car. But you're always going to fall one side of the fence or the other on that, and it's about kind of forgetting that and moving on and trying to make the best of the next decision. But they are by no means out of this, 85 crew, running in 3rd position. They're probably asking themselves questions of what might have been, but leading GT3 AM and within a lap of the race leaders, ST Racing. So every chance yet of a very good result here in the opening round of the European campaign of the 24H series.
The Ligier of SK Racing, Johnny, was deemed to have caused that collision with the 91, and that took a 30-second penalty for that, thanks to Yoda's uncle, who also found that out as well. So, you know, keep the information coming in. Maybe it's time to mention Spirit of the Race. We've had lots of spirited racing, haven't we, Johnny?
We have. Spirit
of the Race award for the 24H series now brings with it a beautiful trophy from the race organisers, and we're going to be... It's the decision makers are me, Johnny and Diana, who is in the pits. She's getting an in-depth insight as to what's going on and what spirited acts are taking part behind the garage doors. Always a soap opera behind those doors. But we'd still like a bit of incentive from yourselves and the listeners and the watchers and the viewers. So if you have any nominations towards, certainly this is more significant into tomorrow's race, but a decision process based on what is happening today is probably going to be a consideration. So when we get towards the final stages of the race, we will be asking you for your nominations. In your opinion, who should be awarded the Spirit of the Race? And then out of all the nominations, Johnny, myself and Diana will be making that decision, and there will be another trophy to award on the podium ceremony. But this is, for me, I've always been a big fan of Spirit of the Race, because it's not just rewarding the person who's the quickest over the longest period. It's about the attitude and the spirit of endurance racing, and that's what we're looking for. If Colin White was here, he'd probably just have been given it already.
It's kind of pointless running a competition for it, isn't it? Like you say, the brand new trophy for 2022, just give it straight to Colin if he'd been here this weekend. But the 2 Ginettas are not, sadly, and a couple of absentees who are normally mainstays here at Mugello, teams like Speed Lover and AC Motorsport. So we desperately want those guys back again in the championship as soon as possible, ideally next month for the 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. But in the meantime, there will be, I reckon, a standout winner of the Spirit of the Race. There just always is within these 24H series races. But your suggestions most welcome, and then we will review those and ideally pick a winner from those, or we might pick our own winner, but definitely want your involvement So at 24H Series on Twitter with that, and at RSL_studio. It's maybe a bit too early at this stage, and we will give you a kind of finite period of time tomorrow to get those votes in so that we can scour them and come up with our own decisions for the first ever award of the, officially. We've often had a Spirit of the Race for the last 5 or 6 years.
Actually got a trophy for it, though.
There is a proper trophy for it for the first time in that history, yes. I've also just realised what the Orchid Racing Team livery reminds me of, and it is, go back to British touring car racing in the early 90s. Tim Harvey and Steve Soper had BMWs back 1991, 1992 in a teal livery, and the two Orchid racing cars look exactly like that. Now, I don't know whether that's deliberate or purely by accident, but Orchid Racing Team do not have orchid-coloured cars at all. It's more of a teal, a greeny turquoise, and Fabio Spiergi in his Porsche 911 917, maybe harking back to the British Touring Car Championship 30 years ago? It's not quite that long, 30 years ago now. 1992.
Yeah, exactly 30 years.
There you go. So maybe it's there's a connection. Probably not. But it's great to have Orchid Racing, I think, in their first ever meeting with the 24H Series. And let's hope they are committed to a few more European races this year.
Bryson Morris leads the ST Racing BMW, completing 75 laps. He's got 54. You know what, I'm going to call that 55 seconds on Sven Herberger in the Phoenix Audi. Back up there in second place for the number 18. And Charlie Putman he's a minute and 4 off the leader in the CP Racing Mercedes. And then a further 9 seconds behind Charles is Jonas Gelzinas in the Yuta Racing Audi R8, car 71. Bernd Schneider, the legend that is in car 25, and he is only 3.5 seconds off that Audi in front of him. So a bit of a battle between, I would suggest, 3 cars there. Charlie Putman in the Mercedes from CP, the Yuta Racing Audi, and the Mann-Filter Mercedes, still in with a shot on the lead lap.
I've now realised, therefore, why that Mercedes was hustling on so much. The screen, I'm fairly convinced, still had Cracovina listed, but it is Bernd Schneider. He took over 7 laps ago, and that's the reason why he was really leaning on the Hankook rubber through Savelli to try and build a temp.
And we saw that fastest lap of the race for that car come in, and I think it was about his second lap out.
Yes.
So I was talking about him getting the tyres up to optimum temperature. They were already there. It was all down to Bernd Schneider. Of course it was.
Yeah. And with the greatest respect of Alex Hakovina, he will have a target to be as quick as Bernd Schneider one day. He's not quite there yet, though. So Bernd Schneider in the Mercedes that is entered as a GT3 AM car, running second in that division, subcategory. Then Charlie Putman, even at this stage, will be keeping an eye on the door mirrors, because Bernd Schneider's only 11 seconds away now from the CP Racing Mercedes that runs in third position. Bryson Morris leads the GT series from Sven Herberger and the Phoenix Racing Audi, then the CP Racing car. And in the TCE series, is it still a TCX car leading the way? No, it's now TCR, so it's the BBR crew for Tanart Satyanthirakul in the 159 car. It's an all-Thai crewed car, and the Cupra Leon Competition has a minute's lead over the Holmgard Motorsport Volkswagen of Martin Vedel Mortensen, number 102, and in third position, Wolf Power Racing's Audi RS3 for Ivars Valers, number 116. Then the best of the TCX entries, Porsche 718 Cayman for English crew Valuga, and Charlie Hollings now at the wheel of car 205 from the Noka Racing team, and their VW Golf for Kęstutis Stasionis, and 104 is that car's number. Next in TCE would be the Ligier, which is recovering from, unfortunately, a clash with the number 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche from the GT series. We talk a lot, Joe, about the fact that there's 2 races happening in one here, GT and TCE. But when it comes to an incident, there's nothing stopping one car from one and one car from the other. sadly finding the same bit of track, and that's exactly what happened for the Ligier and the Porsche down at Savelli Corner. So yes, 2 separate races, individual trophies for those 2 separate races, but one can have an effect on the other, and that was brought sharply into focus just 15 minutes or so ago.
We love mixed class racing for that very reason. You know, it's never over until it really is over. And hello to Blur Fiend, who is working away in his garage, I would imagine. He sent a picture of his toolbox, which is quite an impressive piece of kit. He's fixing some Porsches. You can't just say that. What do you mean, some Porsches? Send us pictures of the Porsches. What sort of Porsches are they? Are they old classic Porsches, like a 968, or are they new Porsches, like a 992? Send us pictures.
Yeah, it'd be nice to
Tweet
see
your
it.
pictures in, Blue Fiend. But it's great to have you along. He's listening. He's listening, so we'll be as descriptive as we can for our radio audience.
Well, a decent length endurance race, as in a 12 hours, is great audio accompaniment. You know, you might not be able to have the dedication because you're in the middle of a working day to stay tuned to the visuals, and that's very easily the reason why our Radio Show Limited coverage has had so much success, because you can take us with you wherever you may be going, maybe out for a shop or some hard work at home. Now, side by side, there was a clash not too long ago at turn 1, which kicked up the dust, and the MP Racing Mercedes, which has had 1 or 2 gravelly moments already, gets by the Vortex. So we've had 2.5 hours of running, 3 hours of running this afternoon in the Mugello 12 hours. We're 1/4 distance. Let's give you a reminder of what's happened so far. The 909 Red Camel Jordans.nl car pulling through the gears with one of the Broikers at the wheel. I think I'm fairly safe in saying it's Rick, who drives that second-placed car in the 992 division. But Bryson Morris leads the GT series after 3 hours of running, 2.5 still to go today, and therefore 9 hours in total still to be completed this year's 2022 Mugello 12 hours, the first of 5 European races that will also see us visit Belgium, Germany, Portugal and Spain. And remember then, in November this year, it will be only the second ever 24 hours of Sebring around that historic racetrack, which only recently, of course, had its 12-hour event. That was last weekend. Joe Bradley was there, and quite a nice kind of little bit of synchronicity, if you like, that Joe's last race was the Sebring 12 hours, and very likely much later on in the year he'll be part of the 24-hour coverage at this same venue too, with some American and certainly Canadians crews, so a good representative we would hope from North America, but lots of European teams expected at that race meeting as well. Many months to go before we get there though. In TCE, it's the TCR cars that have come to the fore. BBR and their Cupra Leon Competition, with Tanot Satyentarakul driving it, is leading the TCE series from Holmgard Motorsports VW Golf. Wolf Power and their Audi RS3 is in third, and the TCX leader within the TCE race remains the Veluga Porsche 718 of now Charlie Hollings. Shadows starting to lengthen. We're just after 4 o'clock this afternoon, and another hour or so the teams will have good recent memory of how the track's likely to evolve, because qualifying was held, 5:15 yesterday, and took us through to just beyond 6:30. So not only were they crucial sessions to decide where you were going to start from on the grid, but I think from a data point of view, very useful running as well. Nose to tail between the number 2 BMW M6 of JR Motorsport and the catching David Fuminelli. Now, this is not for track position, because car 2 down in 19th place with Ted van Vliet at the wheel, but Fuminelli at his local circuit looking for a way by, and there's a bit of a queue forming up here, Joe.
Yeah, he's a bit of a cork in the bottle, isn't he, in that GT? It's the M6 BMW number 2, GT3 spec, and the Kessel Ferrari just making his way by there, a little bit held up ever so slightly. The 71 Audi has cleared him as well. That's the Jonas Galzinas Judo Racing, currently in 5th place. Fuminelli in 7th. So it looks like the number 71 Audi about to put another lap on the Fuminelli Kessel car, who's ahead of him on the road but behind him in the order. So time is of the essence there for the Kessel Ferrari. It will not want to go a further lap down. And Blue Fiend has been back on. He's working at a Porsche dealer and he's servicing a Macan and a Taycan. So
nice.
Yeah, but nice to hear that, or see that he's listening to the 12 Hours of Mugello whilst at work. He should be off tomorrow though, surely, Blue Fiend. I imagine he'll have Sunday off to be able to join us for the final 6.5 hours of this Mugello race. 2.5, we just ticked by 2.5 hours remaining. So still a lot of racing left, as Catesby Jones down the order in 35th overall, but he is second in GT4, and that's the Team ACP Tangerine BMW M4 for Catesby Jones. We've seen that car early in the race. The leader of GT4 is the Orchid Racing car that you mentioned, Johnny, being in that teal green. That reminded you of the BMW in British touring cars, not to confuse anybody. It was 30 years ago, so only people of a certain age will remember that one.
That's a fair comment, yeah. Yes, indeed.
Certainly you and I do. So the leader of GT4 down in 31st overall, but ahead of the BMW. So it's a Porsche BMW battle there in GT4. Looking back at the overall leader though, we did have Bernd Schneider chasing down the CP car, and he's made the move on him and has gone ahead and pulled out about 2 seconds. So we've got a change of Mercedes in 3rd. It's now the bright yellow car of Bernd Schneider, number 25, the predominantly white with the blue and red stripes of CP Racing, now down in 4th. Sven Herberger still just over a minute behind the leader, Bryson Morris, who continues to control the pace of the race, lapping in the 52s in comparison to Herberger in the 53s. But the man of the moment at the moment on track is definitely Bernd Schneider. 1 minute 51 for Bernd. He's a minute and 14 seconds off the leader.
Yeah, and could certainly get within 30 seconds of Bryson Morris, I reckon, in time for the next pit stop. So 25 upping the ante and closing in on the top 2 as we go back to Diana Binks for news on the car number 421 from the GT4 category.
Wim Benoit's just jumped out of the car. How is that BMW M4 handling out there?
Well, for the moment it's with the temperatures it's quite hard, and we seems to be quite a lot of trouble with the tires, because we already had one puncture and the second one was coming when I came inside. So it seems to be for our car, which has quite a lot of weight, it's hard to last on the left front tire. So it's quite difficult.
I imagine it is, because you've got to then, not only manage the traffic and deal with the conditions, you're thinking about whether, how to avoid that situation happening as much as possible.
Yeah, definitely, because I was just like 54 minutes in the car, and I had like 4 code reds, code 60s. So it was really tricky outside. Everybody was really aggressive, and it seems to be also that the track condition is not optimal, so we will see.
They say this is a very technical and challenging circuit, certainly to race on. Is that what you're finding?
Yeah, for me it's definitely technical and difficult, because the last years I was driving the AMG GT4 and GT3, which is completely different from the BMW, and that combined with the new circuit, which is really technical and quite small, it's quite hard and difficult to do it all together in one weekend. And it's also quite narrow, like it's a MotoGP circuit, so you cannot do it with 2 or 3 cars next to each other, so that makes, I think, for everybody quite tricky.
So what are the main differences then that you're having to deal with? You just said that the differences between the cars are, quite large. What are they?
Yeah, they are. It's just a complete opposite kind of driving. I mean, with the AMG you can drive more like in a V, while in the BMW you have a lot of torque, so you drive the corner more around, and you pick up the throttle much more early in a lower gear. So it's difficult to explain, but it's different. Anyway.
It sounds quite a handful, but I'll take your word for it. But are you enjoying the race so far?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's always lovely with this kind of weather, and in Italy to be racing. So there is no better place to be here.
Thanks for taking the time to chat.
Thank you.
That's Wim Spinoy, yeah, really enthusiast, and not
right,
been racing for that long, but he is right. Yeah.
He's right. He's absolutely right. Where else would you want to be? It's kind of early spring here, as it is in Europe, in Northern Europe. And we are classed as Northern Europe, not Southern Europe, really, isn't it? Italy.
Regardless, it's spring
Whatever,
all around Europe.
It's spring, and spring is in the air. The clocks go forward tonight. All's right with the world.
Well, I'm never happy when the clocks go forward, because it means you miss out on an hour in bed. But
it's only an hour, Johnny. But
true. But
you get it back in the autumn.
What I do like is that it makes the evenings lighter as well.
Of course.
So it extends the day. So generally, it's a good thing.
And Vim mentioned being in Italy. Yes, the reason why we come to Italy in this time of the year is to, fingers crossed, there isn't anything forecast regarding weather. But I think for every Mugello 12 hours I've been to, Johnny, the weather has been very much this: 20 degrees, ambient temperature, track temperature of 30 degrees in the sun. It's very chilly at night, but this is perfect race conditions, consistent race conditions, not too hot. Certainly not cold in any way, shape or form, and that is where you get the maximum and optimum performance out of these cars and drivers. It really is a great place to come to kick off the European season. Fabulous.
Speaking of optimum performance from drivers, Bernd Schneider has reduced his average now to 152.425. Bryson Morris, average lap time, has been majorly affected for that car by the code 60s that, of course, Bernd wasn't at the wheel for in his 25 Mercedes, so that's not a fair comparison. Well north of 2 minutes and 10 seconds. But Sven Herberger was put into the car, I think, post the last code 60, 154.7. So that means on every lap, on average, Bernd Schneider is catching Sven Herberger to the tune of 2.3 seconds. So he's taking chunks out of the Phoenix Racing Audi and now getting the gap down to just 8 seconds. Bryson Morris is further up the road. We'll get a real-time gap in a minute between the ST Racing BMW and that chasing Phoenix Racing car. I would imagine the gap's extending a little between those two. Sven Herberger was given the initial qualification duty yesterday to set a very solid bedrock for the other guys, Ilya Earhart and Pierre Caffer, to build upon. So, and the gap is down to extended slightly to 9 seconds.
It's gone out by about a second, hasn't it, to the leader? But then so has Bernd Schneider's gap to second place. However, Bernd Schneider's gap to the leader has reduced by about 2 seconds.
Right.
So the reason why you see that little bit of ebb and flow is because of traffic. And Bernd Schneider being held up slightly in traffic at 53.9, for instance. That's not, we know he can lap much quicker than that. He can lap in the low 52s, high 51s. In fact, his fastest lap is a 50.3. So we know what Bernd Schneider is capable of. However, and seeing that 50.3 came on a brand new set of tyres, and that those tyres will have been optimised and now will have be where they're operating from. And we've seen Bernd being able to lap very much in the high 150, 150s, low 51s, and by doing that, he is taking time out of that overall leader of Bryson Morris.
Yellow flags appearing at turn 13, the first of the two Biandettis that link Corin Chow with Buccine corner, and in fact it gets more severe than that, because the yellow flag at turn 13 turns to a code 60, and that is a big crash, I'm afraid to say, for the 955 Willi Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche. And unfortunately, we haven't even got to the comedic story surrounding this team and publicising in their national press here in Italy something about one of their drivers. This is far, far more serious, I'm afraid to say, because a severe crunch on the front of that Porsche, that's, by the looks of things, been turned around, or something has failed on the car at Biandetti chicane, which is a fast part of the final sector of this racetrack at Mugello. And there's not a lot of real estate between the edge of the circuit and something very hard indeed, like a concrete wall. I think it's been turned through 90 degrees and wallop.
It's an acceleration zone, Johnny, out of... what's that corner before?
Corin Chow corner,
yeah. You come out of Corin Chow, and then there's a left-right S-bend, which is basically you're flat out through the gears up towards the final turn, and you know, if there is a slight coming together there, it's not going to be a slight off. And just on driver's right, just before the left-hander, that kind of sort of lends me to think that maybe, with some great footage on the live stream, if you are able to watch the pictures, we've got some drone cameras that are hovering over the track and giving us some really different perspectives. Well, I'll try and describe what that drone camera is giving us for our radio audience, but right now we've got that car off, and that looked like, even from the angle I saw it, Johnny, that looked like extensive damage enough to retire that car. That is a massive front-end damage.
It's Fabrizio Broggi, by the way, at the wheel of the 955. The Mugello medics are with Fabrizio very swiftly indeed. And let's hope that he is able to communicate to the marshals. They won't want to rush him out of the car, though, particularly if he's complaining of any pain. So it will be a slow and considered extraction for Fabrizio Broggi, and in the best possible hands. But we will just wait for any news that we get from the scene there, because that Porsche looking very second-hand indeed. For everybody else in the race, once again, this provides a little window to put some fuel in the car, only half your normal allocation. But I think it's going to be a lengthy code 60 potentially, and that might provide 5 minutes or more for a car to do a full circuit and go back into fueling for the second half of the tank, if you like.
Now, oddly, and there's a reason I say oddly, the number 1 BMW of ST Racing stays out. And the reason I say oddly is there's two reasons. One, it's a code 60, and you can take fuel at 50% allocation, but more than that is he's 1 hour and 50 into his stint time, so that's given him less than 10 minutes before his 2-hour overall drive time is going to be up. So Bryson Morris there might be a reason behind that, because as we can see from the fueling station, it's very, very crowded. The second place car, the Phoenix Audi, is in. Bernd Schneider is in the Mann-Filter Mercedes. Charles Putman is in the CP Racing Mercedes. Also it is Thomas Gosner in the MP Racing Mercedes. The Ferrari of Kessel, they're in the pits. Rick Breukers is in the pits. It's massively crowded there. That might have been a bit heads up by Bryson Morris to stay out, come back around. He knows that's going to be a lengthy code 60 because he's seen the car off.
Yeah.
He's seen the driver receiving medical attention. He's seen the recovery vehicle. He knows that's not going to be the work of a moment. So that might be a bit cagey there, and it might be just the right decision to wait, let everybody get out of the fueling, and then come into an empty fueling.
But I'm also just trying to work out where Bryson is on the track, because he's somewhere in the final sector. Now, the middle sector took him 1 minute and 37 seconds. He's crossed the line now, and again, doesn't come into the pit. So 2:19.9. So that is an active decision, absolutely, now, to turn down the option of coming into fuel.
And remember, of course, the teams have got crew in that fueling area, and they'll be saying, no, don't come in now, it's crammed.
Yep.
Wait, and it might still be crammed when he came by. So he's got another 4 minutes to wait, and that might be just enough.
True.
However, by then, the people who have pitted, who are in race position behind him, will have caught up the safety car, and in so doing have caught up to him. So when he comes in the pits, they will go by him.
No safety car.
Sorry, yeah.
So
right,
with everybody going the same speed,
everybody's going the same speed. He's
be
not going
fine.
to lose out. Yeah, of course.
But it depends.
I thought I was back at Sebring, mate.
No, it's very difficult. I've found that before now as well. When you're switching between ways of going racing,
Yes.
and there are many of them these days within motorsport, you do have to completely change gear in your brain and think, right, which race meeting am I at again? Especially you.
Yeah.
Time zones at the very least, and then to work out the format. We're not going to have a wave by either, Joe.
No wave buys.
No wave buys.
No.
And,
Can I just say, welcome to Ian McCarthy. Welcome to Ian McCarthy. He's been away to the Nürburgring with NLS. He's now in Mugello with us. He's just trying to get his head round it. Well, when you do, mate, give us a shout. Because we're under code 60, which means the cars just travel at 60 kilometres an hour all the way around the track. So that might just play into the hands of Bryson Morris. He's waited until that fuel station is less busy, and he might be able to just come in next time by. He knows it's going to be a lengthy time under code 60 because we've got to recover that Porsche with heavy damage on the front end. So, yeah, we wait and see. It's exciting stuff.
Diana Binks has had a quick word with Vili Motorsports, the crew, the Romanian team that are run by Italian outfit EBI Motors, to find out what the latest is on Fabrizio Broggi. And the early news is that he is communicating with marshals, and I don't want to say okay, but it's very much in inverted commas because he'll clearly be shaken up and somewhat bruised, but recovering from the incident, and we'll get any more news from that crew and that car just as soon as we can. Hopefully an interview with Fabrizio Broggi with time. The two Orchid Racing Porsches coming in at the same time. One's a 992 Spec Cup car, the other being the 718 Cayman, which is in the... Now that's a TCX car, I think. The Leo Lukash... No, the Stefan Schalein runner is a GT4 car. So that's right, that's the confusing element about this. We've got a 718 Cayman that runs in GT4 and a 718 Cayman that runs in TCX. The TCX one is the Leo Lukash Valuga entered car for the Cypriot, and car 205 back into the race as well. We're still under caution though, still under code 60 because of a worrying incident for 955 Porsche Vili Motorsport at turn 13, Biondetti 1, as it is otherwise named.
We're getting close to that number one BMW coming towards the pit entrance. They're in sector 3 right now. So the question is, will we see the number one BMW peel off and enter the pits? He's in the final sector of this Mugello circuit. There is the Bentley in the penalty box. That car on a recovery drive now after we heard from Bob Herbert. ABS failure. Still no sign of Bryson Morris in the ST BMW. I'm not sure where he is on track, but of course you see the car enter sector 3 and you think, oh, it's not going to be long, but of course they're only doing 60 Ks,
2 minutes.
So it takes a lot longer. Yeah, it's a 2-minute sector, isn't it, of course? 2 minute 18.
Well, there's hardly anybody in fueling now, so surely they will take this opportunity to come in at least on one occasion to get the 50% allocation, and then if there's enough time after that, you could pit one more time. We are quite rightly not focusing on the recovery of car 955 with the medical crew and the rescue unit on the scene, so we will leave them to do their essential and hard work at turn 13. Unlucky, I'm afraid, for Fabrizio Broggi, but as mentioned, he's in the best possible hands, and there is an on-site medical centre here as well, which he will be taken to make sure that there's nothing kind of underlying that hasn't been spotted immediately with Broggi. Such a nice guy, so engaging. Italian, as you probably suspect. Here comes Bryson Morris. So, as expected, the ST Racing BMW from the race lead is in. But Fabrizio Broggi gave a cracking interview, I remember, last November at Sebring to Nick Damon, and became certainly a lot of pit lane reporters' new favourite driver to interview, purely for comedic value, because he's got very dry Italian sense of humour. Might be slightly absent in this situation, but it'll return, no doubt about it. The Bentley Continental GT3 from Bodar, and the Baz Kooten outfit is having to spend quite a bit of time in the penalty box. Is now waved away. Was that Baz actually timing the period spent
I saw
there?
Baz in a white shirt.
Okay.
That could be his brother Jelly.
May well be. Is that his name, Jelly?
It's probably pronounced, it's spelled
Jelly
J-E-L-L-E. He's Dutch, so...
Jella, maybe.
Yeah.
Jelly's better. From first position in the TCE series, the BBR have arrived on the scene. This is Tanart Satyinterakul, who will be handing over perhaps to one of his fellow Thai drivers. They haven't got the full quintet here in Italy that took victory at the Dubai 24 Hours, but 3 of the other 4 drivers are certainly here, and the 159 really well placed this early on in the race. It's Kantandi Kusiri who's the most experienced in 24H series racing, with 10 races so far to his name. Kantasak Kusiri, I think they're brothers, the Kusiris.
Yeah, I think so.
Would be a fair assessment. And then Charia Nua is the 4th Thai driver. Not a great bit of parking from the RD Signs Lamborghini Huracan in the penalty box. I suppose, is it like track limit rules? As long as you've got one tyre vaguely inside the box, then it counts.
Yeah, I'll give it, I mean, you know, some of the cars have deserved a 9.0, but that gets certainly a 3.2 for positioning in the penalty box.
Well, it
It
was
was there or
Audrius
thereabouts.
Butkevicius who brought the car in, and it's still Audrius Butkevicius driving it, so yeah, doesn't get full marks for parking there at all, but it was a very quick penalty actually, probably 5 or 10 seconds, and the car gets back into the race. Although, bear in mind, in a similar rule that sees only 50% of fuel going into your car at the fueling end of pit lane under a Code 60, if you decide to take a penalty under a Code 60, it's automatically doubled. Because otherwise that'd be a massive advantage if you think about it, taking a normal length penalty when everybody's going around at only 60 kilometres per hour. So Creventic have thought about that and adjust the rules accordingly.
And when you are going at 60 kilometres an hour, it feels like you are absolutely in slow motion. The pizzas have arrived. The pizza, being in Italy, being very traditional, the 24H series crew are now visiting the garages with pizzas to keep these crews going. So the pizza pies, very Italian. I hope there is enough left for one to be brought up here, maybe Johnny.
Just
between
one?
sentences.
Oh, I want a whole green sack of them. I did have to. I thought though, you know, the first team that we caught sight receiving pizzas was the 91 crew, and they've really been through the mill. So if there is a team that deserves pizza more than any other, that would be Herbert Motorsport.
Yeah, maybe they there it is. A little bit of margarita there. If I can identify my pizzas there. Oh, there's Di. Di's in there. Di is getting a portion of pizza. Di, are you partaking in a bit of Italian tradition?
I was having, on your behalf, I was just checking how they look. They look very nice. So I will steal some and bring some upstairs.
Well, if you could just, yes, I was about to say, give them directions of how to get to the booth. That's perhaps, mission accomplished. Whilst the pit lane is being receiving their pizza delivery order, the leading BMW of ST Racing is back out of the pits. And I think this is the first time we're seeing Samantha Tan at the wheel of the car. Samantha is the person with the name above the garage door. That's what the ST in ST Racing stands for. And Samantha has been pretty much a bit of a stalwart the last couple of seasons. They're carrying the number one because they won the championship last year. And going from GT4, she has really developed as a driver and has been handling that ever quicker GT3 spec M4 with Quite a bit of an ability, yeah.
Indeed.
Aplomb,
I'm going to
that's it.
change the subject very quickly
Go ahead.
because something brand new for the 2022 season is a brand new catering establishment building, basically. It's a subframe that's sort of brought in and assembled over a period of hours in the Creventic Endurance, it's named the Creventic Endurance Lounge, and provides a brilliant place to just kick back with a coffee, but also full meals as well. Quite an investment from those behind the Dutch promotion and all those involved with 24H Series, but it seems to have gone down incredibly well. And we have to thank people like Ivo Broekhuis and Gary Willems and Helen Raukens, all those involved back in the Netherlands for organising that, which is a welcome addition. I mean, to be honest, the catering was certainly not too shabby in recent years anyway as part of this championship. They have upped the levels yet again. That is a constant theme when things are connected with the 24H Series. And you and I have already enjoyed a number of meal sittings there. Very happy customers. Unfortunately, go on.
I was just going to say it's another indication of Creventic as being the series organised behind the 24H Series, just upping their standards, in all aspects of this. And if there are any potential competitors out there who are thinking about going endurance racing with whatever car that you may be thinking about running, then to be involved in an international racing series, this is pretty much where it's at. And especially if you're not a professional outfit, there are plenty of professional teams and drivers to get involved with if that's where you need to put yourself. But there are a lot of opportunities here with this series, and just part of the whole package, isn't it, as a customer, as a competitor, is where potentially you're entertaining sponsors and stuff.
Yes.
And you need to have a good support and hospitality package, and certainly the facilities here that are provided are outstanding.
And because a 12-hour race is so brutal, yes, most of the teams come here with their own trucks within which can be found some hospitality, but it's great to be able to have some space, a chance to go away and chat about the stint you've just done, formulate deals for the future as well. And that's also a wonderful place to be able to do it. There was a wine tasting here at the track last night for pretty much the whole of the evening meal sitting, which was enjoyed by many, and quite a spectacle made of that as well, with local wines brought in of the red, white, sparkling variety, and guys out front, with the proper tuxedos and the knives on the bottles to remove the corks. It's been ages since I've seen that, and it didn't seem to matter about smashing the glass at the top of the bottles, as long as you get to the wine, that's the important thing.
Yeah.
But it was just, there's a professional feel on the track, which is absolutely necessary, but away from the track in the downtime for a lot of the drivers and the teams is so crucial as well. And 24H Series doing that so right. 2 hours to go today. Bear in mind, of course, we're taking our break overnight on the half race hour. So we will have done 5.5 hours. There will be 6.5 hours to go. Perilously close to half distance, but because of the way the timetables have worked here this weekend, we can't quite get to the round figure. But that's all right, because it makes it even more complicated for the teams who are trying to work out the best way through the choppy waters of strategy to cut this piece of cake. And there are 2 hours to go today, 3.5 therefore completed, with the shadows lengthening and the sun getting lower in the sky, producing real golden light, particularly about 6 o'clock last night. We had a really nice glow to the circuit in the gloaming, expecting similar conditions this evening as well.
Hello to Mick Palmer from Motor Racing UK magazine, who's tuned in and listening. No packed lunch for me, Mick. Don't have to. Well catered for by the 24H Series, lavishly catered for. And hello to Dave Alcock, who's also listening. I think you mean the Vortex in your tweet, Dave. And yes, the track does seem a bit slick. Tyres are having a hard time, and we have had a few punctures. Now, I'm not sure where those punctures are being caused by the bringing onto the track of gravel from all of the incidents. As we go green, that's a one to ponder on. because all of the punctures seem to be on the left rear, which does take a pounding round here.
Back we go then, as the revs rise once more. We've got to be into double figures now, would be my guess for Code 60s, if not awfully close to it. We're not quite there. It's 9 in total, and amounting to pretty much an hour when you tack them all together. So 3.5 hours of running, but unfortunately 60 minutes of that have been circulating at 60 kph. So it'd be really nice now if we could have at least an hour-long green flag period, just so we can judge true pace of cars. The gaps should not have altered. However, Bernd Schneider, who's now ahead of Elia Earhart by 2 seconds, must have done that at the restart.
Well, what happened there was the gap, I think, was about 1 minute and 10 between Bernd and the overall leader. But in between Bernd and the leader was Elia Earhart in the Phoenix Audi. Now, he's managed to dispatch Elia Earhart and get ahead of that. That was in the pit stop phase.
Right.
So that was clearly something to do with maybe the driver change, or maybe the fueling. Maybe the fueling took a little bit longer on the Audi, but certainly Bernd Schneider has closed the gap, and I think it's got to do with that whole pit stop process, whether it be fueling, whether it be within that tyre change. I think it's probably going to be fueling, because that's kind of like how long is a piece of string situation with how long the fuel takes to go in. Remember, they're just standard fuel pump deliveries, the pistol grip, the sort of thing that you fill up your own road car with at the service station or supermarket. So nothing really technical with regards to quick fill fuel systems and the like. So that Bernd Schneider down to 47 seconds now behind Samantha Tan. And we'll just get, next time by, we'll get an idea of what lap times these cars are putting in. But Johnny, no disrespect to Samantha Tan, but Samantha is going to be lapping slightly slower, only slightly slower than Bernd Schneider, so that gap is going to come down.
The 18 car, that's the Phoenix Audi, spent 3 minutes and 30 seconds in the pit lane at the previous stop. The 25 Mercedes, 3 minutes and 3 seconds. So 27, 28 seconds gained by what was the chasing Mercedes at the time, and it's now opened up a 5-second gap on Elia Earhart. So
yeah, but it's gone from 47 to 25 seconds to Samantha Tan.
I wasn't comparing it to the BMW.
All right.
But what I can deduce from that is that the 25 car gained 30 seconds on the 18 Audi in the stop.
All right, sorry. Yeah, I was
so
I was excited there because the gap between the leaders was 47 seconds. It's now 25.
Oh, no, it's now 25, yeah. But I don't know, therefore, what happened with Phoenix Racing and whether they struggled to find a pump or the pump wasn't as efficient as the one that the Mercedes found. But that's half a minute already to the tune of, or rather going the way of the Mercedes, the man filter car. And unfortunately for Samantha Tan, I think you're going to see that gap closed probably 1, 2, maybe 3 seconds per lap, because bear in mind Sam Tan's pace in qualifying yesterday compared to her own teammate Nick Whitmer was about 2 seconds. She's still getting used to this M4 GT3, of course, because spent the last 2 seasons behind the wheel of a GT4 BMW, and the GT3s rely so much more on aero efficiency. It takes a bit of brain training to say, okay, the quicker I go into these corners, the more speed I'm going to find, rather than losing the car. The aerodynamics for flowing more quickly over the car give you more grip, but it does take a while just to kind of get that into your mind. Bernd Schneider's been spending the last 30 years doing that. So there is an advantage for the 4-time DTM champion.
Well, he's already gained 3 seconds in 2 sectors, so we do expect that time to come down. Yep, he's took 5 seconds out of that lead. 90 laps completed. The gap is 20 seconds, and then a further 5.5 seconds to the third place Phoenix Racing Audi of Elia Earhart. Joe Foster now at the wheel of the CP Racing Mercedes. Now, I'm pretty sure that Joe is on the lead lap in that CP Mercedes. Just waiting for him to finish his third sector, and we'll see exactly what the gap is. So Joe, last time by, was the first of his flying laps, so 1:54, not representative of what that car can lap in for sure.
He's 54 seconds back, just gone through now, so
There it is.
very definitely on the lead lap. And I wonder whether we can get Julius Adomavicius in the lead lap as well. He's somewhere in the final sector, but so is Sam Tan. So find out in a moment whether the Lithuanian is ahead of the Canadian on the road. Expected across the line now. There goes Julius. Yeah, 1 minute and 26 seconds down, nearly 27, but that's well within a lap time. 1:51. In some cases, 1 minute 50.
Well, Samantha only lost 0.3 of a second to Bernd Schneider in Sector 1, which was a very good effort. I think she's about just under 2 seconds in Sector 2, so that gap of 20 seconds is going to reduce.
Yeah.
We expected so. Bernd Schneider, I mean, when you look at Bernd Schneider's CV, you know, DTM, multiple DTM champion, Formula One in the mid to late 80s, and still he hasn't lost any of that ability. 16.7 is the gap at the line between first and second, so it's going to be about 5 laps, maybe 6 laps before we see a challenge for the lead. So all very interesting stuff. Let's have a look at TCE. Now, leading TCE is Kanta de Hikasiri in the BBR Cupra Leon. He's leading down in 24th overall, but leading TCE in the TCR Cupra. Second in TCE, second in TCR is the Holmgard car. That's the Volkswagen Golf of Roy Edlund. And then third in TCE and TCR is the Wolf Power Racing Audi. Marcus Menden now at the wheel of the 116. He's 27th overall. TCX has been led by British team Veluga. Benji Hetherington, the man behind that team with Leo Lucas at the wheel, the Cypriot driver in the number 205, currently 29th overall and leading TCX. Of course, the other car in the TCX class, the Ligier, that car now dropping perhaps out of contention at this point. Every chance that the Ligier can come back, but at this point, very much out of touch with that Porsche 718 Cayman. 83 laps completed by the Cayman, and the Ligier on 81 laps, so 2 laps off is the gap in TCX.
The RD Signs Lamborghini taking plenty of curb on the exit of San Luca Borgo corner, and then down the hill towards Casanova. Bit of clear track initially, but then into my sight the BBR car, which remains the TCE Series race leader. Yellow and red livery paint scheme on that car because of the Monlau competition connection, as in it's Monlau that prepare this car for the 4 Thai drivers, and that was the case earlier on in the year as well in the Middle East. It certainly works very nicely on that newer shaped Cupra. I think slightly longer wheelbase than the standard Cupra TCR car, Cupra Leon that is. And to the high side goes the 72 Audi from Lithuanian squad Jutta Racing, and he's able to pick that Leon off.
Bernd Schneider only taking a second that lap, so his progress has been slowed somewhat. Samantha Tan going quicker than Schneider in the first sector by about 0.3. So we'll see the comparison in Sector 2 when Schneider crosses the Sector 2 line, but at the moment and there's the fastest Sector 2 time of that car's race so far, the Manfilter Mercedes car number 25 to 33.6. The fastest time we've seen in Sector 2 from that car. As both of the leaders now, the number 1 ST Racing BMW, Sam Tan at the wheel of the number 1. And it's Elia Earhart in the Phoenix Racing Audi chasing down both of those cars. 3.5 seconds Elia is down from Bernd Schneider. Bernd Schneider has absolutely... No, still 3.5 seconds. Samantha Tan has crossed the line. 1 minute 53.5. And there goes Schneider. He's taken a little bit of time out of that. Down to 13 0.3 seconds now, that lead. So yeah, it isn't going to be long, relatively speaking, Johnny, for that bright yellow car, the Manfield livery with the green decals, to chase down that leader and get onto the leader's tail. He's just coming up behind the 21st place Porsche of Earl Bamber Racing, car 61.
Yeah, 61's been in the wars, unfortunately, with the issue with the floor coming away from the car. Number 61, driven by Matthew Payne now in 21st place. Leading TCX is the Veluga Porsche 718 Cayman. Leo Lucas at the wheel, but earlier it was Charlie Hollings who's now chatting to Diana.
He certainly is. He's just showing me where the clock is in the pit lane. I just asked him, how long have we got to go? And he went, it's just behind you. So that sort of put me in my place. But Charlie, good to chat to you. So far, so good. You're running well. The car, balance in the hand, everyone happy?
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear that too well. But yeah, it's all going well. Obviously, it seems to be a bit of a race of attrition as well, this one, for all the categories. But we're leading our class. Leo's in at the moment and doing a great job. Obviously, we're managing certain things like full course yellows, trying to time that right for our fuel, and so got code 6s rather. So it all seems good, and hopefully we get to the end and lead our category by tonight and then start again tomorrow.
What are you learning from this car? Because it's a brand new car, isn't it? You've only had it a number of days before you actually hit the track here.
Yeah, this is a brand new car to us at Veluga. So yeah, the new Cayman Porsche. So Veluga just got hold of it. So the first time we've run is on Wednesday with the car. So we've been having a few problems with punctures. So we're just trying to manage that through the stints as well. So the full code 60s are helping us a lot actually, because they're just looking after the tyres a bit more. So hopefully we get to the end.
It does seem like there's been a number of punctures. I think the temperature and conditions were a bit warmer than everyone thought.
Yeah, it's lovely and warm here. And there's a lot of marbles here, a lot of pickup, obviously quite an old school circuit, gravel traps and things like that. So that's dragging on a lot of stuff onto the track. Obviously, always in the Creventic series, you can have quite a big difference of speed of cars, so little bits of contact wear, and obviously bits of bumpers and all sorts of stuff on the track. So a little bit of debris obviously also can cause the punctures.
Are you enjoying it? It's a big, nice, healthy grid, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really nice actually. And yeah, myself, Bradley Ellis, are here with two new drivers that are doing a great job, and Veluga with the car. So yeah, really nice to be 12 hours around Mugello. Really a pleasure.
Charlie, thank you.
Thank you.
Charlie Hollings chatting to Diana Binks from Veluga, who are, despite the sound of the name, English. And I thought,
I know where it's from.
Another Italian team, maybe a trip across the border from Spain, but no. You know where
I know the
from?
story.
Go on.
Yes.
Is it like Valhalla? Is it like a kind of Viking name?
No, it's not. It's not an otherworldly fantasy part of the world. It's actually a ski resort in Austria.
Oh, is it?
And Benji Hetherington was telling us that they wanted to name the team something different from Benji Hetherington Racing or BH Racing. And it was a favourite part of the world that they went on holiday with. And I think I'm getting this right. Benji will or Di will put me right on this. But they just decided on that name, Veluga, and you already finally get there.
I want to go on holiday there. Yeah,
Veluga. Maybe you should be having a word with the Veluga Tourist Board to maybe get some backing, bit promotion there. But yeah, that's where he got the name from, and it's one of those names, Johnny, that you will remember, won't you? The Veluga Porsche has a ring to it, doesn't it? The Veluga Porsche. Yeah, it has. And they're currently leading TCX. 5th overall in TCE.
Sorry, I'm reading about Veluga and the fact that it's in the Tyrol Mountains, it seems. Not far from the Arlberg Pass. Beautiful part of the world. But again, it doesn't strike me in the sound of the name as being Austrian. But that's exactly what it is. Good research, Joe.
Is it close to the Italian border?
Might be.
Because it does have an Italian ring to it, doesn't it? Veluga.
Rather, yeah. It's
Veluga.
It's the high mountain in the Lechtal Alps.
Right.
At nearly 3,000 metres high. So there we go. Fully informed about the TCX leaders, and good for Charlie Hollings to commit a bit of time there to fill us in on how things are going. of course, the more modern racing tracks get, the more they tend to stray away from gravel traps and favour the high friction tarmac. But this place definitely still has some very large expanses of gravel. And
isn't that for MotoGP though, that they stipulate
probably
they want gravel?
Yeah, to arrest the speed of bikes and riders
and human beings.
Well, precisely, yeah.
On bike racing,
Hence
yes.
the reason why you've got, as you've already made the point, low curbs. As little serration as possible, and the gravel, which is nice and deep, so that the tyre wall is as far from the racetrack as possible. But what that does have for car racing is the hazard of bringing on the debris back onto the racetrack when cars recover, and every chance, as we have seen so far today, of more punctures.
Bernd Schneider has reduced the gap to, let's call that 6 seconds, 5.975 to be exact. 6 seconds now between Samantha Tan in that number 1 BMW, and we'll be seeing that bright yellow Mercedes as it makes its way through the traffic. And if anything, the Elia Earhart Phoenix Audi has been able to catch right onto the tail of Bernd Schneider, and that's a battle for second and third, about to become a 3-car battle for the lead, because they are not that far away from that number 1 BMW. So Bernd Schneider, with all that experience and pedigree, he can still get tripped up by traffic, and in so doing, he's found himself with that pesky Audi of Phoenix Racing right on his tail. Earhart right under the rear wing now of the Mercedes as they get past the BMW. That's the number 2. Let's not get excited. That's not the number 1 BMW. That's the M6. We're looking for the M4 GT3 spec BMW of ST Racing. It's 6 seconds up the road. Or has Bernd Schneider been delayed enough for Earhart to get onto the tail of him? Because that's the situation, Johnny.
Yeah.
As they come out of the final turn, battle for second and third, nose to tail as they come towards the line.
I think because we've had such a mixed level of success for the GT3 cars, these leading GT3s are going to find cars of similar performance much further down the order. They're going to encounter the Santilot Racing Audi, for example. That car is not in the lead fight either, but it will pose a delay and an obstacle for both cars to try and get through. Elia Earhart is in a real good rhythm right now. He is an AM Plus car, remember, or an AM Plus driver, I should say, in the standard GT3 car, but taking the fight to Bernd Schneider, who maybe has asked a bit too much of his tyres. I mean, we made this comment in the early phase of his stint that he was pushing incredibly hard, and maybe Elia Earhart has taken a little bit easier on his set of Hankooks, so there is more meat on those tyres to push for now as they dart to the right-hand side of the Santilot Racing car, and Schneider does eventually force the issue. Audi side by side now behind, the 26 car to the outside. I'm looking for that on our screen for Santilot Racing. Mercedes is safely through though, and Earhart gets by as well. The Santilot Racing car, I think, has tumbled all the way. Oh no, he's 12th. Olivier Estevez, 4th place in GT3 AM. So Estevez does the gentlemanly thing there and gets off the racing line to allow the second and third place cars through. This is playing very nicely into the hands of Samantha Tan, because she's been able to stabilise the race lead on this, the 98th lap, to about 5 seconds, and just taken some heat off the Canadian driver.
Well, Bernd Schneider is absolutely asking the maximum of that Mercedes to stay ahead of Elia Earhart, and also to reduce that gap, which was 5.1 seconds last time by. It's going to be coming down. We've got Samantha Tan crossing the line now, 98 laps completed. It's down to 3.8. And coming along with him is Elia Earhart as they go into what will be the 99th lap of this race. We've got a 3-way battle certainly be coming together. The first 3 cars are coming together as one, and they have just started on their 99th lap. We'll be getting Sector 1 times shortly, and there it is. There is only, I'm not sure what to make of that. Yeah, he's took 2 tenths out, so it's just coming down to 3.5 seconds, the gap there. And another 10th taken out of Schneider's gap to Earhart. So they are coming together. They're beginning to concertina up. Those first 3 cars beginning to concertina up. They are into the Arrabbiata 1, out of that and into Arrabbiata 2, which opens up massively, go over the brow of the hill, and then it's a heavy braking area into the right hand and then left, getting towards the final stages of the lap. It'll be 99 laps completed, and if anything, Schneider has given himself a bit of a cushion, Johnny.
Yes, he has. Yeah, well,
he certainly has. Oh, and there's a vortex
next
stopped.
Potential issue is the vortex that's parked at the side of the road, but not off the racetrack. And this could be a nightmare scenario before the car moves away, because the last thing we want is, say, in the background, 2 cars nose to tail, and one is unsighted by the other, because a few years ago now, we had a huge incident at the Biondetti chicane with an Audi, Flick Haig's Audi, I seem to remember, that got absolutely walloped by a car that was unsighted, and a really horrible end to what was otherwise a really good run for that Audi, probably 5, 6, 7 years ago here at Mugello. Thankfully, the vortex in question has found some forward locomotion and gets himself out of what was potentially a treacherous position to be sitting. I was about to suggest that maybe the 25-man filter Mercedes had been double stinting tyres, because this is the second stint for Bernd Schneider, whereas it's the opening stint in this phase of the race for Elliott Earhart. But the fact that now Schneider has upped the pace again, and they are, both of these cars, catching once more Samantha Tan's BMW M4 GT3. I think probably, oh dear, more dramas for the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. I might get to finish that previous point in a second, but the Herbert car is off the road, and this time clashing with a vortex. Now, was that the recovering vortex, number 702? I didn't actually get a fix on which number it was that had ground to a halt initially, but there's been some rear damage to Vortex 702, and the Porsche is off as well. Exactly which gravel trap that is, it's at turn 12, so it is at the top of the hill, just again in our sight. We've picked a good commentary box here, Joe, in terms of incident, because it's the second time today that we can actually see the cars out of our window. 2 cars again stranded in the big gravel trap at Correnchao, and there goes any faint hope for me that we'd get an hour-long running a green flag, because not half an hour since the previous Code 60, we're into another.
We've now got that 3-car battle at the lead, the overall lead.
And what do they do?
It's 60 kilometres an hour with 2 seconds between Samantha Tan and Bernd Schneider, and a second between Bernd Schneider and Elliott Earhart. Now, it depends on where they went on the brakes to slow down to 60, because I think those 3 cars are going to naturally just come together and just going to circulate at 60 kilometres an hour. And then, when we go green, we're going to effectively have a rolling start.
Yes, we are.
We are indeed.
Nose to tail.
Awesome.
I mean, it's effectively like a safety car restart. Depending on whether any of those 3, all of those 3, think it's worth coming into the pits at this stage. Bearing in mind, the last pit stop for the race leader, Samantha Tan, was 11 laps ago, and she actually pitted 12 laps ago as well. So she pitted on sequential laps in order to get that maximum amount of fuel fill. So pitting twice, a lap apart, and now 11 laps in to the next stint. Bernd Schneider has slightly less fuel available to him after 14 laps, and Elliott Earhart pitted on the same lap as well. So that would have been lap 86 that he came in, so therefore 14 laps old for the 18 car. Exactly what happened, though, regarding the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche and the 702, and let's just make sure that
they've all gone into fueling, Johnny.
It's Patrick Brochier who is driving the 702 Vortex, by the way. All 3 leaders into the fueling area at the same time, so it now becomes a straight fight, a straight race in, first of all, the fueling quadrant, and then on the pit lane.
I've got ST Racing going by fueling straight to the garage. Does that mean we're going to have Sam Tan get out of the car? Oh, and just look at that, Bernd Schneider just going a little bit too further forward than he needed to, having to be pushed back for the fueler to get the hose on. But so significantly,
yes,
ST Racing has gone into the pit and
straight out again.
Yeah.
So they have blown past fuel. They've said it's too busy. We've come into the pits. You lose a bit of time there comparing 60 kilometres per hour on the racetrack to 40 kph in the pit lane, but it's nothing like the time you would have wasted if you'd gone into the pit lane or rather the fueling area and found no pit bays available. High stakes this, with still 90 minutes to go today, and much, much longer than that when you factor in tomorrow's half of the race as well. But in the meantime, let's get to Diana Binks waiting patiently in the pits.
Thank you very much. I'm with Bert Redant from the 903. You've just jumped out of the car, come into the pit lane, had a chance to have a drink. Tell us how it is out there on the track today during this race. And we've got about an hour and a half to go in this first part of the weekend.
Well, to start, the track is really dirty now. A lot of debris on the track, a lot of little rocks. So you have to stay on the ideal line. And also managing the traffic is quite a job. So the GT3 cars are very aggressive. And then the cars that are a little bit slower, they don't have any mirrors sometimes. So it's sometimes very difficult to manage. And I had 5 or 6 Code 60, so also difficult to stay in your rhythm and to stay focused.
You've achieved that though. You've stayed in the rhythm. You stayed very focused. The car is looks as good as new when it came into the pit lane. Didn't even look dirty.
I didn't understand.
The car looked very clean when it came into the pit lane, considering it's been out on track for the last few hours.
Yeah. It's my baby, I take care of her. I try to stay on the track and keep it clean, otherwise my mechanics will be very angry at me and my sons.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, very much, very much. It's a nice track, nice weather, nice atmosphere. It's decently done, very good.
Thank you, Bert.
No problem, thank you.
Bert Redant from the Red Ant Racing crew. This Code 60 then, presented because of a clash, we think a clash. There's damage to the back of the Vortex, so almost certainly at Corinthians corner, which is, 4 from the finish of the lap at turn 12. And the Vortex, which has a fair bit of fiberglass involved in its body makeup, might pose more of a difficulty to be fixed. The damaged area actually obscured from my sight behind a concrete wall, but that car is being slowly extricated by the Manitou, which has had a busy time so far today. Last time we saw that particular recovery vehicle, it was carefully easing a TC BMW M2 out of the Corinthians kitty litter. Meanwhile, one of a couple of Orchid Racing Team Porsches, the 718 Cayman, numbered 417, is heading through Biandetti corner and down towards Buceni. So of the top 8 runners, in fact they're all in. I was about to say that 6 of the 8 have just made a fuel stop, but 2 of those 8 are in the process of doing a fuel stop, in fact, and everybody else then now on an out lap. But Samantha Tan did get in eventually. No, she's not been round again yet, has she? So that's the aborted pit stop, where she came in and obviously got a message from those at ST Racing to say, forget about fuel, don't stop with the team, just go straight back out and do another lap. Now, left high and dry potentially, because we're back to green, Joe. Well, the number 1 car hasn't got any more fuel.
I think she's put a huge gap between herself and what is now the Phoenix Racing Audi in second place, which has leapfrogged the Mann Filters Mercedes of Bernd Schneider in that pit stop process. That's the Phoenix Audi has come out in second, the Bernd Schneider Mercedes out in third, and I'm just going to get a grip on what the gap is, because Samantha Tan has just gone through, but she's put almost 2 minutes gap on those cars. So that's given her a bit of a breather. However, she is going to be owing us a pit stop in how many laps did you say?
Well, the thing is, as soon as Sam took the car over, that was in the middle of a Code 60, and they were able to do 2 50% fuel stops. So she was pretty good to go 12 laps ago. We know that Bryson Morris did 38 laps, but there must have been at least 2 Code... No, there were in fact 3.5 Code 60s involved in that stint.
Right.
So it's very difficult to work out how far the M4 could go if we now stayed green between now and the end of the race. The team will know, of course, but they wouldn't dream of telling us. what I'll need to remember is that the pit stop that Samantha did a lap ago, 2 laps ago, wasn't actually for fuel. And it was a really good spot from your perspective, Joe, to see that it didn't even come in the fueling area. Therefore, 12 laps completed. Let's say she might be able to do 25, somewhere in the region of 25 to 30 laps, but then we'll have to pay the penalty that effectively, or bite the bullet that everybody else has already bitten by doing their pit stop in the code 60.
Well,
I'll do standings in a second. Just this thought from Joe.
She's got 40 seconds on the Phoenix Racing Audi in second, and 57 seconds on Bert Schneider in that Mercedes.
This is how the TCE series order is panning out after 94, nearly 95 laps then for the touring car derived categories. 159 is the BBR TCR leader. That's the Cupra Leon Competition TCR car. And currently driving that is 159. It is Kantasak Kusiri leading the TCE series, but also, of course, his own class TCR. Second in both of those, Holmgaard Motorsports VW Golf, and at the wheel of Holmgaard's car is Roy Edlund, the man from Norway, car 102. Then it is Marcus Menden in the Wolf Power Racing Audi RS3. Fourth position for the Noka entry, Noka Racing Team, and Jonas Karklis, another VW Golf GTI TCR there, and currently on an outlap. The best of the TCX cars is the Veluga Porsche 718 Cayman, number 205. We have recently heard from Charlie Hollings from that crew. So car 205 is fifth in TCE. Then the SK Racing Ligier JS2R, the French squad, running in sixth. And in 7th and 8th, 332 Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport, and the 331 Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW M2s. In the GT series, it is ST Racing that are top of the pack in their GT3 Pro-Am spec BMW M4 GT3. Remember, it's pegged at the same spec as any other GT3 car in the field, but designated Pro-Am because of its driver makeup. Samantha Tan is the Am, Bryson Morris is Am Plus, I think, and then Nick Whitmer is the Semi-Pro. Phoenix Racing's Audi number 18 is also a GT3 Pro-Am runner, so bear in mind they're first and second in GT, but they're also fighting directly for their class positions too. Then the 25 Mercedes of Manfilter Team Landgraf, and that car running third with Bernd Schneider. Martin Conrad having taken over from Bernd Schneider in the last pit stop. CP Racing's number 85 is running in fourth position. Fifth place for 71 Juta Racing with the all-Lithuanian lineup. Then an all-Italian lineup for MP Racing's Mercedes. And currently at the wheel of the MP Racing car is Giorgio Cernagiotto. It's then Red Camel Jordans.NL car, actually the other side of the Kessel Racing car. So Kessel running in seventh, with 5 drivers for their Ferrari 488, and then the Red Camel Jordans.NL car, which is at the head of the 992 class. 91 is the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. A horrible race for them so far. 2 off-track moments. It didn't start well with a puncture after only about 20 minutes that they needed to recover from, and since then it's gone from bad to worse. The 917 car is a class leader in the 992 AM division. That's for new crew to the 24H Series Orchid Racing Team of Switzerland. Another class leader within GTX is the RD Signs Racing Team. Lamborghini's Huracan Super Trofeo car for 720. 929 is the HD Performance, the HRT Performance 911 Porsche, second in class. Santalot Racing's GT3 AM Audi is fourth within their subcategory. Jutta Racing Team Junior have an Audi R8 LMS, and they are third in the GT3 Pro-Am class, so therefore behind the 2 GT Series leaders. The 992 AM second place car is the Red Ant Racing number 903, and JR Motorsports BMW M6 is in 16th position. 17th, very much on the recovery mode, is Earl Bamber Motorsports Porsche 911 GT3, the NKPP by HRT Performance entry from the Netherlands, but it's a German crew running 928. They are third in class and 18th overall. Red Ant Racing running 19th ahead of Ebby Motors, the first of a couple of older spec Porsche Cup cars for the Italian crew. The first is 20th, the second of which is in 22nd, and sandwiched between the two, the HRT Performance number 728 for Kerong Lee and Jean-Francois Bruno. Then the first of two Porsche Laureate Racing brand new 992 Porsches for 2022, and the 701 Vortex is the first of the little French cars with the massive Chevrolet engines. Orchid Racing Team's GT4 car is a class leader, and let's just see who's at the wheel of that car at this phase of the race. It's Stéphane Salion, who is running in 28th place. Car Collection Motorsport running in the 6th position within class. Vortex V8 number 702 is 27th. Team ACP Tangerine Associates by VDEC JJ Motorsport, that's Catesby Jones and Wim Spinall. We've heard from Wim earlier on. Car 421 is 28th. Another Porsche Laureate Racing Cup car 29th. The Bodar by Baz Kooten Bentley has been in the wars, sadly. The Continental is still in the pit lane, I'm afraid to say, and might be a retirement now. We'll have to check on that, or they might be taking a 10-lap penalty. With news to come probably on that Bentley, in due course. But they will not be giving up without a fight, be rest assured of that. Villi Motorsport, likely to be a retirement, just judging by the damage on the nose of that car when Fabrizio Broggi sadly had his crash at turn 13. The 703 Vortex, 32nd position for that all-French lineup. So there we go. That's how we sit in both the TCE and the GT Series field. And going to go straight to Diana Binks because I was mentioning the state of the Bentley Continental GT3 for Baz Kooten's team. What do you know, Di?
I'm here at the garage, actually, just as you were talking about that. Marcel van Berlo is here ready to tell me what's going on. The car is in the garage. Did you have another issue?
No, it's the same issue. We still try to fix the ABS and the traction control, but till now it doesn't work. So every time we try, but we can't find the problem.
So it's making your day a little bit more difficult than it was earlier. They're working on the car behind me, and I think...
Yeah, we had a small accident. Yeah, makes it a little bit more difficult to drive, but we try to fix it so we can have tomorrow a beautiful day. And today we do what it is.
A bit of damage limitation this afternoon then for the next sort of hour and 20 minutes to go.
I don't understand.
A bit of damage limitation, so get the car back on track for the rest of the day.
Today we spent the time for fixing the car, and hopefully we can fix it. It takes a lot of time, but we are behind a lot of rounds, so that doesn't make a difference for us.
The Bentley is a new car in the championship. Yeah. Lots of fans are very excited to see the Bentley. Do you like driving it?
Yeah, it's my first time, but I like the car, really. Yeah, it's really a smooth car. Not too difficult to drive, but I prefer the ABS and the traction control.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope they get back out. It looks like they are. They're just doing the final few checks and stuff here now to get you back out on track.
We find the problem. Good solve the problem. Thanks.
I would certainly prefer a Bentley that is designed to run with ABS, to have ABS, I have to say.
And traction control.
And traction control.
You know, I mean, the delicate sort of application of the throttle modulation as you check the wheel spin.
Yeah.
That thing can spin its wheels in every gear.
Well, true. But Marcel has been racing in the Dutch Supercar Challenge for 10 years, so he's certainly used to, cars with big horsepower sliding all over the place. But I think when a car has been designed to run with those extra driver aids, if you like, it just doesn't operate well. The balance will be completely out, and imagine her heading towards Bocchini Corner, which is a 90-degree hairpin, effectively, that ends the lap here at Mugello with no brakes, or no brake assist anyway. And the car just does not slow down. And you noticed, I remember, Joe, that there were no wheel tracks whatsoever in the gravel trap before things started to resist. As the BMW now, from ST Racing, Samantha Tan Racing, goes up the inside of one of the lower class BMWs with, to a certain degree, a bit less pressure now. Helped, of course, by the fact that the BMW did not come in for, or it attempted to come in for fuel, and that pit stop in that vein was aborted, and Samantha Tan continued on. What they did not have chance to do was to stay circulating at code 60 speeds and come back into the pits the very next lap. to make sure they got some fuel on board. She's not in a bad position regarding fuel, because they were able to take advantage of a very long Code 60 earlier on and a double stop effectively. Now, one of the Vortex returning to the racetrack and nowhere near the right sort of speed. Just trying to work out exactly which one of the three this is. It has to be the 701. That's the only one on my screen labelled as being on an outlap, and indeed it is Philippe Bonnel. But it's not firing on all 8 cylinders, this Vortex V8. And Philippe Bonnel, whether he's been thrown back into the race by the team to say, just see how you get on for one lap and then come back to us to report on it, it's difficult to say, but he was very nearly stationary on the run into turn 1. This is a much more healthy speed, though, now for the Frenchman.
They are developing quite a fan base.
Oh, yeah.
And Ian McCarthy asks, is it Vortexes or is it Vortices?
I would expect Vortices.
Vortices. I kind of like the plural of Vortex being Vortices. But yeah, and Ian says it's great to have cars outside of the major manufacturers as a mainstay of a series like this, and it really is. I mean, these tube frame cars are relatively cheap to run. They're a tube frame car with a big engine, and the power to weight ratio on this thing, if you were to ever have a go of one of these Vortex machines on a track day or whatever, on a test, speak to the team, get yourself a test day. They are a proper race car, very, very light, very, very fast and powerful. So the power to weight ratio, I'm not sure of the exact figures, but certainly the sort of ratio that will grab your attention out on track.
Vortex allows either the Latin or the regular plural, so both vortices and vortexes are correct.
Oh, right, there you go.
So either or, for those interested.
I'm not sure, because we had the timing screen went a bit funny on us. Martin Conrad, have we mentioned that Martin Conrad is now at the wheel of the 25?
I think I did, but
right.
sort of didn't draw huge attention to it, so you can do that now.
Yeah,
definitely.
We've had a bit of a breakaway, and we've had a bit of a stalemate being created from that Code 60 that brought those pit stop phases in for the first 3 cars. The second and third cars have swapped positions since they restarted. Martin Conrad is now in the 25, the Mann-Filter car. That's the bright yellow car that we were talking about with Bernd Schneider at the wheel. He was chasing down Samantha Tan, who is leading the race in the number 1 ST Racing BMW. Sam Tan is still in the car. She remains in the car. And Elia Earhart remains in the 18. And Morwo's out on track, moving my sight back out onto the track. Morwo's for the 91 Porsche of Herbeth Motorsport, who's took the back door, I think, Johnny. That was the back door entrance into the pits. He's turned right, hairpin left, need the handbrake. That's so tight. Daniel Alleman, first stint in the car, and that's not the right way to come into the pits. So that, for me, is Daniel using his head and taking a bit of a shortcut to get him to the pits as soon as possible. He's into refueling. Again, the dilemma of, I've got a problem with the car. Do I go to the pit box or do I top off the fuel? Knowing the way Herbert do work their strategies through this race, they've gone into fueling. So he's been instructed, go into fueling. They're down to 10th overall, but that's not what Herbert want to see. More delays for that 91 car.
So he did the first sector on the previous lap, and presumably then he gets to Casanova Cervelli, and there's a point where you can turn right there once you've gone over the tunnel that kind of fans and team traffic can access the infield via. You then dip down to Cervelli, and I think there is a cut through there to turn right and access the pit lane from Sector 2, basically, rather than Sector 3. A sorry sight for one of the other Vortexes, and that's the 702 car, which is battered and bruised after its conflagration with the Porsche, number 91. So 91 getting fuel at least. Patrick Brochier can only dream of such things. There's not a great deal left of that Vortex, I'm afraid to say, on the rear at least, with the rear diffuser, as it is such, rather dog-eared. One of the exhausts nowhere near pointing in the right direction. These cars are a little fragile, and of course the engine mountings have to keep something like a 5 or 6 litre Chevrolet off the ground. They'll weigh a fair bit, although nothing compared to a Porsche GT3 car. And we don't yet know how all of that panned out at Colin Chow Corner, which saw both of those cars end up in the gravel trap. They've met one another, though, in the pit lane again.
Yes, and this time, as that Vortex gets taken off the flatbed, we've got the 91. Daniel Alleman has made his way into the pits. They're dropping down the order all the time. Their 15th place being shown on the windscreen in the digital readout on that. Is Binksy there, Johnny? As the Vortex comes in as well. So double Vortex trouble there. Was that the 703 just coming in? We saw one of the cars on a flatbed. Meanwhile, the 91 is off its jacks and about to get back into the race with another driver being popped into that car. The car is down to 17th place now.
Let's just get to Diana, because you've certainly picked the busiest area of the pit lane. 3 cars all in at once, and Vortex having to really spin some plates. 2 separate problems for their cars.
Certainly have. The 701 driven to the garage here, but the 702 is on the flat back truck there. They're just about to unload that off, but as they did that and drove actually before the 702 came in on its own steam, the number 91 motorsport car was trying to get into the pit lane after the refueling, so there was a little bit of a congestion going on here. He managed to get past the truck to the team. They've dealt with that, and he's back away out on track. That's the number 91. But as you can see, there's a lot going on down here with Vortex. They've totally got their hands full at the moment.
Yeah, so 3 cars, an ambitious programme, but Philippe Bonnel in the 701, Patrick Brochier brought in on the 702, on the flatbed in the 702. He was probably in the cab of that truck rather than still being in the office space of the Vortex itself. 703, therefore, you could argue is the better placed of all of them, but 703 has also had some difficulties. That's the car actually behind the other 2 Vortex, but at least it's on track, and Pierre Fontaine now getting some laps under its belt. Lap 88 has just been completed by the 703 Vortex.
So that's coming back, a little bit of inter-team rivalry here at the back of the field. Great inter-team rivalry. The 701 in 34th, the 702 in 36th. However, they're in the pits and standing still. The 703 gaining ground on both of those vortices. I'm going to choose that one.
Was it not the 703 that Christophe Del Culto was in, and in the opening hour hit strife at Luco corner, needed to be recovered from there as well? I'm not sure many people would have won any prizes when they'd guessed that there would be difficulties for all 3 Vortex at some point during the 12 hours. We've almost had difficulties all at once as well, simultaneously. But 703 that was due some good luck will certainly gain some places in the next 20 minutes or so. But unfortunately for Vortex, it's at the expense of its 2 teammates. Down the hill comes the 58 MP racing car with, again, the true family affair, the Gosners, who are piloting this car, although Giorgio Sonagiotto was at the wheel the last time I checked, and that is still the case. Yeah. So the 4th of those 4 drivers just heading through Arrabbiatas 1 and 2 and back up and over the hill.
Behind that car on the road, Johnny, I'm not sure if it's a lap down. No, it's 1 minute and 6 seconds to be precise. Behind that is the 909. Now that's the Red Camel Jordan's Porsche. That car has now taken the lead in the 992 class. It's finally got ahead of the HRT car, and Luc Breukers, that's the younger brother of Rick, younger son of Ivo, who he's sharing the car with. Now we'll keep an eye on whether or not that Porsche Cup car shouldn't really have the pace to catch Giorgio ahead of him in the MP Mercedes, but whether or not he is, I'm not sure he will be. But perhaps the thing to take from that is the fact that the Red Camels Porsche into the lead of the 992 class, and this is the main bit, 8th place overall.
Yeah.
8th place overall for a 992 Cup car.
That's really very impressive. Off the track goes the 72 Jutta Racing Team Audi, and that is at the pretty swift approach to Scaparia and Pelagio corners. Now heading further along the way towards Colin Chow, which has already been the scene of a couple of key incidents to today's race. 72 has Audrius Nikvikas at the wheel, another Lithuanian. I think all of that crew in 72 are from Juta's home country of Lithuania, and it's fantastic to have a big representative from the Baltic states this weekend. We've got drivers from Latvia, we've got I think 3 or maybe 4 teams from Lithuania together with drivers. Nobody from Estonia, although that has been the case in the 24H series previously, certainly. But I haven't yet encountered an Estonian driver in this weekend's race.
Dice confirmed that the number 6 Bentley with Bas Kuiten Racing isn't the Bathurst winner.
Right.
And I obviously misunderstood what Bas was telling me the other day. The Bathurst winner is in the M Sport Museum.
Aha.
As you would imagine.
Yes. So they've held on to that deliberately.
Yes.
So. Right. But they will be from the same batch of cars.
Yeah, there was 20.
Built.
There was 20 made. There was going to be 40 made for GT3 racing around the world. However, they built 20 and then the programme was pulled. Can you remember?
Yes, I do. Which was a sorry time, certainly. I mean, that was the second design of the Bentley Continental GT3. And explaining yesterday that the second iteration, much more muscular, it had been toned up, and looked like a true racing car rather than the sort of stretch limo in the early days. They're always big cars, but when you had the initial Continental GT3 racing Porsches and Audi R8s, it was like it was in a different world.
And when you saw both cars together,
yes.
And there was certain GT races where there was the early iteration of the car with the new car. They looked completely different. Fundamentally the same body shape, but there was just this look about the new one that was like, that one's been to the gym a bit more.
Yeah,
it certainly looked more purposeful in some way, and I can't really describe it, but it did.
It was just more of a thoroughbred rather than taking the Continental as a luxury executive car from the road and plonking it on the racetrack. It still looked good, but then when they came out with the second version, that was just a purebred race car, and the success came with it as well. Side by side briefly out of Bucine corner, and that's the 72 car from Juta Racing Team with the race door number trying to exit from the car. We are going to get to that phase, particularly tomorrow as well, if that's not addressed overnight. There are minor things you can do, of course, and probably making sure that numbers are securely fixed to racing cars. The officials will be appreciative of that as well, so that marshals can report back from their various posts. But the 72, its number peeling away slowly and surely. Other things you can do overnight, by the way, you can change your driver, can't you? So
yes.
Not necessarily that if you've got, first of all, a drive limit that is...
Are you implying that the drivers stay in the cars overnight? But give them a blanket, though.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, we haven't had in the past Lucas Gajewski spend the night, I think, at Paul Ricard on the grid itself. They just brought him a duvet, covered him up for the night, and then the following morning when our coverage continued, there he was. Hadn't been to the hotel once. But no, the driver can get out of the car, but equally... the driver that you finished today's segment of the race with doesn't have to be the same driver tomorrow. Also, I think drive time limits are forgotten about as well. So let's say Martin Conrad in the Mercedes is right up against, he's 1 hour and 55 minutes in the car by the end of tonight. He could then do a further 2 hours tomorrow. And the fact that it would be 4 hours straight effectively is ignored because he will have had an overnight rest. You can adjust the door mirrors, you can clean the screen. You can adjust tyre pressures, I believe, as well.
I believe so, yeah.
But that is pretty much it.
Yeah.
You certainly can't change wheels and give them fresh rubber.
You can't do that, and you can't affect any kind of repair whatsoever.
That's right.
So if you've got bodywork hanging off, you have to pit and do it under race conditions.
Yes.
The teams are allowed access to the cars because some of these cars aren't turnkey cars. You can't just jump into these GT3 machines and press a button and fire the engines up. There is a start procedure, and it's quite lengthy. Some of them even have, block preheaters and the like, where you pump warm water and hot water through, because the tolerance levels on these engines are so great that everything's so tight from cold that you have to heat them up a little bit and get them expanded so that you can at least just start them up. So there is quite a procedure on some of the more thoroughbred GT3 and the more complex cars, and so there's a process there. But fundamentally, you know, if you've got bodywork hanging off or suspension damage, or even I think, have I read something somewhere, Johnny, about force majeure and tyre issues? You can swap tyres, did you say?
You can't.
'Cause if you've got like a flat spot, that could end up being dangerous.
Yes.
You're allowed to change that under safety conditions or something. I'm sure
there may be some regulations that amount to emergency service, basically.
Yes,
you know, like
that's what I was
in the
trying to say.
IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, you're allowed a blast of 5 seconds of fuel if you're that desperate for it, and you're allowed to change one tyre. I think to think about mitigating circumstances surrounding fuel, well, that's your lookout. You know, you do have the opportunity to pit for fuel late on today and take yourself out of contention, or run the risk in favour of staying on the lead lap, and that's a fine balance to mix, whether you take fuel before the interval or straight after it. And some of the teams might want a fairly late Code 60 to make sure that they are set for Phase 2 of the race tomorrow regarding fuel mileage. Whilst we consider the various ins and outs then of what you can do overnight, we are a minute and 3/4 away from there being an hour remaining in today's part of the competition. And to fill that minute and 3/4, and perhaps a bit more, let's get to Diana Binks.
I've come down to the 955 Will Motorsport by Avery Motors, and Fabrizio Broggi earlier on, as you saw from that incident, had quite a hit against the barrier. We know that he was taken to the medical centre. You're the engineer here. Tell us what the update is on him and how is he?
He's fine now. He's at the hospital just for a check because his back is hurting a lot after the crash. But he should be fine, so happy of it. The car is destroyed, but it's not the problem. He is fine, so we are fine.
Have you been able to talk to him at all?
Not me directly, but his wife, yes, so he's fine and everything's under control.
Well, that's good to hear. Do you know what happened on track?
It's just a mistake. He was a bit tired. We were planning to pit, but that's it. He's racing.
That's a real shame. Well, do send him our best regards.
Thank you very much.
And very big of Fabrizio to admit that it was his error as well. Clearly, the team have not yet spoken to Fabrizio in person, but they have caught up with close family, and of course they will have gone straight to the hospital to Fabrizio's aid. But the word suggests that he, although in pain at the moment, should be okay, given some days of recovery, and we hope that we see him back at the 24/8 series very swiftly indeed as well. Now the next drama is for the Team ACP Team Tangerine Associates car, with a front left puncture on this car. A weird puncture to let go, although a lot of stress going through front left, even though this is a rear wheel drive car being a clockwise circuit. And this, I think, is the second puncture we've seen like that on that car. They, on the first occasion, decided to do fuel first, and Joe and I discussed that was a very good idea. As we break our way into the final hour of running today, so the Tangerine Associates BMW running in GT4 going to lose some time, if not some places. That was Catesby Jones, by the way, driving that.
Lead is coming down, Johnny. The Mann-Filter Mercedes is reducing the gap ever so slightly every lap. It's down to 29.7 seconds, so it's inside of 30 seconds now, and a further 34 seconds before Elliot Earhart, who was on terms with the Mann-Filter Mercedes, but for some reason is lapping quicker than the two cars ahead of him, but still 34 seconds behind the Conrad Mercedes. So these three still out in front. Fourth place is Julius Adamovicius, who seems to have been in that car for about 7 hours.
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, every time I look, that Jutta Racing Audi has Julius in that car.
Yeah, it's 7 odd hours. We've only had 4.5 hours of actual running, so he must have been in the car for sort of meditation for a couple of hours before we even started. Well, let's just have a little look.
I'm going to tell you, his current stint length is an hour and 10. Joe Foster, would you believe, has been in that car an hour and 12. It seems like only 2 minutes since Joe got in the car. Marco Frezza in the Kessel Ferrari has just taken over that car about 34 minutes ago. And Marco in the number 8 Ferrari, moving back up the order and into the top 6. 992 beginning to come together in the form of a battle. The gap between those two 992 cars, I'm talking about 909, that's Luke Breukers in the red camel car. He has got about a minute, well, just over a minute of Ole Veby in the HRT Performance car 929. So the two 929 Cup class cars who are leading, both 9th and 10th overall. Incredible that those two 992 Cup cars are inside the top 10 overall.
Yeah.
But they're coming together on track. They're about a minute apart, but they are on the same lap, and they are, that's going to be a race to at least the end of this segment, and it's all about staying with the leader of the class. And right now, that 992 class, which I believe has only got 2 cars in it, we've got the 992 AM class, which is the same car, but there's only 2 992 Cup cars. We've got 991, they're a separate class, and we've got 992 AM, which has got 5 cars in it. 6 cars, in fact.
To answer your question about Julius Adomavicius, by the way, this will be the end of a 17-lap stint, but prior to that, he did 14 laps, so it's about 31, nearly 32.
Was there somebody in between that?
Not between the two Adomavicius stints. So he did 17 and 14, and then prior to that, 28 laps from Jonas Galginis. In fact, 28 laps and 19 laps Jonas did as well. But Julius started the race. So he did a double, then we had a Galzinis double, and then Adomavicius has gone back in again for a double. So they're by no means using all of their drivers today.
Yeah.
I think there's 3 of them in total in the 71 car. Yes, there is. So the one we've not seen yet is Andrius Galginis. And does that suggest that Andrius is actually the quickest of the 3, and they want to save some semi-pro time till Sunday?
We've seen that quite a lot, haven't we? When we get the AM drivers with their minimum drive time completed, and then that opens up scope of keeping your hotshot superstar in the car for the majority of the time with tomorrow.
Exactly.
I mean, we've got a 6-hour motor race tomorrow. We've got 6.5-hour motor race to be precise. But you know what I mean? A 6-hour motor race is the sort of endurance race that, the World Endurance Championship, for instance, they run to 6 hours and the like. So it's a proper race, and you could argue that today's 5.5-hour segment is kind of like a qualifier.
Yes, just
bit
to
of a qualifier,
be in the mix for when it really gets serious tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I quite like the fact that the really crucial part of the race starts so early on, so you need to ensure you've had a good night's sleep and nobody still waking up smelling the coffee, because you're going to have to be right on the money from, well, about 5 to 9 really, when the green flag lap begins, and racing will commence smack on 9 o'clock and all the way through till 3:30. And for then those fans here at the track enjoying proceedings, there's pretty much a full support package after that, beginning at 4:45 through till 6:30 tomorrow night as well. So this weekend at Mugello, the 12 hours, going from strength to strength, not only with its social media and its television package, but also for those here on site enjoying it in the flesh, a really worthwhile weekend here at Mugello as well. So over the line goes the number 25 Martin Conrad Manfilter Team Landgraf car. It is running in second position, and we will head to Catesby Jones in the pits with Diana Binks with an update about how this BMW's been going. Second puncture, I make it, Di.
Thank you, Johnny. Catesby, you've just jumped out of the car, unfortunately. Aren't you here in the pit lane? So I'll let you catch your breath.
Right.
But, a strong stint out there, but some issues.
Yeah, we've got our second puncture of the race, and it's the same tire, and it's just totally random. I don't know if it's debris on the track or it just happens to be bad luck, but it's really set us back a bit. But we're having fun.
I mean, that's disappointing, isn't it, when that happens, and you obviously just have to deal with it and come in. We've got so many hours yet to go.
Totally, yeah. So at this time, we just have to realign our strategy every time this happens and hope for the best. But we're just going to keep going, pursuing, and do the best we can with what we have.
How are you finding it out on track? How are you managing the traffic?
Well, when they get a pack of the GT3 cars, it's a bit of a challenge, and then you have to go offline or to be courteous. And that could be where I'm picking up debris. It's hard to tell. But we want to stay clean and we don't have any impacts. So that's our goal, because you have to finish.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, really having fun. It's great.
You've got a big smile on your face. I'm assuming you're enjoying it.
We're having fun. Thank you.
What's the sort of strategy going to be for the sort of final 50 minutes or so that we've got left for this afternoon?
Just not another flat. So Wim's just going to finish it out, and he's got fresh tires. He should be good. So hopefully clean race and has fun.
Great stuff. Thanks for chatting to us. I'll let you catch your breath now.
Thanks.
That's Catesby Jones then chatting to Di and the green and black BMW, which looks really menacing in that cut paint scheme for this year. The Team ACP Tangerine Associates car has had its fair share of bad luck when it comes to punctures, but whether that's something that they can look to address during tomorrow's race, it's very difficult once you've committed to tyre pressures, to well, not necessarily pressures, but more camber settings and amounts of tow in or out. Then
not allowed to change the car, Johnny.
You can't do it overnight.
No.
But I'm wondering whether you may be able to kind of chip away at it tomorrow during the 6.5 hours. But during a pit stop, you want that to be as quick as possible. Everything's in cement effectively after that, isn't it? You've made the decision yesterday and the day before, and you kind of have to just live with it.
Yeah, things like caster camber, you've pretty much got to live with it, unless you get a really long yellow and you maybe have a tweak. But that's on more of the prototype-like setups, like on the GT3 car. On a production-based car like that BMW of Catesby Jones, not a chance. Remember we saw the Hofer Bond car after that problem being towed with being stringed, as we say. That's a long process. That's a long, drawn-out process, because your mechanics have to be meticulous, and you're dealing with millimetres. So when I say I want 1.8 millimetres of tow, I don't want 2 millimetres or 1.5. I want 1.8 millimetres of tow. That's what the tolerances of the engineers are working to. So that takes a little bit of time, a little bit of effort, and a little bit of a lot of attention to detail. So that's not the work of a moment. So you're right. Once once that flag flies and the lights go out and we start racing, unless you've got a massive problem and it's a repair job, so you might as well, like we saw on the 331 BMW, that's when you're able to maybe do that and say, you know what, we got the camber wrong for a race setup, let's take it off or put more on, or whatever the judgment is. But under race circumstances, no, that's going to put you right out of contention.
Yeah, difficult position to be in, but as Catesby made the point, Wim Spinoy now with a brand new set of tyres, and as well, you can drive around or adjust your driving accordingly, I suppose, and just tippy-toe a little bit more perhaps. So that might be something that they'll be focusing on in the closing stages today, and get their heads scratching overnight to try and reach a temporary solution during the 6.5 hours tomorrow. 49.5 minutes still to go, and the Jutta Racing crew, that's the 71 with the slightly better door numbers on it, more intact, getting through Biondetti's chicane, and 71 Julius Adomavicius leading the GT3, the pure GT3 category. So without the Pro-Am and the Am suffix, for example. Kessel Racing, Ferrari 488, Marco Fretz's number 8 car. I still think that could be a dark prancing horse, if you get my flow, because that's still running in 6th position, just off the lead lap.
I think we've just seen Kerong Lee in this number 728 Porsche just coming back onto the track. He was trailing a bit of dust and a bit of gravel and the like. He's currently 20th overall, 2nd in GTX. I remember this is the team of Jean-Francois Bruno and Kerong Lee who were running in this championship to win the GTX championship, and their usual mount of a Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini wasn't quite ready, so they've jumped into this 992 Cup car of HRT Performance. Currently second in class, so things going relatively all right. But Kieran Lee, they're just regaining the track. I'm pretty sure that was fine. He was picking up speed and getting on with it. Luke Breukers continues to lead 992 in that number 909 Porsche, currently 9th overall, and the gap at the front of the field, the overall lead, it's coming down by the smallest of margins. So, for instance, Samantha Tan in the number 1 BMW leads, last lap time through 1:54.939. Martin Conrad in the Manfilter Mercedes, car number 25 in second, 1:54.864. However, Elia Earhart in the Phoenix Racing Audi R8, 1:52.9. So the gap between first and second, he's gaining just tenths every lap. Couple of tenths here, couple of tenths there, a tenth here. However, Earhart in the number 18 Phoenix Audi, that gap of 54 seconds between, not 54 seconds, 23 seconds is now coming down ever so slightly again, but more chunks of time being taken out of that gap. So it's still all to play for going into what? We are 47 minutes to go before we press the pause button, isn't it?
Yeah. Just looking as well at how we are faring in the TCE series with BBR, the Thai team, Kantasak Kusiri currently leading the class by 1 minute and 40 seconds. Now that again is well within a lap time within TCR. So the BBR car is somewhere in that final sector. Roy Edlund in his VW Golf for Holmgard Motorsport, desperate to hang on to the coattails of the BBR crew and at least start tomorrow's 6.5 hour chunk of the race even Stevens as much as possible. So they'll go across the line, not together, but separated, yes, by less than a lap time. And that should see, if all things remain equal, the 159 and the 102 cars restarting tomorrow on the same lap. I think Marcus Menden in the Wolf Power Racing Audi RS3. There's no buy to that anymore. They are purely Wolf Power Racing for 2022. The 116 car just a bit too far back, and therefore a lap off the pace of BBR. So it's going to be a situation, I reckon, where 2 TCE series cars will restart tomorrow on the lead lap, but everybody else will have a fair bit of catching up to do. 35 seconds is the margin between Roy Edlund and Pascal Gibon, but remember Pascal drives a GT series Porsche in the 992 AM class, so isn't a going concern for those in the leading group of TCRs. 45 minutes to go. I thought the 974 was doing a bit of weaving there, but actually it was just hustling the car from one side of the road to the other. Massimiliano Montagnesi for Ebby Motors, 974. Of the older spec Porsche Cup cars, Ebby Motors, it's all about those guys right now. 974 leads 973. And after nearly 5 hours of running, the gap is 5.8 seconds for first and second in that class.
And remember, this is the car, the team, I should say, that took the overall win for the first time for a Porsche Cup car here at Mugello last year. I know we kind of had a COVID-affected, depleted field, but we still had a group of cars that, well, raced all the way through the 12 hours, and it was the EB Motors team that took the win. Made a bit of 24H series history. And a bit of an update on the lead as Samantha Tan drops out of the lead of this race by dint of going into the pits. She's in the fueling area now.
Right.
So we've got a new leader, Martin Conrad. He's completed 124 laps. Elia Earhart is 25 seconds behind. And Samantha Tan now dropping to third.
Yes, well, you see, this is what they were trying to get done during the previous Code 60, and they waved her back out again, said don't stop in fuel because there's not an available pump, and she just had to kind of live with the advantage that immediately gave her to take the pain later on, and this is basically that pain now, 23 laps further down the road. The net effect shouldn't be huge, actually. Martin Conrad will lead for the time being from Elia Earhart and Julius Adomavicius, who squeezed into third position. But Samantha Tan, I suppose the real horrible bit about this is that it's a fuel stop under when the rest of the field are going at full speed.
Yeah, this is where you lose a lot. You lose a lot more track time pitting, refueling, changing driver than you would ever do under Code 60.
Now the 50% fuel fill is meant to address that a little bit,
yes,
but I don't think it's fully swinging the pendulum in the opposite direction, is it?
It's not a complete deal.
No.
You are losing time pitting under green. Samantha Tan jumping out of the car, handing over the car. I'm not sure who's next in that rotation, Johnny, but that distinctively, this kind of art car, isn't it, BMW, with the purple, yellow, orange, all sorts of colours of the rainbow on that car, but it's predominantly purple, splashes of purple, but it's as if it's gone through a paint factory at speed and come out all straight. The 701 just in the background of that number one pit stop. He stalls. So the car has stalled.
This is Nick Whitmer, I'm told, by Diana Binks. So Nick started the day at 1 o'clock doing a double, and they've gone through their cycle of 3 drivers, or 2 other drivers, and back to Nick now to try and hang on. Well, I was going to say to the lead lap, but I think that's gone now. Can they hang on to the second, 1 lap down rather than 2, 3 or 4 laps down?
I believe he's the faster driver.
He is, yeah.
Yes, yeah. And faster driver of all 3?
Yes.
Yeah, so they've put the hot shot in to give them a really strong finish. And that car, just looking now, Johnny, that car on the outlap dropped down to 6th place for the SD Racing BMW. Now then, question is, Martin Conrad, Elia Earhart, Julius Adomavicius in the Duta Racing Audi, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Joe Foster I'll add in there with the CP Racing Mercedes. And let's talk about Marco Fretzer in 5th. They all pitted at the last Code 60. Yes. So they stretched their window a little bit. As to what extent, I'm not quite sure, because I don't know how much fuel they had in when they pitted under purple.
That's very difficult to work out.
So it's difficult to work out. So we wait here with and keep our eye on the pit entrance and watch for cars coming down pit road. And 126 laps for Conrad in the lead, 22 seconds behind Earhart. He's catching Conrad, no question. There is no question about that. He's catching Conrad on average about half a second a lap, but it ebbs and flows.
So the number 1 car came in, had to come in eventually for fuel, but what we need to find out is exactly what happened during that stop when Sam Tan came in and decided not to go for fuel. I'm sure that question will be one of many that Diana Binks asks right now.
Samantha, you've just come in to hand over the car to Nick. Track, but what happened to your strategy? I'm assuming you had to change it midway through your piece.
Yeah, I mean, as in all endurance racing, every change is minute. So, I mean, the strategy's been changing the whole race, but I think we're in good position now, and Nick's in the car, and the car feels good, so I think we're good to go.
So what happened during that? Because you came in to refuel, and then you went back out again. Was that under the strategy that you had?
Yeah, I mean, the team deals with all the strategy. I think it was because we were under Code 60. We try to fuel as much as we can under that time to lose less time on green, so it's good.
Well, that's how it works, isn't it? We have to have these strategies that come into play when you're running these endurance races. But how are you finding the racing out on track?
I mean, it's been great. Everybody's super respectful of each other. I mean, as Nick said earlier, I mean, the lower classes like TC, they're very aware of when we're coming by and just, give them a little flash. And yeah, everybody's just been super respectful. So good job to everybody out there.
And how's the car feeling? I mean, it's got that distinctive livery. It looks superb.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like everybody's a big fan of our livery out here, the art car basically. But car feels great, and we're putting in more laps. We've got, I think, 6 hours to go. So I'm gonna try to keep it up top there.
And how challenging is it out there in amongst all the traffic?
Sorry?
How challenging is it out there in amongst all the traffic?
I mean, coming from the GT4 last year and having to look at both in front and in the mirrors, I'd say the GT3 is easier because now I'm only looking forward.
Well, you did a great job. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
It's a good point there from Sam.
Yes.
She doesn't have to bother about faster traffic because
Exactly.
she is the faster traffic.
Just ignore the door mirrors from now on. Yeah. Unless Bernd Schneider is in the 25 Mercedes,
Well,
because he was certainly closing in at certain points.
She didn't get the experience of that because he was catching a hand over fist, as they say.
Yes.
So that was, very tactical there for that Code 60 came out. Now people used it differently.
Well, it was a very interesting approach. I still don't quite understand why they didn't pit the ST Racing car along with everybody else. She came in, but she was either given the word in the radio last minute to say don't bother with fuel, but if there was space, if there were free bays for the cars behind her, she would have been the first to arrive on the scene, so could have benefited from that. But
well, what we're not considering here is the other
who was
classes.
already there, of course.
Yeah. It's not just the leader is not the first car in the pit lane.
That's right.
Everybody piles in. As soon as that purple comes out, bang! You're on the radio. Pit. You will have an awareness of where your car is on the track. As soon as the purple is, you're on the radio to your driver. Where are you? Pit. Box. And then you establish where they are, unless you've got a tracker, which you know exactly where your car is, and then you're able to issue the instruction.
Yeah. And it was 5 seconds, roughly, a gap back to the 25 Mercedes and the 18 Audi under green. That will extend, though, to probably more like 10 seconds when you're down to Code 60. So 10 seconds could make all the difference. As Sam's arriving in the fueling area, there isn't a free bay. As Martin Conrad arrives 10 seconds later, oh look, someone's just left.
Yes.
Straight in.
Yeah.
And that's where a race can not necessarily be won and lost, but hugely the advantage can shift so quickly. And these teams have to be thinking about all of this constantly.
And I know I hear a lot of, I'm going to call them the purists, will say that anomalies like that are outside of your control are not part or shouldn't be part of racing. When your car's pitting at your garage and it's down to how you refuel the car and it's down to your pit crew and how they go about their work, then yes. But this is a Pro-Am series, and everybody knows the process. Everybody knows. And the biggest factor, I think, Johnny, of no refuelling in the pit lane is that we can wear shorts and T-shirts.
Oh, yeah.
And after last week at Sebring of 90% humidity and 90-degree heat with a 3-lane Nomex on, I'm all for that.
Yes.
But it is what it is. The rules are what they are. It's the ball that we're going to kick. It's the game that we're going to play. Everybody knows. And even then, you've got team managers who will walk down during the practice sessions and get someone to time the filling process, or you'll get your car to try each one and you will time the filling process just so that you know which one of those fuel stations is the quickest refueler, because they are just basic fuel nozzles. What I do know is the organisers are aware of that, and they do endeavour to get those pumps calibrated as closely as possible to one another, so there isn't a disadvantage as to what pump you pick up.
Yeah.
The disadvantage is coming into a very crowded pit lane when that purple flag flies and tripping over some of the cars that are already on the pumps.
What I will say is that, it's the same for all teams. It's not as if one team every time has the struggle of finding a spot. Everyone's going to have to make that decision on the fly. They're all given the rules and regulations at the start of the weekend, so you can plan around that as well. And to be honest, if you don't like lottery within motorsport, you might as well go and find something else to play and something
especially
else.
Motorsport over 12 hours.
Yes. You're going to get moments that don't go your way and moments that very much do. And I think that, there was a quote earlier on from Joe Foster at CP Racing to say, you're going to have to fall either side of a line. Is there going to be a Code 60 in the next 30 seconds or not? And they gambled earlier on in the race that there would be. It turned out there wasn't going to be, but they lost that one. Your aim is to win the battle rather than in the war rather than the individual battles along the way.
Yeah, some you win, some you lose. You'll get it back in other places, and your competitors will be disadvantaged just as the same way you have, and it swings and roundabouts. The 992 battle continues to rage. 9th and 10th overall. Luke Breukers in the red Camel car, and it's Ole Viby in the HRT car. Just waiting for them to cross the line, and I will be able to tell you exactly what the gap is. But they're still together on the track, as they just has the number 1 of Nick Wittmer just down the inside. Nick in 6th place, waiting for all of those 5 cars ahead of him to actually pit stop. They're getting towards owing us a pit stop. 133 laps completed by the Martin Conrad Mann-Filter Mercedes. 20 seconds now between first and second, Johnny.
Yeah.
It's coming down ever so slightly.
9th position currently, Luke Breukers driving the Red Camel Jordans.nl Porsche, and I think the last driver in it was his older brother Rick, who's now chatting to Di.
Rick looks in the car at the moment. You handed it over to him probably, I think, half an hour ago?
Yeah, something like that. And it went quite well. We're leading class at the moment. Now it will be interesting how the strategy will play out to the end, but everything went quite well.
Are you satisfied you are running to the strategy that you had planned?
Sorry, what?
Are you satisfied you're running well to the strategy that you had planned?
Yes, I mean the strategy is really good. Paul Trusswell is doing our strategy, and so far it's been working out great. So we have to wait to see the result at the end of the race, but so far everything is looking good.
And what is it like out there on track, managing the traffic? A big grid of cars coming through, lots of cars suffering from punctures and stuff that we've seen earlier on, but it seems to have settled down again.
Yeah, I think the temperature is a little bit lower now than it was at the beginning of the race. At the moment we don't have any problems with our tires, so I expect we don't have any punctures today. Hopefully tomorrow we will have the same as today.
You've got a good sort of team around you here at Red Camel Racing. You've known each other, obviously, it's your family team, and all the guys that work for you. How important is it to have that sort of solidness around?
For us it's really important. We are more like a family and friends team, so they are all volunteers. Nobody gets paid to do this job, and that makes it extra fun. So we go in the evening, we go get some beers, and yeah, for us that makes it a fun weekend. So the racing, but also at the same time being here with friends.
And Mugello, of course, how would you describe this circuit?
I think Mugello is one of the best circuits. It's old school, there's a lot of elevation. Yeah, I really like it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's Rick Breukers moving to the back of the garage then, back to the screens. You can keep him away talking to Di for a short period of time, but then he's desperate to find out how Luke's getting on. A car off on the exit of Buccini corner, and as it was trying to recover, 724, it very nearly sideswiped the car that was already on the racetrack. I might have to identify that. No, it's 728. Got
That's
two of those.
Kerong Lee.
Kerong Lee.
Yeah.
So it wasn't Buccini corner. It was coming out of Pelagio, I reckon, because he's now gone through the right-hander at Corin Chow. So just allowed the car to wash out a little bit, carrying perhaps a bit too much speed on the exit of Pelagio corner, and he'd understeered off and into the gravel. Great stream of dust behind the white Porsche with the pink and purple stripes on it. And it's looking like, well, almost showing some scars of doing battle for 5 hours today. And that's the way we like it, of course. These cars are rolled out in pristine fashion at 1 o'clock this afternoon, 12:30 actually, to assemble the grid. But they're already showing signs now of being somewhat dog-eared in some cases. And the paint jobs will not be worked on particularly overnight. We like them to show that they've been working incredibly hard through day one of the Mugello 12 hours, with over half the race still to be done tomorrow. In from second place in TCE, Holmgaard Motorsport of Denmark.
We are going to be due a pit stop from all of the top 5 cars with just under 30 minutes now remaining. They are going to need to pit stop, not just because of... and as I say that, Elia Earhart, I was just about to say, Elia has done an hour and 50 in that car, hour and 48 to be kind of more precise. Elia is now in the fueling, just brings the Audi to a stop. The Phoenix Audi gets the instruction to shut off the engine. The fueling hose goes on, and then you're basically standing there getting your nectar points or whatever. With the pistol grip fueler going in. Must feel like an absolute age. We're under green conditions, so a full quarter of fuel with, it'll be about, what, 25 minutes of racing by the time this car exits the pits. That's going to put it in good stead for a long stint to start tomorrow's start.
Yes.
To start tomorrow's segment of 6.5 hours to the finish. So,
yeah.
Question is, Johnny, when are we going to see that leading Mercedes into the pits? And how far is Nick Wittmer going to move up the order? He's already moved past the Kessel Ferrari as Marco Fretzer brings in the number 8 for its pit stop. We're waiting for Joe Foster, Adam Avicius in the Duta car, and now Martin Conrad. All 4 of those cars are due in.
I think that's a really useful stint for us, for Elia Earhart, because I think those 29 laps were all on the green. So it gives us a great indication of quite how far a GT3 car can go, possibly one of the first of the day, actually. And it's not yet made the full hour. Now, that might be because they're doing a little bit of back timing regarding Elia's drive time. Although he's not going to breach that, is he? We don't get the drive time whilst the car's in the pits.
Yeah, that's right. He is going to breach it. He can't go to the finish.
Oh, he can't.
They are going to swap him out. He was about an hour and 48 into his stint.
Yes.
There was 29 minutes on the clock. He is going to get out of that car.
He did 38 minutes initially. Then there was a really quick one of only 5 minutes, which contained one yellow lap, or one code 60 lap, where they pitted it on one lap. He went round, did the full 5.2 kilometres at 60 kph, but had chance to come back in again. Now he's just done 29 laps, and I think, yes, the defining factor of him coming in for fuel was that he was going to go over the 2-hour drive limit. So 29 laps. I mean, generally a GT3 car can do an hour, and normally an hour and 5, I thought, even when, powering to the max on green.
Well, Joe Foster, 1 hour 44. Julius Adamovicius, 1 hour 43. They're going to need to pit 26 minutes on the clock. They're going to be getting towards their maximum drive time.
Yeah.
The leader, Martin Conrad, if he's got fuel for another 26 minutes, he's fine. In fact, he's absolutely fine. He's only done an hour and 4. So he's well within the driver stint time. It wasn't fuel restriction or tyres even. It was purely driver stint time that were certainly restricting Elia Earhart, who's jumped out of the car and goes to the back of the garage. Worked really, really hard. Pierre Caffer helping with the pit stop there. Fantastic.
Excellent. Yeah, got the green high-vis jacket on so that he could be part of that crew. You have to be identifiable by the officials in the pit lane, and the green jacket means something particular. It doesn't mean you've won the Masters, does it?
No, not the Masters. So the bright yellow, day-glow yellow, is wheel changes. The mechanics.
Yes.
The green bib is the driver assist. So a mechanic can help with the driver, but if you can have an extra member of the team wearing a green, and that's why Pierre put the green bib on. Yep. Because you're allowed that extra person over the line purely to assist the driver getting in and out.
So the driver assist can only assist the driver,
yes.
But if you've got a yellow high-vis on, you can do anything pretty much, can't you? Including helping the driver in and out.
Yeah,
and that's
change wheels.
Yes.
Windscreen clean.
Yeah, so Martin Conrad in the race-leading Mercedes, his stint started out of the previous Code 60 that we had quite a long time ago now. A long time, judging by how frequently the Code 60s have been happening, because it was an hour ago, an hour and 5 to be exact, and that was the 6 minutes and 20 second Code 60 that we had just before 5 o'clock this afternoon. We're now 6 minutes past 6 local time, and Martin Conrad has been at the wheel of that Mercedes now for just over an hour, and I think all but maybe one lap has been green, and he's managed to do an hour and 5 minutes. So that gives us a great indication of how long a GT3 car can go when the track does stay green. He'll need to come in not for the driving time rule, but purely because the car will be out of fuel pretty soon, I think, that Manfilter Team Landgraf car. So that's another car, when they do fuel it, that'll be starting tomorrow in a really good vein of fuel run form.
Adam Avicius is in with the Duta Audi from second place, car 71 into fueling. Now Julius was getting very much towards that maximum drive time stint, about an hour and 48 for Julius, drops to third. Joe Foster goes into second. Joe's been in the car an hour and 47, hour and 48. So Joe's due in with 23 minutes remaining. He will not be able to take the car to the finish. And then the question mark over the number 25. He's done 35 laps?
As I say, I think the first lap and possibly the second was still code 60, but every other lap after that's been green. So
it's got to be close to the fuel window.
An hour and 7 minutes now that Martin's been at the wheel.
Yeah, it's got to be there. It's got to be next. It's got to be within the next 2 or 3 laps.
You've got to think so. And as I said, I've been desperate for this full green flag run all race, really, so that it gives us an idea of at least how far the Mercedes can go, and then we can sort of guesstimate how the other GT3 machines are burning their fuel. But it's a big old engine in the front of these Mercedes, normally aspirated, so they're not getting the turbo assist. 6.2 litre V8, still the same engine that basically powered the SLS when you go back far enough in Mercedes history. The previous GT3 car. The AMG, though, is now into an Evo version that was brought in 2020, I seem to remember, where the grille was extended out, so that yawning mouth became even bigger. And it's had much success. Team Landgraf have had much success, not necessarily in 24H series circles, but more so in the homeland of Germany, the Nürburgring Nordschleife during NLS rounds, and the Mamba Mercedes in the yellow and green colours is always one of those cars that you strike off your favourites list at your peril, really, because it's competed so competitively at the Nürburgring Nordschleife on the 24 hours year in, year out. Car 904 is the Porsche that is run by Red Ant Racing, and Philippe Vils just brought that in. 127 laps completed for that car, and it is where in its class 4th position, entered into the 992 class and in the AM subcategory, so its driver lineup means that it's in with Orchid Racing teams Loic Villiger, the number 917 car, so that's 3rd in the 992 AM class. 2nd in 992 AM is the Dutch crew NKPP, but they are actually another HRT Performance prepared car. Harry Hilders, again, Harry and Gijs Bessem. Harry Hilders, Gijs Bessem are some of the most experienced drivers across all sorts of different classes through the history of the 24H series, and they can't be very far away from a 50th career race. That will be hit at some point this year, I would imagine. What car are they in? 928.
Bit of a story there why they've gone with HRT for this race.
Go on.
Hang on, I'm going to cough.
Okay, let me tell you then just how many races they've managed to do in a long 24H series career. Harry Hilders has done 5 more races than Gijs Bessem, would you believe? I thought they'd been forever racing with one another. Attached at the hip. Well, they certainly are in the paddock. So 45 races done for Harry. Gijs Bessem has reached 40 races, so this will be the 46th and 41st races respectively for those two drivers with HRT Performance. Inside the final half an hour of the race, and another spin for a Porsche at the final corner. This is Harry Hilders. Oh, goodness me. Just shows how much of an influence Joe and I have on races. We were literally talking about this man, and the next moment, a spin for the 928 car for HRT Performance. Again, I hope he hasn't got RSL locked on the radio, because he's probably thinking, oh, they're talking about me. I'm at 46th race. Oh, I've lost the car. And I'm facing the wrong way. But he has recovered, thankfully.
Those two drivers are stalwart customers of Bascoutin.
Yes.
And would have been here with Bascoutin, but they went to Dubai in their 991 Cup car, and they really liked how the 992 was outperforming them.
Right.
So it was like, right, we need a 992 for Mugello. And they just couldn't get their hands on a 992 race car. So, or Bass couldn't lay his hands on the race car for them.
More crucially,
so they rather than just persevere with the 991, they felt, no, we need to really have a go with the 992. So they did a deal with HRT. But I'm pretty sure, talking to both of those gents, they are such great characters. They've been a part of this series. It wouldn't really be a 24-8 series race without Guy Specimen and Harry Hilders. It really wouldn't. And they were racing a TCR car in that class before. They moved up to a Porsche about 2 or 3 years ago now. Now they're very much on the verge of doing a deal and getting a 992, and then I'm pretty sure they may be well and truly back with Bas Kuiten Racing.
Well, yes. Great that they have the contacts elsewhere, but clearly, that partnership has been built up over several years, and they're certainly not turning their back on Bas Kuiten and his services, just more of an availability issue that they needed to address. So we'll watch that with interest, and I'm sure Harry and Gijs are scheduled to do a lot more racing this year within the 24-hour series. 38 laps now completed by Martin Conrad. He must be on massive fuel save mode. Landgraf, I'm sure, want to make a fuel stop at the last possible moment tonight. Now, was there some rule? We were chatting about this yesterday or the day before about how close to the end of the interval you can actually stop for fuel, and it's something like 10 minutes.
15.
Is it 15 or is it 10?
It's 15.
I thought Evo was telling us the new rule was now 10 minutes.
Oh, well, that's bypassed me if there's a new rule.
Yeah, but that's the thing he didn't know. It's actually 10, he was telling us. He thought it was 15. It was 15, but there's now something else in the regs that suggests you can pit a lot closer to tonight's checkered flag, but it's not the ultimate checkered flag. That is literally just, we'll lock the positions in place and we'll restart tomorrow.
Mike Nash, who has competed with us in 24-8 series in a Seat Leon, he says fuel strategy in split races is always an intriguing decision. Fuel up in part 1 and lose laps, or stay as you are and pray for an early code 60 in part 2. He thinks a toss of the coin is needed. That's very analytical.
EBM doing something quite clever here. There's a guy on the floor, there's the legal side of the white line, taking photographs on a smartphone of the underframe of that car just to make sure that everything is still sitting straight. So, difficult to take everything on board whilst it's sitting in front of you, having tyres changed in the matter of seconds. But a couple of shots have been taken and now will be examined. And that's going to be useful just overnight as well. They've already taken a delay, but the last thing they want is a further 10 laps slapped on that car, so they can assess it whilst it was up on the jacks. There'll be a period of time tomorrow when they can probably put the car up on the jacks as well to get it to get the engine running and the oil at the right consistency as well. Because as you were making the point, they're not just turnkey cars. They'll need to be run in a little bit to be.
But you're not allowed to administer a repair during that warm-up process.
No, that's right.
You may be able to have a better look.
But I'm thinking, can you put the car... Certainly can't put the car into parc fermé tonight and put it up on its internal jack. So what's your next opportunity to see underneath the car?
It will be
tomorrow
in the morning.
When you're warming the car up.
When you're warming the car up, you'll put it on its jacks to change wheels, etc. And that's when you'll get a proper look at what the issue is with that rear diffuser. Another suggestion on the Orchid car livery, the Orchid Racing Porsche livery. Dave Alcock wants to put in another one. Yours was the BMW from British
the Listerine livery from 1991-92. Yeah, go on.
The Porsche 934 Valiant livery from the late 70s.
Ooh.
Remember that one? Exactly the same colour.
Right.
Yeah, it really is. Good one, Dave.
Yes, good suggestion. And you wonder whether actually the touring car version of it was taken from the Porsche. Therefore, it much earlier. About 15 years. But Orchid, clearly a very professional team, and have been plying their trade elsewhere. But yet another team that have been tempted into 24H Series competition. And let's hope that the plan is that they continue with Spa-Francorchamps next month, 23rd, 24th of April. The Hockenheim race, which will be the 14th and 15th of May. And then there are two 24-hour races in July and September, respectively, being at Portimao in the south of Portugal, not far from Faro and Portimao town centre itself, and Barcelona in Catalonia for the annual 24 hours of Trofeo Fermi Vélez, which is the twice round the clock event at the Barcelona Grand Prix circuit. For many years was a touring car only competition, but Creventic helped with its further promotion, and GTs have been a stable part of that competition as well. In either the first or the second weekend of September. It actually falls on my birthday weekend this year, Barcelona, 9th, 10th and 11th of September. Good little getaway, maybe, if I get the invitation.
Birthday in Barcelona, the 85 CP Mercedes is slowing down. That is absolutely tragic.
Horrible.
The car is on its outlap. Charles Putman is at the wheel. We've just had Joe Foster bring the car in, and now the car grinds to a halt and is stopped. I'm pretty sure Charles will be going through the Control-Alt-Delete process. He's already done that. The car is refired, and away he goes. Phew down in CP.
Joe Foster had done 36 laps. He handed the car over to Charlie Putman, and is that just a bit of heat soak? As in comes Martin Conrad now in the Mann-Filter Team Landgraf Mercedes. We said that he would need to do that within, well, if the rule is still 15 minutes, he's had it. If it's now 10 minutes, as Ivo Brukers thinks it is,
it's 10. Yeah.
He's absolutely fine, because there's 12 minutes left on the clock for today's portion of the race. And Martin Conrad must have been on fumes anyway, and if he didn't come in on this lap, gone would have been the opportunity, and he probably would have ended up like CP Racing. Not suggesting CP's issue is a fuel problem. It's more likely to be some heat soak, maybe. You know, after 36 laps of running and pretty much at full pace, the car then sits in the pit lane as the new driver, Charlie Putman, takes over. That's where the gremlins can creep in.
Well, what happens is you've got sensors all over the exhaust system, all over the engine intake, and all sorts of things. And when it sits there, the sensors go, oh, what's happening?
Yes.
Oh, let's shut everything down, shall we? Because I don't know what's happening. And they all
that
get...
temperature's a bit high. I don't like that. Let's
all of
turn
those
that off for a
lambda
bit.
sensors and what have you, they all get overly emotional. So they shut things down, and then all you have to do, flick switches, we say Control-Alt-Delete. You flick everything, all the switches, all the breakers, you switch them off, and then you flick them all back on, and then you fire the car up. Yeah. And thankfully, CP Racing is back underway. We've got a new leader, the number 1 BMW, with that distinctive purple and orange and yellow and everything livery, has now taken the lead. Nick Wittmer passes and goes ahead of Martin Conrad, still down as the driver of the Mann-Filter Mercedes. He's completed 140 laps. I can't tell you what the gap is because still in the pits. And there's the Mann-Filter Mercedes coming out of the pits just underneath us from our commentary position. The distinct sound of that Mercedes engine. They can keep Martin in the car, of course. He's stint length. They haven't. They've changed to Alexander Hrakovina. How do you say that name? I can't say that because that's fuzzy, Johnny.
I say Hrakovina.
Hrakovina, that's the way to say it, yeah. I can't even make that out.
I mean, we need to ask Alex at some point actually how he says his surname.
Hrakovina.
He's from Austria, but I'd love to know where that Hrakovina name originates from, because it's elsewhere around the world, I would say.
Gap across the line between leader and Hrakovina in the Mann-Filter Mercedes, 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Yeah.
That will be utterly irrelevant in 10 minutes' time.
Indeed.
Because it'll be zero. It'll be side by side on the grid
centimetres,
tomorrow.
Yeah. And remember that the restart laps system should even up all the other classes as well, because when you're dictating a race from 2 overall leaders, i.e. the GT leader and the TCE leader, the other classes can very easily get mixed up, and unfairly so was the case in the early days of these split races with Creventic. So a rule set was introduced to make sure that, if there's seconds between, let's say, the GTX first and second place cars and the GT leader got between the two of them, that would give this unrepresentative artificial gap of like a lap, and that was really unfair, it was judged to be, and everybody agreed. So there is a way of resetting the lower order field in time for tomorrow's race as well. Far too complicated to actually go into the process, but it works is the crucial thing, and therefore one or two cars, I mean, further down the order, still that gap between the top two in 991. It's the same team, but it's 1.2 seconds
Yes.
after nearly 5.5 hours. You imagine if the overall leader got between the two of them and drove a lap between them, but that doesn't happen these days.
They're both in the AB Motors team. That's a formation finish.
For the photographs.
Yeah,
you think so?
Well,
Yeah.
whether there'll be photographs tonight, Johnny, I don't know. But that's
too
just,
dark.
let's get this 5.5 hour segment out of the way. Let's go racing tomorrow. You boys can fight tomorrow.
Yes.
Tonight, I need you to bring those cars home.
Yeah.
So there's no point in fighting over 1.2 seconds right now.
Don't attempt anything. Just Gianluca Giorgi, I'm sure, is being given the instruction to follow Massimiliano Montagnesi home in the 974. The extra entry from Ebby Motors, not even in the programme, but they brought an extra 991 generation cup car with them. God, it's busy down towards turn one. None of these guys have got the memo to form do a formation finish. 909 Red Camels Jordan.NL car, actually giving the Lamborghini and the Audi up ahead a bit of a wide berth, it would seem. So that's the 720, Paulius Pascavicius.
Now, the third car in that frame, Johnny, is the Luke Breukers 909 Red Camels Porsche. He has got 6 seconds on Ola Velby in the HRT performance. That's the 992 class battle.
Yeah.
That's the 992 Porsche Cup class battle. 11th and 12th overall. They've both pit stopped. Ola Velby is out of the pits on this lap, so I expect Breukers to extend that gap beyond that 6 seconds and give himself quite a cushion. However, once again, I'll reiterate, it's utterly pointless how far ahead you finish. As long as you're on the same lap, you're going to close right back up for tomorrow's restart.
Nick Whitmer leading for ST Racing, 18 laps in the book for this particular stint. Remember, he took over from Samantha Tan at what time? 10 to 6 local. So it was only ever going to be a 40-minute or so stint, and he's 33 minutes, nearly 34 minutes into that. They'll be absolutely fine for fuel, but we're, in a sense, on the back foot because, remember, tomorrow, Martin Conrad, or more accurately now, Alexander Krakowina, his car is much better off as far as fuel load is concerned. Much more laps expected from that Mercedes bright and early tomorrow before it needs to come in for its first pit stop. Sven Herberger, 10 laps now done. So tomorrow, of the leading contenders, we would expect the ST Racing BMW to need to pit first, followed by the number 18 Audi, and then the Mercedes, number 25, a fair bit later on than that. 5 minutes and 45 seconds still to go as the Luke Breukers driven Red Camel Jordans.NL car goes up the inside into turn one. Headlights have been on full beam for quite some time now, and on the live stream the camera technology showing a bit more ambient light than is actually the case to the human eye, because these cameras are such high quality these days. It's getting pretty dull out there at the moment, so this will be something that the drivers are used to because they were qualifying to this hour 24 hours ago, remember, in that second 40-minute stint, but not all of them will have been out in this particular session. 3 lots of 10 minutes, remember, to derive a 3-lap average time to determine where each car was on the grid for today.
Just to give everybody a context, wherever you are in the world, right here in Italy, northern Italy, it's 25 minutes past 6 p.m. So early evening, and the sun has gone certainly beyond the grandstand. We're surrounded by hills here in the Tuscany region of Italy, and the sun very quickly disappears behind the kind of hills and mountains close by, and it does go dark very quickly here, Johnny. It's kind of got this kind of twilight zone effect right now, and then all of a sudden it's gone and we need to turn the lights on and we can't see anything. But right now we've got 4 minutes, so we should get this done before the sun completely disappears.
You know, official sunset time is 18:34.
There you go.
And it's nearly 18:27. So yeah, another 7 minutes of true sunlight we have, but the shadows are lengthening nicely, and it's going to be another, well, quite chilly evening. We found that at yesterday's wine tasting. Sounds like we're complaining. I'm really not.
We're not
because there was free wine on offer and some great food as well. But we had to put a very thick coat over the top of our T-shirt for the day that we'd had earlier on. Again, Porsches battling each other in the closing stages of this. There's a GT3 car actually trying to get ahead of a couple of Cup cars, and one Cup car also trying to dive up the inside of another. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. So that was the... Did you identify either of those two cars? No. It's the Abbey Motors cars. Okay.
That's that battle we were talking about, the 991 battle.
They will have been given a message to stay in formation, nose to tail. Actually, that was Gianluca Giorgi trying to get up the inside of Massimiliano. And thankfully, he thought better of it. They're also both being caught by one of the two Porsche Loriot Racing Cup cars, the newer Spec 992s. It's the 911, I believe, of Pascal Gibon. And Gibon is lapped back, actually, from these two. So that shows you how many difficulties the Lorient crew have had for the time being. New cars, though, so there's always going to be potentially some teething problems. And the team getting used to brand new bit of kit. Quite a lot of changes from one gen to another for the better. But it does take a while just to get to the bottom of those and work out how best to set up a car.
So, Johnny, 2 minutes to go before we see the flag waved to end this segment. We've got, I think, at my last count, 6 cars on the lead lap. And I'm just going to have that confirmed. I might be getting a little bit sort of excited by that. So Wittmer's just gone through, 145 laps completed. He's got a massive lead of well over a minute and 17 seconds last time through. And it's the Manfilter Mercedes in second, car 25, the number 18. The Phoenix Audi started the race on pole position, currently third. It's only 1.8 seconds behind the Manfilter car from Alexander Rakovina in the Mercedes. Andreas Gelzinas in the Duta car, they're in fourth. Driver LMDV. Have we ever found out what LMDV stands for?
Yes, I thought I had. Now, you're going to put me on the spot here. I've got a minute to try and find out.
Right, we can talk about that tomorrow. He or she is at the wheel of the Kessel Racing Ferrari. Now, 1 minute and 13 seconds behind the leader is the second place car. The third place car is 1 minute and 15 seconds. And the fourth place car, we just wait for that Duta Racing Audi to come through.
It is Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio, who is a regular with...
Del Vecchio.
Del Vecchio, yes, Maria Del Vecchio. Well, just call him Leonardo, if you wish. 26 years old, silver rated, so he'll be a semi-pro, I would think. And did one race last year in the 24-hour series as well for Kessel. It was here at Mugello.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought I'd met him before, and I just couldn't remember. Right. And of course, Leonardo, what's the name for?
LMDV.
Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio.
Yeah.
That's too long for the timing screen.
Exactly. So he's known as LMDV.
Yeah, LMDV.
But we'll have to try and I'll scribble that down somewhere on the desk so he can easily recall it tomorrow.
Right, confirmed, Johnny. 3 cars on the lead lap. That's only the top 3 cars on the lead lap. Car number 1, the SD Racing BMW. Car 25, the Manfilter Mercedes. And car 18, the Phoenix Racing Audi. We have got certainly at least a lap when the cars go. The timing screen changes all the time. We're on the last lap to finish this 5.5 hour segment, part 1 of the 2022 12 Hours of Mugello, coming to conclusion. And those gaps of well over a minute between the second place Mercedes and the first place BMW is going to be closed right up and be completely negated by tomorrow's restart. They're going to start the race, the final 6.5 hours of this race together.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you were planning this for a restart tomorrow, whether you could have actually written it quite as brilliantly as this, because there's no telling what might happen during a 5.5 hour period. We've never had such a long first half of the race. Always previously, it's been generally, I think, 4 hours on a Friday and 8 hours on a Saturday, sometimes 3 plus 9. But to have 5.5 hours plus 6.5 hours, there was always the danger that a number of cars would fall off the lead lap and we'd have a yawning gap for the car that finished at the top of the pile. That is not the case, though, in this year's Mugello 12 Hours. Heading through Buccini corner then to see a checkered flag, but not the checkered flag, will be Nick Whitmer to cross the line for ST Racing. He took that car over from Samantha Tan just over half an hour ago and will finish as the overnight leader for ST Racing and their brand new M4 GT3. So Bryson Morris and Samantha Tan make up the trio of drivers from ST Racing. We're waiting for Alexander Krakowina for Manfield to Team Landgraf to finish the overnight positions in second spot, and then Sven Herberger in third for Phoenix Racing. Already home a lap back is Andreas Gelginis for Jutta Racing, so they will have quite a bit of work to do. And peculiarly, we actually had the GT3 standard cars not make the lead lap overnight, but the two Pro-Am and an Am car being well and truly in the hunt. And there will be to some degree, some reset of the grid tomorrow, and just in terms of how they're lined up, not, of course, how they are shown on the timing screen, but that will generally put the GT3 cars ahead of the 992s and the GTXs to make sure that tomorrow's restart is done as safely as possible with the quicker cars at the front. And then it's our job to actually tell you the real order once they've got one lap done and dusted tomorrow morning. It's a bright and early start, I'll remind you, and we'll do a big summing up of today and how you can enjoy the rest of the race tomorrow in due course. But 9 o'clock is the time that we'll be restarting the race in the morning for, I think, the first time ever that the Mugello 12 Hours will extend on in to a Sunday. Meantime, BBR are not quite with their lap completed. No, they are. They have also seen the checkered flag as well. So the only car that we're short of now is Charlie Putman in the 85 CP Racing Mercedes. He crosses the line now in 6th position. But to confirm, the TCE Series overnight leader will be BBR with their quartet of Thai drivers in the Cupra Leon Competition, and it's Kantasak Kusiri who is at the wheel of the 159. He brings it across to see the checkered flag and the overnight pause. Let's get straight to Diana Binks for some reaction after almost the first half of the race.
Yes, I'm down at Phoenix Racing with Pierre Caffer. We thought we'd come and chat to him just at the end of this session. Pierre, end of the part one of the 12-hour race, obviously P3 at the end after starting on pole position, but definitely in contention. How would you summarise the day?
Yeah, well, it was quite an exciting start, I have to say. When we have seen there were some flames coming out, we had a fuel issue, what we found out, but luckily the car wasn't damaged, which was pretty good, and my start was good. The fight with the BMW was pretty nice, and then we tried to organize the strategy. There was we had one puncher, I have to say. But in the end, we are quite happy. Our target was to stay in the lead lap. And tomorrow, with 6 hours 30 to go, it's a long race still coming up tomorrow. And as I said before, it's always entertaining to be here, part of the Creventic. It's a really nice championship.
Now, I've noticed that not only are you in the car driving the car, you've been really very involved with the team during those pit stops. Was that something that you wanted to do?
Yeah, I'm a bit involved. We were looking for the driving times, and my driving times are limited. And so we would like to save them for tomorrow. And during the pit stops, it was like last year that we help each other. And I mean, the knowledge is there, so why we shouldn't use it?
And what's the plan this evening for tomorrow's restart?
To be honest, we have to discuss this later. Because right now Sven was in the car. Maybe he will start the race tomorrow. We will see. But this we will decide together how is the strategy for tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's not necessarily something that has to be pre-planned, of course. They can work out where they are overnight and come up with a new plan or a revised effort for 6.5 hours running tomorrow. Great scene, though, as the cars are now lined up in effectively Parc Fermé, as the sun really does dip behind the nearby mountains. 1837, I think I said, was official sunset. We're 9 seconds away from that. The red lights, 10 of them illuminated now on the starting gantry, and we won't be racing again until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I was about to work out how many hours that is, but of course then I would have to subtract an hour because we're going forward. And don't forget
don't
that,
even
Joe.
start.
Don't forget that.
Oh, so
we
that's
lose an hour tonight as well. Yeah. I won't.
I'm going to bed now.
My brain is frazzled as it is. Standings to look at in a moment or two, of course, but what a fantastic venue this has provided once again for the 8th consecutive year. This event very nearly didn't happen in 2020, and then we did come here in the end in November. So overnight, after 5.5 hours of running, it'll be ST Racing who are the overnight leaders. Samantha Tan, Bryson Morris, Nick Whitmer. You can forget about the minute and 8 seconds that was the gap at the checker, because that will be closed up to mere feet between the two cars as they're reassembled tomorrow. Also making the lead lap then, the Manfield Tettine Landcraft Mercedes number 25 and the Phoenix Racing Audi number 18. And beyond that, we're talking laps down for Jutta Racing in 71. That's 1 lap down. 2 laps down. The Kessel Racing Ferrari didn't quite make the lead lap either. CP Racing finishing in 6th position for overnight. MP Racing's Mercedes 7th, and Herbert Motorsports Porsche. Just about the worst day of racing for Herbert Motorsport that I can recall in recent memory. They will be overnight in 8th place. 9th spot for the 61 Earl Bamber Motorsport crew. Again, they've had a fast car, just not had the luck. Santilot Racing's Audi 10th. Red Camel Jordan-Stott NL are the leaders in the 992 class, ahead of HRT Performance. 4.1 seconds between those two cars, so they will be neck and neck at tomorrow's restart. 720 is the RD Sainz Lamborghini Huracan 13th. Jutta Racing's Audi 14th. And then the Red Ant Racing car of Belgium, that's a Porsche Cup car 15th, ahead of Orchid Racing's version number 917. JR Motorsports BMW M6 17th, another Red Ant Racing Porsche 18th, NKPP by HRT Performance, a Porsche Cup car 992, 19th position for the 928. Then the two Ebby Motors cars pretty much finishing door handle to door handle, and there was almost an overtake with a lap to go between 974 that eventually led across the line in front of 973. 728 is the HRT Performance car. Kerong Lee's had an entertaining day, and not always for the right reasons. 159 will be the overnight TCE Series leader. The BBR doing the business at Dubai, taking that big victory earlier on in the year. Can they make it 2 out of 2? It's been a great first day for them. The 911 Porsche Laureate racing car is a GT Series entry, 23rd technically within that race. Second in the TCE is the Holmgard Motorsport 102 VW Golf. Third is the 116 Wolfpower Racing Audi RS3. Car Collection Motorsports Audi 27th in the GT Series. Orchid Racing feature in with their Porsche 718 came in the GT4s. 104 is a TCR car from Noka Racing Team. There will be 5th in the TCE Series. Valuga, a class leader overnight. The 205 Porsche 718 Cayman. Then the SK Racing Ligier of France and the 421 Team ACP car, which has been troubled by front punctures on at least 2 separate occasions today. And a little further down the order, Porsche Laureate Racing's number 912, 33rd. Vortex V8 703, that's the first of the French cars, 34th. Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport, the 332 is a class leader within TC. The Bodar by Baz Kooten Racing, Bentley's not had a happy day, but we'll see more of that tomorrow. 2 more Vortex V8s, 37th and 38th when you combine both races. Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport, 331, 39th. And sadly, out of the race, Villi Motorsport after a big crash for Fabrizio Broggi. He's actually in a nearby hospital, but generally okay. He's in there for observation. What a day we've had. Day 1 of the Mugello 12 Hours for 2022. TV guys there at 0221 did so well to get all of that into one package, and there is more to come here from Tuscany and the Mugello 12 hours with 6.5 hours still to run. We're live here, Central European summertime, remember, as the clocks go forward. We'll start our build-up at 8:30 with the race restart at 9 o'clock and racing all the way through till 3:30 in the afternoon local time. My thanks, as always, to Diana Binks in the pit lane, to Joe Bradley next to me, and to all involved with the production crew here on site and indeed back in our London studio as well. We will see you tomorrow. Don't forget about those clocks going forward. Bye-bye.